Chapter 1925. Bang! A loud sound rang out, accompanied by a miserable shriek. Xiaoqin opened his eyes at the top of the heaven dragon. It sounded like someone had fallen off the cliff. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It was Yi Qinyun's. Xiaoqin's night of cultivation was interrupted. As he looked at the rising sun, he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He stood on the top of the heaven dragon and looked around. His heart moved, encompassing everything. Boom, boom, boom. With a thought, Xiaoqin started practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist, testing out his comprehensions from the night before. Below, Li Luo and the others gathered together. When they looked down the cliff, they could no longer see Yi Qinyun's figure. Will he die? Qin Yin asked with some fear as he looked at the bottomless cliff. Li Luo shook her head and said, "No. He is a holy venerate after all. Although this deep abyss is somewhat strange, it will not kill a heaven-class core disciple. However, he is severely injured. It is hard to avoid being bedridden for a month or two." The moment Li Luo said that, Zhang Yi and the others could not help feeling happy. After all, they were still heaven-class core disciples. Sooner or later they would have to fight over them. The competition was still there. Yi Qinyun's rash actions were equivalent to ruining his qualifications to become a heaven-class core disciple. Thinking about it, it was extremely laughable. This also inspired fear in the others, not daring to give it a try. Li Luo withdrew her gaze and said gravely, "This heaven dragon's might grows stronger the stronger it is. Even if you want to give it a try, you cannot be so rash. However, I can't be so reckless. I have to leave myself some room to maneuver." Just at this moment, wind howled at the top of the heaven dragon. Dragon roars rang out everywhere and the clouds moved. The group stopped talking and looked up. When they saw Xiaoqin practicing his fist technique on the top of the heaven dragon, they revealed complicated expressions. How can he do it? Xiao Jinyu showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Looking up at Xiaoqin made him feel sullen and depressed. Envy flashed in Zhu Yun's eyes as he said, "He comprehended a trace of the heaven dragon's mysteries. He can already infuse his aura into the heaven dragon's might. This is the best way to climb to the top of the heaven dragon. If the three of us force our way, we have at least a 50% chance of reaching it. However, we want to comprehend the heaven dragon's mysteries and soar, not endure the dragon's might." Xiaoqin's talent simply astonished the three of them. Back then, when he barged into the Heavenly Dragon Palace's main peak, the three of them were shocked. The first time Xiaoqin came to this profound dragon platform, he managed to comprehend the Heavenly Dragon's mysteries just by observing for a while. On the other hand, they had been cultivating on the profound dragon platform for more than a year. Although their cultivation had improved rapidly, they were not as strong as before. However, the Heavenly Dragon's mysteries still felt unfathomable. Under the Xiaoqin, the Qin the dragon. Qin yang Qin yu out and his looked and yu and dragon his Qin his appeared. And looked. Yun. Heaven. I still can't do it. Xiaoqin shook his head. He felt that after the dragon, his practice of the Supreme Dragon Fist seemed to have gone awry. If he continued, he might end up entering berserking chi deviation. Indeed, the Supreme Dragon Fist cannot be easily modified. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaoqin soared into the air and turned into a flash of lightning, merging into the clouds. In an instant, he landed in Cold Moon Cave and started cultivating in a meditation room. Since Xiaoqin wanted to comprehend the Supreme Dragon Fist, his cultivation could not fall behind. Time passed peacefully. During the day, Xiaoqin cultivated in his residence, stabilizing and raising his cultivation. At night, he meditated at the top of the heaven dragon. When the morning sun rose, he would practice what he comprehended at night. Clouds gathered and scattered. The sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. I did it. On the top of the heaven dragon, Xiaoqin revealed a smile. After 30 days, he finally succeeded in refining the Supreme Dragon Fist. He had replaced the resentment in the fist with killing chi. Although it was also a negative emotion, as long as he vented his killing chi and controlled it well, there would not be any negative effects. As for resentment, it would accumulate over time. Sooner or later, it would distort one's mind. Replacing it with killing chi was more suitable for Xiaoqin than the heaven dragon. Actually, Xiaoqin did not have that much resentment. Forcibly using resentment to bring out the might of the fist technique would be putting the cart before the horse. After 1 month of consuming a large number of primeval heavenly pills, Xiaoqin's cultivation steadily increased, reaching peak late-stage primeval heavenly pills. However, Xiaoqin was still some distance from the bottleneck. He would not be able to break through to Holy Venerate within a short time. However, Xiaoqun did not want to break through to Holy Venerate for now. Holy Venerate was a whole new realm. Xiaoqun, who had suffered at the hands of Holy Venerate wills many times, was exceptionally cautious about this realm. Xiaoqun, junior brother. Just as Xiaoqun was about to leave, Xiaoqun heard someone calling him from below. With a thought, he descended. It was Li Luo looking at him with a smile. Congratulations, junior brother Xiaoqun, on successfully modifying the Supreme Dragon Fist. The people below had been observing for the past month. Naturally, they knew what Xiaoqun had been doing. Many thanks. Li Luo hesitated for a while before asking, Junior brother, can you tell us about your comprehensions of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries? Sure. Xiaoqun's simple and straightforward answer startled Li Luo and the others. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqun agreed to it so readily. They had been conflicted for a long time over whether to ask Xiaoqun or what to do if he rejected them. It was not that there were no elders who could tell them about the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. However, the elders' cultivations were much higher than theirs. There were many things that were hard to understand and hard to understand. If it were someone of the same generation explaining it to them, it would be easier for them to understand. Many thanks, junior brother Xiaoqun. The others quickly expressed their thanks and invited Xiaoqun to a stone pillar on the profound dragon platform. Then the others spread out and formed a circle. Xiaoqun did not overthink. He answered honestly, I can only speak of my own understanding. Everyone's situation is different. I cannot guarantee that it will be of any help to everyone. Junior brother Xiaoqun, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Your accomplishments speak for themselves. If you are willing to share it, we will definitely gain something. It is just a matter of how much. The Heaven-class core disciple, Ju Yun, smiled and gestured for Xiaoqun to begin. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqun said, In my understanding, the Heaven Dragon's mysteries are not about merging with the heavens, regarding the heavens as venerate and regarding the heavens as master. It is still regarding the dragon as master and venerate. Simply put, it is regarding ourselves as venerate. One must have a boldness greater than the heavens. No matter how vast the heavens are, one's heart must be even larger. The vastness of one's heart is greater than the heavens and greater than the earth. To comprehend the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, one first has to have great boldness. Then, one has to comprehend the state within the Heaven Dragon. Li Luo asked, What is the state within the Heaven Dragon? Xiaoqun explained, In my understanding, the state within the Heaven Dragon is an ethereal quality. It might be different from the tyranny, kingship, or heavenly might that everyone imagines. This. Li Luo and the others frowned slightly, confusion appearing on their faces. When they looked up at the Heaven Dragon head hidden in the clouds, the first feeling they got was a heavenly might that shook their souls. Next was an unparalleled tyranny and an arrogance that reigned supreme. Why did Xiaoqun only see the word, ethereal? He simply could not understand. Xiaoqun, you aren't lying to us, right? Xiao Jinyu frowned slightly as he looked at Xiaoqun with some suspicion. I've asked many elders, but no one has ever said that the Heaven Dragon's mysteries contain an ethereal state. Could it be that you have a deeper understanding than those elders? Perhaps. Xiaoqun answered honestly, not denying it. In Xiaoqun's opinion, the Heaven Dragon was boundlessly ethereal, proud but unruly. No matter how tyrannical it appeared, it always had an unrestrained carefreeness within. Even the sky could not restrain the Heaven Dragon's wings, and the earth could not restrain the Heaven Dragon's footsteps. The vastness of one's heart was unfettered by the world. How arrogant! When Xiao Jinyu saw Xiaoqun being so immodest, he turned his head and left, showing no intention of continuing to listen. Xiaoqun did not mind ignoring Xiao Jinyu. If you want to leave, it's up to you. I'm not asking you to listen. Xiaoqun continued to explain his views. In the end, the more he spoke, the more contradictions there were. Fang Tianyi, Qin Yan and the others left. Even the 3 Heaven-class core disciples frowned heavily. Earlier, the senior brothers and junior brothers who comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries were completely at odds with Xiaoqun's. Soon, only Li Luo remained in the entire profound dragon platform. The others could no longer bear to listen. They could not be bothered to rebut Xiaoqun, not wanting to get into a conflict with him. They snorted coldly in their hearts and left. Soon, even Li Luo could no longer bear to listen. The more Xiaoqun spoke, the more he deviated. She felt like she would break down soon. If she continued listening, her understanding of the Heaven Dragon might waver. Sorry, junior brother Xiaoqun. I have to leave as well, Li Luo said somewhat awkwardly as she stood up. Then she looked at Xiaoqun with some guilt. It's fine. Everyone left. However, no one discovered that Xiao Chen's aura was increasingly compatible with the place where the heaven dragon hung its head, nearly becoming one with it. Chapter 1926. No one can understand? As Xiao Chen looked at the empty profound dragon platform, he appeared somewhat disappointed. However, he was willing to share his insights with others. No matter what, he would feel something was not right in such a situation. Even the sect elders could not make out the inner state of the heaven dragon. Why was that? Xiao Jinyu might be lying, purposely opposing Xiao Chen. However, Li Luo did not seem like that kind of person. Xiao Chen's point of view and intuition conflicted intensely with their feelings. Otherwise, Li Luo would not have left. There had to be a reason behind this. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at the heaven dragon statue, at the heaven dragon head hidden in the clouds. The indistinct heavenly might and dragon might merged, appearing tyrannical and arrogant. No one dared to look at it directly. However, Xiao Chen found it amiable. Aside from that, there was also an ethereal, free and carefree air that was exceptionally clear. Strange, this piqued Xiao Chen's interest. After thinking about it, he suddenly thought of something. The blue dragon bloodline. That's right. It must be because my bloodline is special, much stronger than mixed blood dragons, true dragons and even other divine dragon bloodlines. That's why I can make out the inner state of this heaven dragon statue with one glance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for those elders not to see it. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen felt that this was the only possibility. It was very likely. Aside from that, it might have something to do with Xiao Chen's experiences. Xiao Chen did not have the experience of being a mixed blood dragon. It was like looking at this heaven dragon statue from a bystander's point of view. It was hard to avoid seeing some other mysteries. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a treasure light suddenly flared behind him. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw the heaven dragon statue, where the clouds lingered. The heaven dragon's mouth gave off a 7-colored treasure light. After a while, the thing in the dragon's mouth flowed down the waterfall. It was resplendent and indistinct. What is it? Xiao Chen stepped forward and arrived before the waterfall. Then he reached into the water and took it out. The light scattered, revealing a fruit giving off a mellow fragrance. At first glance, the fruit looked like a small dragon crouching there. Strange. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen put the fruit away and left. At the same time, below the profound dragon platform, Xiao Jinyu and the others gathered together, expressing their views on the heaven dragon's mysteries. Xiao Chen's understanding is complete nonsense. It doesn't make sense at all. To think that he thinks that he can see more clearly than the elders. How arrogant and ignorant. Xiao Jinyu said in an intense tone, feeling upset. When Xiao Jinyu thought of Xiao Chen's nonchalant reply, perhaps, Xiao Jinyu felt depressed. Did he really think that he was invincible just because he stood at the peak of the heaven dragon? He was just lucky and went up ahead of time. From the bottom of his heart, Xiao Jinyu refused to admit that he was inferior to Xiao Chen. He did not believe that he could not compare to a mixed blood dragon. Qin Yen frowned and said, although he indeed comprehended the heaven dragon's profound meaning, I feel that it's completely brushing us off. He did not tell us the true profoundness within. Senior brother Zhang Yi, you are very knowledgeable. What do you think? Zhang Yi shook his head and said, it's hard to say. It is too inconceivable, completely at odds with what I comprehended. If I continue listening, I'm afraid that something might go wrong when I cultivate in the future. Zhu Yun and Exian maintained their poise but did not say anything. However, based on the two's expressions, they clearly agreed with what Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi said. Otherwise they would have retorted. Senior sister Li Luo came down as well. Fang Tianyi said when he saw a graceful figure walking over from above. Indeed, even senior sister Li Luo can't stand it anymore. Like I said, he is just brushing us off, Xiao Jinyu said with emphasis, sounding even more certain. Li Luo frowned slightly. When she noticed that the expressions of the others were off, she said sullenly, Junior brother Xiao Chen already said at the start that this is his own personal comprehension. He cannot guarantee whether he can gain anything. Don't speak ill of him behind his back. I'm not saying that he is not good. He is just trying to mislead us, not wanting us to catch up to him. Xiao Jinyu smiled coldly. His opinion of Xiao Chen was rather heavy. Just at this moment, the profound dragon platform suddenly gave off a bright light. The group looked up and saw a clump of 7-colored light flowing down the waterfall from the mouth of the heaven dragon statue. Qin Yen immediately felt shocked. He asked doubtfully, what is that? A heaven dragon fruit. Zhu Yun's expression suddenly changed drastically. He exclaimed somewhat excitedly, it is definitely a heaven dragon fruit. It is exactly as described in the sect's ancient records. A mutated fruit with a dragon's mouth giving off 7-colored light and flowing down the waterfall. Li Luo's expression also changed slightly. She muttered, "Junior brother Xiaochen did not lie to us. His understanding might really be correct." "Senior brother Zhang, what is a heaven dragon fruit?" Qin Yin asked as he looked at Zhang Yi. The veteran core disciple, Zhang Yi, replied softly, "When comprehending the Tao in the profound dragon platform, if one can obtain the recognition of the heaven dragon statue, there is a certain chance that it will spit out a mutated fruit. That is the heaven dragon fruit. This heaven dragon fruit can not only increase one's cultivation, cleanse the physical body and refine soul energy, but it can also strengthen the mysteries of the heaven dragon. I have only heard of some legends. Unexpectedly, there really is a mutated item like the heaven dragon fruit." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhu Yun and Exian did not say anything. They directly rushed towards the profound dragon platform, not caring about anything else. They just wanted to ask Xiaochen for a leaf. If they could obtain a leaf from the mutated fruit, it would be a stroke of good fortune. The two had already rushed over very quickly. However, they could only fly quickly. They could no longer catch up to Xiaochen. Even if they could catch up, they would be too embarrassed to do so. Soon Xiao Jinyu and the others rushed over. When they did not see Xiaochen, they all felt regret. When the Heaven Dragon Palace was first established, the Heaven Dragon fruit often appeared. However, in the past 10,000 years, the Heaven Dragon fruit has only appeared 3 times in total. Every time, the person who obtained the Heaven Dragon fruit became an outstanding talent that could shake up the entire Great Thousand Realms, Li Luo muttered to herself. Then, she added indifferently, "Like I said, even if I cannot understand junior brother Xiaochen's words, I cannot slander him behind his back." Even the spiritual symbol of the Heaven Dragon Palace acknowledged his Tao. Clearly he is not wrong. Xiao Jinyu showed an embarrassed expression. He knew that Li Luo was referring to him. This slap to the face felt somewhat painful. Even though Xiaochen was no longer here, he still felt a searing pain. The mutated fruit should have 3 leaves. After junior brother Xiaochen consumed the Heaven Dragon fruit, his need for leaves is negligible. He might be able to get one. Zhu Yun and Exian's thoughts were more practical. They muttered to themselves. After thinking for a while, the temptation of the Heaven Dragon fruit's leaves overcame the awkwardness. They decided to thicken their skin and ask for one. In the clouds above Cold Moon Cave, Xiaochen, who had turned into a bolt of lightning, sensed that someone was visiting his residence. When he appeared in the clouds and looked over, he revealed a surprised expression. The visitors were actually Wei Hongfei, Situ Changfeng, and Murong Yan. Xiaochen quickly landed and rushed to the front to welcome them. "Brother Xiaochen, it has been a long time." Murong Yan's loud voice had just landed when Xiaochen heard it from far away. Xiaochen's figure flashed and he met the group halfway up the mountain. Situ Changfeng smiled faintly and said, "You came really quickly. Brother Zhao's strength is becoming increasingly horrifying. You can even sense our auras from so far away." "That was not the case." Xiaochen replied softly, "It's just a coincidence. Everyone come with me. Let's go to the residence and have a seat first." After entering the residence, Murong Yan looked at Xiaochen, who personally brewed tea and poured water. His lips twitched as he said, "I say, Xiaochen, your residence is really empty and desolate. Why didn't you find some servants or maids?" Xiaochen could hire servants to manage his residence. However, Xiaochen preferred peace and quiet, so he did not apply for one from the sect. After exchanging conventional greetings, Wei Hongfei said, "Xiaochen, you still exceeded my expectations. Although I felt that it would not be difficult for you to become a heaven-class core disciple, I really did not expect you to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. I was just lucky." At the mention of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Murong Yan also became interested. Come. Let's spar. I heard that this fist technique is rather ferocious. Coincidentally, I recently practiced a fist technique of our Red Dragon Palace's forbidden technique." Naturally, Xiaochen would not fight with Murong Yan for no reason. Ignoring Murong Yan, he looked at Situ Changfeng and asked, "Why are the 3 of you here?" Situ Changfeng looked at Wei Hongfei and said, "Brother Wei, please speak." Wei Hongfei nodded and said, "There is still half a year before the competition between the 7 outer palaces. I want to use this half a year to make a trip to Desolate God Valley, so I went to look for Murong Yan and Situ Changfeng, and then you." Xiaochen had heard of Desolate God Valley before. It was a forbidden land at the intersection of several empires. It was incredibly dangerous but also filled with fortuitous encounters. Xiaochen nodded and said, "I'm fine with it. I've been in closed-door cultivation for a long time already. Coincidentally, I want to move around." Situ Changfeng smiled and said, I just knew that Brother Xiao would agree. We cannot remain in this Heaven Dragon Palace for long. 3 days from now we will meet in Heaven Dragon City. We will discuss this in detail so that you can make your preparations. Wait a moment. Xiao Chen thought of something and took out the mutated fruit he obtained at the Profound Dragon platform. Then he handed it to Situ Changfeng and asked, Brother Situ, what is this? This. When Situ Changfeng saw it, he felt slightly stunned. Then he exclaimed in shock, Where did you get this? Xiao Chen honestly explained what he experienced. Situ Changfeng exchanged looks with Wei Hongfei. Then he said with a grave expression, Quickly put it away. This is a Heaven Dragon fruit. The Heaven Dragon statue on your main peak has an extremely ancient origin. For the sake of this Heaven Dragon fruit, it even incited some fights between the outer palaces. It is best to consume it early to prevent more problems from cropping up. They have such great origins? Xiao Chen was rather shocked. To think that 2 people with divine dragon bloodlines revealed such grave expressions. It looked like the value of this item surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Wei Hongfei said, It is not just this fruit. These 3 Heaven Dragon leaves are worth cities as well and are extremely rare. You should keep them well. In the future you can use them to exchange for the resources you need. Xiao Chen asked, Can the effect stack with the fruit? That is not possible. After consuming the Heaven Dragon fruit, consuming the Heaven Dragon leaves will have almost no effect. When Xiao Chen heard that, he understood. He said straightforwardly, In that case I'll give these 3 Heaven Dragon leaves to the few of you. I already have the Heaven Dragon fruit. It would be impolite of me to refuse. While Wei Hongfei and Situ Changfeng were still being polite, Murong Yen casually put away the fruits. Murong Yen casually put it away. The 2 thanked him and solemnly put it away as well. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He looked outside and said, Someone else is here. Chapter 1927. Someone else came. Upon hearing that, Situ Changfeng smiled and said, Brother Xiao, it looks like you are rather popular in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Rather popular? Xiao Chen did not say much. However, he thought about the somewhat disappointed scene at the Profound Dragon platform earlier. He did not know who had come. With a thought, Xiao Chen took out his identity token and formed a hand seal with both hands. The layers of formations outside the residence opened. Soon Zhu Yun and EXN rushed over to where Xiao Chen was. Senior brothers, what brings you here? Xiao Chen asked softly as he looked at the 2, feeling it strange. Zhu Yun hesitated for a while before asking probingly, Junior brother, did you obtain a Heaven Dragon fruit? That's right. When I spoke to the various junior brothers, I seem to have obtained the acknowledgement of the Heaven Dragon statue. A fruit fell from it. It is indeed a Heaven Dragon fruit, Xiao Chen answered honestly, not deliberately hiding anything. Indeed, it is a Heaven Dragon fruit. Zhu Yun and EXIN rejoiced. EXN said, Junior brother, there should be 3 more Heaven Dragon leaves for the Heaven Dragon fruit. After consuming the Heaven Dragon fruit, consuming the Heaven Dragon leaf will not have much effect. The 2 of us would like to request a Heaven Dragon leaf from Junior brother. We can use other resources to exchange for it. Junior brothers, you are too polite. If not for me speaking to everyone, the Heaven Dragon fruit would not have appeared. We are all from the same sect, so there is no need to talk about exchanging. Before Xiao Chen finished, Zhu Yun and EXN rejoiced. Junior brother is really straightforward. In that case it would be impolite for the 2 of us to refuse. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so generous, not requiring them to use resources to exchange for the Heaven Dragon fruit. Xiao Chen immediately felt helpless, not knowing what to say. He had not finished speaking yet. When Situ Changfeng saw the situation, he said softly, The 2 of you are too late. Brother Xiao Chen already gave the Heaven Dragon leaf to the 3 of us. I'm afraid that we cannot return it. What? Zhu Yun and EXIN were greatly startled. Only now did they notice that the 3 people beside Xiao Chen all had extraordinary airs and were very strong. He asked softly, May I ask who you are? The Red Dragon Palace's Heaven Class Core Disciple Murong Yen. Blue Dragon Palace's Heaven Class Core Disciple, Situ Changfeng. The Golden Dragon Palace's Heaven Class Core Disciple Wei Hongfei. Zhu Yun and EXIN immediately felt immense pressure. These 3 were actually Heaven Class Core Disciples with Divine Dragon bloodlines. Although they were all Heaven Class Core Disciples, everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire knew about the Heaven Class Core Disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace and the Heaven Class Core Disciples of the other outer palaces. Not only in terms of strength and status, but there was also a clear gap between them. Furthermore, Zhu Yun and EXN were among the weaker Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The stronger Heaven-class core disciples had already passed the test and were out tempering themselves. Zhu Yun looked a little embarrassed. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "I won't bother you anymore." After the two left Xiao Chen's residence, they still found it hard to calm down. To think that 3 disciples with divine dragon bloodlines were Xiao Chen's honored guests. Based on the 3's expressions, they did not show any signs of superiority when facing Xiao Chen. In fact, Zhu Yun and EXN even vaguely felt that the 3 seemed to be here to seek help from Xiao Chen. It turned out that the calm, white-clad bladesman at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace had already surpassed them without them realizing it. Be it breadth of vision or breadth of mind, they were on completely different levels. With this thought, Zhu Yun and EXN could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. It looks like senior sister Li Luo is right. Junior brother Xiao Chen indeed has good intentions toward us. Given his current strength and breadth of mind, there is no need for him to mislead us or fear that we will surpass him. EXN let out a long sigh, speaking the truth somewhat helplessly. Even Heaven-class core disciples with divine dragon bloodlines sought help from Xiao Chen. How could Xiao Chen treat them as opponents and harbor ill intentions? Shaking their heads, the two showed dispirited expressions as they left in disappointment. They were not too disappointed that they could not obtain the Heaven Dragon Leaf. What they truly felt disappointed about was discovering the invisible gap between them and Xiao Chen. Situ Changfeng's group did not remain for long in Cold Moon Cave. Wei Hongfei stood up and said, "Let's meet at the largest inn in Heaven Dragon City 3 days from now. Xiao Chen, you should make your preparations as well." Right. After the 3 left, Xiao Chen took out the Heaven Dragon fruit and ate it without thinking. Not to mention the glistening Heaven Dragon fruit tasted pretty good. It was fragrant and sweet, refreshing and moisturizing. After a while, the effects of the Heaven Dragon fruit started to show. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and carefully experienced it. The instant he closed his eyes, his entire body gave off a resplendent light. The bright light was formed by strands of pure dragon qi. Then the dragon qi gathered behind Xiao Chen and formed a heaven dragon. With the aid of the Heaven Dragon fruit, the strand of Heaven Dragon's mysteries in Xiao Chen's body strengthened continuously. Xiao Chen felt that he could gradually grasp the originally vague and unfathomable Heaven Dragon's mysteries, which seemed to be about to completely take form. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly Xiao Chen's aura soared wildly. After consuming the Heaven Dragon fruit, the 2 types of veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body continuously condensed and strengthened rapidly. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. When Xiao Chen completely absorbed the Heaven Dragon fruit, his cultivation directly soared to peak consummation late-stage Star Venerate. This saved Xiao Chen a lot of time, allowing him to reach the peak of the Star Venerate realm. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that he would need some time to reach the bottleneck. Now he had reached it. 4 hours later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A strand of golden dragon-shaped light flashed in his eyes. How strong! My veritable essence energy is secondary. My Heaven Dragon's mysteries are truly a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy would reach this level sooner or later. Furthermore, he did not lack resources, he only lacked time. However, the Heaven Dragon's mysteries were different. Comprehending them was relatively slow. One Heaven Dragon fruit directly helped Xiao Chen condense a complete strand of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. It was no longer like before, where he could only comprehend it but not grasp it. With a thought, a strand of swimming light appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. This was the tangible image of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. In the future, it would be easy for him to infuse the Heaven Dragon's mysteries into his aura, dragon might or martial techniques. Xiao Chen now felt even more confident of becoming a Heaven Dragon. For the next 3 days, Xiao Chen did not make any preparations. He spent all his time digesting the many benefits of the Heaven Dragon fruit. Aside from his veritable essence energy, cultivation, and the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, he had to slowly digest the other benefits. For example, the cleansing of his physical body allowed Xiao Chen's divine dragon war body to improve by another level. 3 days later, at the largest inn in Heaven Dragon City, Xiao Chen met up with Situ Changfeng and the other 2. Now that they were no longer in the Heaven Dragon Palace, Wei Hongfei, Murong Yen, and Wei Hongfei felt much less restrained. When Situ Changfeng saw Xiao Chen, his eyes lit up. "Xiao Chen, you refined the Heaven Dragon fruit?" "Yes, the effects are pretty good. I refined my veritable essence energy again, and my cultivation even advanced to peak consummation late-stage Star Venerate. My Heaven Dragon's mysteries improved further. In Xiao Chen's current state, one heaven dragon fruit raised his combat prowess by at least 20%. Although Situ Changfeng and the other two also refined the heaven dragon leaves, the effects were much weaker than Xiao Chen's. Furthermore, the three had not comprehended the heaven dragon's mysteries. Hence, they had wasted the greatest effect. In that case, let's go to Desolate God Valley. It looks like we have a better chance there, Situ Changfeng said softly with a smile. Wei Hongfei said, let's get back to business. Xiaoqin, how much do you know about Desolate God Valley? Not much. I only know that it is a forbidden land at the intersection of several empires. Not only will there be Divine Dragon Empire cultivators, but cultivators from the other empires will also appear there. Aside from the dangers of Desolate God Valley itself, we also have to deal with the cultivators of the other empires. Wei Hongfei said seriously, in reality, it is even more dangerous than you think. With our strength, we can probably only search for fortuitous encounters at the periphery of Desolate God Valley. Although Desolate God Valley is called a valley, in reality, it is extremely vast, comparable to a county of an empire. There are also many secret realms that can materialize unknown small worlds. However, as long as we can find some fortuitous encounters, our chances in the competition between the 7 outer palaces will be much higher. Xiaoqin thought of something else and asked, how strong do you rank among the heaven-class core disciples of your respective outer palaces? When Murong Yen and the other two heard that, they thought for a while before answering honestly, although we are not at the bottom, it will still be difficult for us to enter the top 10. Many of the veteran heaven-class core disciples hide their strength and are extremely horrifying. No one knows exactly how strong they are. When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt slightly stunned. A heaven-class core disciple with a divine dragon bloodline seems somewhat horrifying. To think that Murong Yen and Wei Hongfei did not even dare to say that they ranked in the top 10. Wei Hongfei said seriously, however, the three of us are still very confident that we can enter the top 10 within half a year. Those people only have a little more time than us. Their talent and comprehension ability are not that much stronger. In fact, they might not even be comparable to us. Situ Changfeng said, this time, we entered Desolate God Valley to search for a fortuitous encounter, one that can shorten the time and overtake them. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. He had not seen any of the veteran heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, based on Zhu Yun, Li Luo and Wei Hongfei's strength, he could tell that the heaven-class core disciples that left the Heaven Dragon Palace would not be weak. Compared to Situ Changfeng, Murong Yen and Wei Hongfei, Xiaoqin also needed to work hard. After discussing and coming to an agreement, Wei Hongfei said, we still need to go to the White Dragon Palace and the Green Dragon Palace to find one person each. Let's go to the White Dragon Palace first. Chapter 1928. Each province had 100 counties. Each county was the size of a great realm. The Divine Dragon Empire had a total of 7 provinces. The 6 colored divine dragons each occupied a province. The strong mixed blood dragon clans occupied the other provinces. The province that the White Dragon bloodline occupied was Cloudwater Province. The White Dragon Palace was in Cloudwater Province's White Mountain County, far from the Heaven Dragon Palace. A holy venerate might not be able to reach it even if he flew for a year. They could only rely on the teleportation formations between cities to teleport from one city to another to travel extremely great distances. Xiao Chen's group of 4 traveled for 7 days, traveling non-stop. Finally, they arrived at White Mountain County. Like the Heaven Dragon Palace, the White Dragon Palace was also in an ancient dragon city. White Cloud City. The ancient dragon city had an extremely simple and refreshing name. Like its name, most of the buildings in the city were white. However, they were not pure white. Instead, they gave off a jade-like luster. The later generations must have used divine materials to refurbish this ancient dragon throne according to the white dragon race's preferences. Although the city was completely white, it gave off a much more magnificent feeling than Heaven Dragon City. However, there were far fewer cultivators in the city than in Heaven Dragon City. The streets of Heaven Dragon City were bustling with people, flowing in an endless stream. This was understandable. There were many more cultivators with mixed blood dragon bloodlines than the cultivators of the other 6 colored divine dragons. There was no comparison at all. Normally, mixed blood dragon cultivators would not come to this White Cloud City for no reason. The mixed blood dragons in this city were probably servants and the like of the lowest rung. Xiao Chen sensed that this city was not friendly to mixed blood dragons. After thinking about it, he did not have any intention of going to the White Dragon Palace. He did not want to cause any trouble. Xiao Chen, are you sure you are not coming with us? Wei Hongfei asked. After all, they had come together, so he hoped to go together. Xiaochen nodded and said, I'm not going. Murong Yen smiled and said, Are you really not going? I heard that the White Dragon Holy Daughter occasionally returns to the White Dragon Palace. If you don't go and miss out, it will be a pity. Situ Changfeng laughed to himself. What kind of reason is this? Xiaochen does not look like someone who covets beauty. Although the White Dragon Holy Daughter was indeed peerless in her generation, her beauty was enough to topple cities. However, he did not believe that Xiaochen would change his mind just because of the White Dragon Saintess. Unexpectedly, just as he was thinking this, Xiaochen said, There's no harm in going. Aha, Xiaochen is indeed a kindred spirit. Murong Yen guffawed. However, Wei Hongfei and Situ Changfeng were startled. However, he soon calmed down. Situ Changfeng said, The White Dragon Holy Daughter is indeed a peerless beauty. Back then, I was fortunate enough to see her from afar. She is indeed extraordinarily charming. After a few years, I wonder how much more elegant it has become. Wei Hongfei said, He should be a late-stage holy venerate. He will probably have some difficulty breaking through to sovereign personage. The bottleneck between holy venerate and sovereign personage is still too big. The group chatted as they walked. Soon they arrived at the White Dragon Palace's main gate. Xiaochen took a look. Compared to the Heaven Dragon Palace's main gate, this gate was much more vast and majestic. The mountain range occupied by the outer palaces controlled by the 6-colored divine dragons should be even larger than the mountain range occupied by the Heaven Dragon Palace. Wei Hongfei had already informed the White Dragon Palace in advance. As a Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple, the White Dragon Palace still showed him some face. After verifying their identities, the White Dragon Palace did not make things difficult for them. It even sent an administrator to lead the way. Everything in the White Dragon Palace was normal. Clearly Lu Ryue did not come. There were not many coincidences in the world. Xiaochen had come with some hope, so he was not too disappointed. After entering a residence, the servants took care of the group and they started to wait. Xiaochen observed for a while. This residence was similar to his own. However, there were many more servants. Even if the master was not around, the guests would be well taken care of. The person we are waiting for is very strong. He became a Heaven-class core disciple 1 year ago. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the leader of this operation. Most importantly, he has already been to the desolate God Valley twice and is much more experienced than us. This trip is definitely not for him. Wei Hongfei softly introduced the identity and strength of the person he wanted to meet on this trip to the White Dragon Palace. Stronger than you? Murong Yen said with some surprise. If that was the case, Xiaochen's strength would truly inspire awe. Something like that. Wei Hongfei did not express any opinion, not objecting. Dong dong dong. Xiaochen and the others didn't have to wait for long before they heard footsteps coming from outside. However, from the sound of it, it wasn't just one person. As expected, of the 2 White Dragon race martial artists of similar stature, the one on the left was particularly eye-catching. His cultivation was not high, just a peak early-stage holy venerate. However, he had an aura that had been tempered for a long time. It was extremely terrifying. With one look, one could tell that he was an expert who had gone through many trials and tribulations. His gaze was sharp and his expression was cold. Brother Zhongli, long time no see. Wei Hongfei stood up to welcome Zhongli. At the same time he introduced Xiaochen and the others. Every time Zhongli introduced someone, he nodded slightly to indicate his understanding. However, when it was Xiaochen's turn, Zhongli interrupted, Brother Wei, our agreement did not mention bringing a mixed blood dragon along. Here comes trouble. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. However, he remained calm and collected, his expression not changing. He had already expected this. So what if he is a mixed blood dragon? As long as he is strong enough, that is enough, Murong Yen said straightforwardly, dissatisfied with Zhongli's attitude. Zhongli could not be bothered to look at Murong Yen. He pointed to the person beside him and said, This is my junior brother, Lu Yunfei. He is a new Heaven-class core disciple of the White Dragon Palace this year. I want to bring him to desolate God Valley. Situ Changfeng said softly, Actually, with our team, having one more person is not a problem at all. Why is it not a problem? One more person means one more share of the benefits and one more person to take care of. If we end up being a burden, we might end up harming the entire team. My team does not tolerate trash. Zhongli showed a cold expression, showing no intention of backing down. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei immediately felt put on the spot. Unexpectedly, Wei Hongfei was so determined. However, Wei Hongfei did not back down. He said seriously, Xiaochen is not weak. Before he became a Heaven-class core disciple, He could already kill Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike. He nearly single-handedly saved the entire Flame Dragon Legion. Now he even practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. If Brother Zhongli insists, then we can only take the risk and enter by ourselves. Although Zhongli was strong and had the experience of entering Desolate God Valley, it was impossible for Wei Hongfei to abandon Xiaoqian. Wei Hongfei had strong confidence in Xiaoqian, so he decisively made his choice. Such a decisive decision startled Zhongli. To think that Wei Hongfei was so determined. Very well, I'll take a step back. Xiaoqian is indeed extraordinary to be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist has clear flaws. If he loses control of his emotions, he might end up entering a state of berserking chi deviation. Clearly he cannot use it as a trump card. Without the Supreme Dragon Fist, how strong can he be? Zhongli was extremely calm, analyzing objectively. So, Situ Changfeng felt that the other party was implying something. Zhongli said seriously, "It's very simple. Don't use the Supreme Dragon Fist and fight with my junior brother. We need a stable companion, not a troublesome person who might lose control of his emotions at any moment. If you win, I have nothing to say." Zhongli's words sounded reasonable. However, Situ Changfeng felt that Zhongli had already prepared this excuse when he brought Lu Yunfei over. Zhongli wanted to kick Xiaoqian out and send his junior brother in. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei exchanged looks. They could not decide. So they looked at Xiaoqian and asked, "Xiaoqian, what do you think?" After all, it would be unfair to Xiaoqian if they did not use the Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiaoqian said calmly, "I have no objections." Zhongli smiled and said, "You are rather bold. I forgot to mention that my junior brother has already converted 20% of his divine dragon bloodline. His potential is even greater than mine. This is also why I insisted on bringing him to Desolate God Valley." What? Situ Changfeng, Murong Yen and the others were startled. As they looked at Lu Yunfei, they found this somewhat incredulous. The great Desolate Ian bloodline was a boundless treasure trove. Normally, before one reached the Faux God realm, it would be very difficult to convert all of it into one's strength. Xiaoqian managed to convert 20% of his bloodline as a holy venerate. This person had indeed hidden his strength. Situ Changfeng and the others only managed to convert less than 10%. The conversion of one's bloodline could only be done with external help, like medicinal pills or natural treasures. Some people had special physiques. For the same medicinal pill, if one could convert 1,000th, another could convert 100th. The various sects would pay attention to people with such special physiques and focus on nurturing them. Who would have thought that the ordinary-looking Lu Yunfei would actually have a special physique? Chapter 1929. Lu Yunfei looked at Xiaoqian and smiled coldly. "You will lose for sure. To think that you dare to fight me without using the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, don't worry. If you take the initiative to admit defeat, I will not injure you." Wei Hongfei said anxiously, "Xiaoqian, let's go. There is no need to remain in this White Dragon Palace. Given the strength of the four of us, if we work together, we can still barge into Desolate God Valley." "Go. Why go?" Xiaoqian retorted coldly, "Didn't you just convert 20% of your bloodline power? Being able to convert 20% of your bloodline power as a holy venerate is indeed incredible. However, so what? Whether you can bring it out and how much you can bring out is the key. If you cannot bring it out, it will be useless." Xiaoqian had to admit that being able to convert 20% of his bloodline power as a holy venerate was indeed incredible. Furthermore, he had a divine dragon bloodline. Converting 20% of his bloodline power would make him stronger than ordinary people. It would be easy for him to fight across realms. As his cultivation increased, the 20% of his bloodline power would come into play, increasing its potential. Xiaoqian had not tested himself, but he estimated that he had converted about 10% of his bloodline power. Although Xiaoqian did not have a special physique, he had consumed and refined a lot of life juice source back then, digging out the bloodline power. Even now he was still benefiting from it. Now that his grade 8 blue dragon bloodline was formed, Xiaoqian was confident that he could match the other party's white dragon bloodline by several grades. Furthermore, it was still unknown how much the other party could bring out. Even without using the Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiaoqian was confident of defeating the other party. What bold words! Xiaoqian's words thoroughly enraged Lu Yunfei. He demanded, "You mixed blood dragon, do you dare to make a bet with me? What are we betting? 10,000 primeval heavenly pills? Not only that, but whoever loses will kneel and kowtow to the other party and admit their mistake." Lu Yunfei shouted in an overbearing manner. Zhongli revealed a playful smile. He did not care. In any case, the loser would not be Lu Yunfei. If Xiaoqin did not dare to accept the bet and admitted defeat, that would be for the best. If I am the leader, I will not need a gutless person. If you don't have the guts, there's no need for you to follow me. Zhongli glanced at Xiaoqin and said nonchalantly, "My junior brother is being overbearing, and my senior brother is mocking me, squeezing me everywhere." However, these words provoked Wei Hongfei. He flung his sleeves and said coldly, "It looks like there is no need for us to remain in this White Dragon Palace. Xiaoqin, let's go. Since they don't welcome us, there's no need for us to be entangled here." With such an attitude, there was no need to continue playing with them. Even if they really formed a team. The knot in his heart was still there, and it was inevitable that a grudge would arise. Xiaoqin could not help admiring Wei Hongfei's decisiveness. If the team was not harmonious, there would be conflicts in desolate God Valley. Since there was no way to compromise, it was better to leave as soon as possible. What the hell? Oh. Murong Yen cursed and stood up indignantly. Clearly he supported Wei Hongfei's decision. "Wei Hongfei, you actually fell out with me for a mixed blood dragon?" Zhongli looked at Wei Hongfei incredulously, filled with confusion. Wei Hongfei smiled coldly and said, "Your question is rather interesting. Did you fall out with me for a junior brother with a special physique? Why can't I fall out with you for a mixed blood dragon who successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist and even saved my life?" "Little mixed blood dragon, stand still. Your duel with me has not started yet." Seeing Xiaoqin stand up and leave, Lu Yunfei, who was at the side, suddenly attacked, charging at Xiaoqin. The expressions of Murong Yen and the others changed involuntarily. Since Xiaoqin already fell out with Xiaoqin, how could there be a duel? "Xiaoqin, be careful." A few people shouted a warning. Without needing anyone to remind him, Xiaoqin already sensed the other party's killing intent the moment it appeared. Xiaoqin turned around and threw a palm strike. The instant Xiaoqin attacked, a Dao disc unfurled behind him and infused the force of his palm strike. Boom. Great Dao energy? Do you think you are the only one with it? Lu Yunfei snorted coldly, and a Dao disc appeared behind him as well, infusing it into his palm wind. His aura immediately soared. A strong wind blew and Dao might swept out. The others quickly scattered. "You think you can touch me at all? Child's play." Lu Yunfei revealed a disdainful smile. His aura continuously merged with the Dao might and soared. It looked like Xiaoqin was about to fall into a disadvantage. With a thought, another Dao might appeared. Two kinds of Dao might? Damn it. Back down. Lu Yunfei felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin comprehended two different great Daos. So, he quickly covered himself with his holy venerate will. Enough. When Xiaoqin saw that the other party was relentless, he felt slightly enraged. The two Dao might layered over each other as he unleashed his full power, going from small perfection to great perfection. Lightning and saber intent resonated. As electric light flickered, the two great perfection Dao might merged into one. Boom. The impact knocked Lu Yunfei back and made him vomit blood. Great perfection Dao might. Lu Yunfei and Zhongli were both startled. Both kinds of Dao might have reached great perfection. When Wei Hongfei and the other two saw this scene, they revealed joy after their initial shock. Unexpectedly, both of Xiaoqin's great Dao energies had reached great perfection. Murong Yen laughed loudly. "Ha! You are indeed trash. You should rejoice that my brother Xiaoqin did not gamble with you. Otherwise you would have to kneel and kowtow to apologize. Furthermore, you would have to hand over 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. You are simply bullying others." After being humiliated, Lu Yunfeng flew into a rage and directly attacked Murong Yen. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Murong Yen snorted coldly, and a berserk aura surged out of his body. Boom, boom, boom. The entire building instantly crumbled and the aura spread. A small portion of the vast residence was instantly destroyed. "Causing trouble in my residence? Aren't you looking down on my White Dragon Palace a little too much?" Zhongli felt slightly angry. As a veteran heaven-class core disciple, he allowed his junior brother to be humiliated in his residence. Now this Murong Yen even dared to destroy his residence. A murderous intent involuntarily stirred in Zhongli's heart. There was also Wei Hongfei. To think that he did not give me any face, daring to fall out with me. In that case, Zhongli should not leave. He should remain in the White Dragon Palace to reflect on his mistakes and figure out what he did wrong before leaving. When Wei Hongfei saw that Zhongli's expression was off, he said sullenly, "Let's go." The four did not think about anything else. They turned around and left, only wanting to leave this troublesome place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The four soared into the air and instantly left Wei Hongfei's residence, arriving at the White Dragon Palace. Zhongli gave chase. He shouted angrily in the air, "These people came to the White Dragon Palace to cause trouble. Stop them." As a veteran Heaven-class core disciple, Zhongli held a high position in the White Dragon Palace. After Zhongli gave the order, the surrounding White Dragon Palace disciples were stunned for a moment. Then they surrounded Xiao Chen's group. When Xiao Chen saw more than 100 White Dragon Palace core disciples surround him, he could not help smiling bitterly. What is this? Although Xiao Chen had a feeling that some trouble would occur, he had not expected it to be this big. Wei Hongfei clearly panicked somewhat. He said sullenly, "Let's leave before the elders arrive. We absolutely cannot get caught by them." If they got caught, the other party would be able to say whatever they wanted. However, once they got out, they would be Heaven-class core disciples of the outer palaces. They would not be afraid in their own territory. "Ah! White Dragon Palace trash, how dare you block me, Murong Yen? You are seeking death." Murong Yen did not have a care in the world. He only felt incredibly excited. He had never caused trouble in the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces in his life. Murong Yen clapped his hands and a strong wind of flames surged out, immediately knocking several core disciples into the air. Xiao Chen did not draw his saber. The two Dao might layered over each other as he casually attacked. Anyone who dared to block him would be knocked into the air by the scabbard. Sidu Changfeng's long sleeves fluttered. When he gently waved them, the strong wind was like he had grown an extra arm. Before the people blocking Sidu Changfeng could get close, they were knocked into the air, flailing about helplessly. They could not control their bodies at all. Then they fell to the ground in a sorry state. Immediately, agonized cries rang out endlessly. As long as the Heaven-class core disciples did not make a move, no one could block them. They swept through everything in their path. The four felt like they had returned to the abyssal underworld battlefield. Their auras flourished and their hot-bloodedness surged. Bang! Bang! Zhongli and Lu Yunfei cursed as they personally blocked the path. Unfortunately, the four worked together with great teamwork. The two exchanged only one move before getting beaten black and blue and getting knocked back. Murong Yen and the others could not help laughing loudly. Wei Hongfei said seriously, "Zhongli, if not for your experience in Desolate God Valley, do you think I would really let you be the leader this time? Now it looks like there is no need for that. The four of us working together is enough." The commotion was too great. More and more disciples joined the group blocking the way. However, when the four worked together, it was as Wei Hongfei said. They swept through everything in their path, unable to stop them at all. "Keep it up. Let's see if you can make it out of the mountains." "Let's see how we get out of the mountain," Wei Hongfei said as he looked at the mountain gates. The four raised their auras to their peak. When they worked together, their dragon might spread out unparalleled. Their teamwork actually improved. The four charged forward ferociously, not lingering to fight, not giving the other party a chance to trap them. Just as the four were about to charge out of the mountain gates, a short saber less than 1 meter long descended from the sky. The willow leaves fluttered chaotically. A spot of cold light amid the leaves looked resplendent and dazzling. It fell straight down, moving as fast as a star crashing to the ground, not giving anyone any time to react. "Willow leaf saber?" Wei Hongfei recognized that saber technique and quickly said, "Scatter." When the four sensed the strong saber intent contained in the short saber, their expressions changed slightly as they quickly scattered. Boom. When the short saber stabbed into the ground, it exploded. A shock wave containing saber intent radiated out. The four could not dodge in time. They grunted and went flying back. After the four landed, they had to take a few steps back before they could stabilize themselves. This saber strike scattered their formation. They saw a valiant and formidable-looking short-haired girl standing in front. She stretched out her hand and beckoned. Whoosh, whoosh. The short saber spiraled over. The howling saber light looked dazzling and piercing under the sunlight. Xiao Chen and the others could not help but close their eyes. At the same time, their figures flickered, dodging the saber chi that shot out as the saber light spun. Bang, 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 bang. The four executed their movement techniques. Aside from Xiao Chen, who did not get hit, the saber chi struck them all. Damn it! This girl is really heavy-handed. Murong Yen was in the worst state. His movement technique was weaker and he suffered more than 10 moves. His body was covered in blood as he cried out in pain. Clang! The short-haired girl withdrew her saber, and the saber light returned to the scabbard at her waist. "Do the few of you really think that my White Dragon Palace has no one left?" the short-haired girl asked charmingly as she looked at Xiao Chen's group of four. For a moment, Xiaoqun thought that Lu Riyue had appeared before him. However, her refreshing short hair clearly distinguished her from Lu Riyue's temperament. Chapter 1930. Dong Dong Dong. The short-haired girl's obstruction broke the formation of the four people, and the people behind them immediately chased after them. They surrounded Xiaoqun and the other three again. Once one's aura was disrupted, it would be very difficult for it to return to its peak even if it was reassembled. Furthermore, with this obstruction, the White Dragon Palace elders would definitely rush over. The few of them glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. They had caused a huge ruckus and charged forward ferociously, but in the end they still failed at the last step. Without any other thoughts, the few of them gave up on the idea of resisting. However, Xiaoqun did not panic. They were all heaven-class core disciples. The White Dragon Palace would not dare to do anything to them. At most, they would be confined and sent back to their respective outer halls to receive another punishment. This delay had messed up their plans. Speaking of which, the gains did not make up for the losses. It would affect the subsequent plans, and it was hard to say whether or not it would affect his performance in the competition between the 7 palaces. Murong Yen stopped the wound and squinted. Only then did he discover that the short-haired girl before him was not very old. He looked to be in his 20s, and the childishness on his face had yet to disappear. With one look, one could tell that he did not have much experience in the Jianghu, and he did not have any worldly aura. So, it is a girl. Murong Yan's lips curled up. As he spoke, he could not help wailing, "It really hurts." Clang. Right after Xiaoqun spoke, a strand of saber chi with a piercing light flew over like a willow leaf. This startled Murong Yan. He could no longer care about stopping his wound. He quickly jumped away, not daring to say anything more. So. A few strong auras came from the air. The sovereign personage experts of the White Dragon Palace rushed over. As Xiaoqun and the others expected, they no longer had a chance. "Elders, just leave the matters here to me," said Yi Shiwen. Who knew, the short-haired woman shouted a few words to the sky, and those sovereign personage elders tactfully withdrew. However, before he left, he sent a voice transmission to Xiaoqun and the others, "Don't mess around or it won't just be a simple confinement." After threatening him, he didn't actually go too far away. Truth be told, Xiaoqun and the others would not take action again. If there was an opportunity, they would not give it up. If they didn't have the chance, they wouldn't waste their efforts. Senior Sister Lu. It was at this moment that Lu Yunfei and Zhongli rushed over in panic. Situ Changfeng whispered to Wei Hongfei, "Hongfei, who is this girl? How could he have a lancet saber?" That Zhongli was actually so polite to him. What is his background? Wei Hongfei said uncertainly, "I heard that Lu Riyue has a younger sister who rarely shows herself. That should be her, right?" "What?" Xiaoqun was shocked. "Sister? What's going on? Why haven't I heard of this before?" Xiaoqun was indescribably shocked. However, it wasn't convenient for him to pursue the matter, so he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Although he was shocked, Xiaoqun didn't show it. He just looked at the short-haired girl a few more times. Seeing that Xiaoqun and the others had no intention of resisting, he heaved a sigh of relief and said to the short-haired girl, "Junior Marshal Sister Lu, these people made a scene in my abode. Not only did they injure Junior Marshal Brother Lu, but they also humiliated me and destroyed half of my abode. Leave these people to me. I have already informed the people from the law enforcement hall." "To hell with your nonsense." Murong Yen cursed. "It was clearly you who looked down on our friend, wanting to chase him out of the original team and put your junior brother in. After being rejected, your dogs hit junior brother sneak attacked my friend. Ah. The funniest thing is that not only did your sneak attack fail, but you even defeated him. I have seen shameless people before, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. No wonder you can enter and leave desolate God Valley a few times. It turns out that you are already unrivaled because your skin is too thick." Ah. Even though the situation was bad, Murong Yen did not dare to show his true colors. Not only did he curse, but he even mocked the other party, not giving the other party any face. Zhongli raged in his heart. However, as Murong Yen said, his expression did not change at all. He said casually, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, send Junior Marshal Sister Lu back first. I will handle this." "Yes. Wait a moment. I have not asked clearly yet. Am I the one in charge of this matter? Although I do not have much experience, my elder sister told me that when facing such a matter, the person involved has to avoid arousing suspicion. An outsider has to handle it." The short-haired girl's words were reasonable and well-grounded. Zhongli did not know how to rebut. "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, did you really sneak attack someone?" The short-haired girl asked Lu Yunfei, who was beside her, with wide eyes. Lu Yunfei blushed slightly in embarrassment. He found it hard to answer, so he looked at Zhongli for help. Just as Zhongli was about to say something, the short-haired girl said, "Don't interrupt. Let him speak for himself. In any case, the truth will be investigated. Don't ever lie. Otherwise, this young lady would not have done it on purpose." Lu Yunfei felt conflicted for a long time, hesitating over whether to admit to it or not. However, when he thought about it, if the short-haired girl before him really went to make a fuss about it, since he invited the palace master over, he had to tell the truth. He might as well admit it now. It would be more troublesome if the matter blew up. Lu Yunfei clenched his teeth and lowered his head. "I did." "Really?" This startled the short-haired girl. "You sneak-attacked someone and got defeated?" "Yes." Lu Yunfei had not even wiped the blood off his lips. He could not hide the wounds on his body. Even if he wanted to rebut, he could not. Lu Yunfei clenched his teeth and nodded again. Zhongli sighed in his heart. It's all over. Things took a turn. Xiao Qin and the others had not expected this Lu Yunfei to admit to everything. Murong Yen smiled and said, "You are really trash. You are not strong enough and your character is not good enough. Your skin is not even as thick as your senior brother's. So what if your bloodline has been converted to 20%? You are still trash." Ah. Scolding Lu Yunfei and Zhongli felt incredibly delighted. However, this infuriated Lu Yunfei and Zhongli. However, the short-haired girl did not care about this. She smiled excitedly and said, "Stop scolding. You are not a good person either. Who is the friend you speak of?" Murong Yen immediately felt like vomiting blood in his heart. "What do you mean I am not a good person either?" However, Murong Yen still obediently pointed to Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, the newly advanced heaven-class core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace." The short-haired girl looked around and roughly understood what was going on. Then she looked at Zhongli and asked, "Junior brother Zhong, are you still going to pursue this?" Zhongli smiled bitterly and said, "With junior sister making the decision, how could I dare to pursue this?" What was there to pursue? Lu Yunfei was like an idiot, admitting to everything. This was the White Dragon Palace, his territory. Outsiders were causing trouble here. Even if this matter was brought to the Hall Master's attention, as long as he refused to admit it, nothing would happen to him. Which outer hall didn't protect their own? Wei Hongfei glanced at Wei Hongfei and snorted coldly. Then he flung his sleeves and left. Lu Yunfei quickly followed. The crowd of core disciples surrounding Xiao Chen's group sighed and scattered. They knew that they had suffered for nothing today. "Thank you for upholding justice. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." Wei Hongfei performed a cupped fist salute, wanting to take his leave to prevent more problems from arising. "There's no rush. With me around, no one will dare to cause trouble for you. My sister has always told me that I can't judge a person based on their bloodline. I can't look down on others just because their bloodline isn't high. This time, senior brother Zhong was indeed in the wrong. I apologize on behalf of the White Dragon Palace. I also apologize to this friend from the Heaven Dragon Palace," the short-haired girl said sincerely as she looked at Xiao Chen. Murong Yen said, "Girl, although you were ruthless in your attacks, your bearing is pretty good. However, just apologizing is useless. We are all injured. We still have to make amends." The short-haired girl did not blame Murong Yen for pushing his luck. She smiled and said, "Hee hee. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. I would like to invite you all to my residence. I can see that you are all injured and exhausted a lot of veritable essence energy. It would be good to rest well before continuing on our journey." However, Murong Yen felt embarrassed. He had only said it casually. He had not expected the other party to be so sincere, so he felt somewhat terrified. Then he looked at Sidu Changfeng and the other two and whispered, "What do you think?" Xiao Chen was still feeling conflicted. How did Lu Riyue gain a younger sister? He did not think about anything else. Wei Hongfei rolled his eyes. He really could not do anything to Murong Yen. They could have just left, yet Murong Yen insisted on being a busybody. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him anymore. Sidu Changfeng said helplessly, "Miss Lu, you are so kind. If we do not go, it would seem like we are being unreasonable." "Let's go then." Seeing the group agree, the short-haired girl appeared very happy. After the group went far away, the hidden sovereign personage elders revealed themselves. They all shook their heads helplessly. "Second Miss is so mischievous and likes to meddle in other people's business. I think Zhongli is so angry that he wants to kill someone. She has been locked up in the White Dragon Palace all this while. It is rather boring. It is rare for something out of the ordinary to happen. It would be hard for her to ignore it. Are there any problems with these people's identities?" "There are no problems. They are all heaven-class core disciples of the various palaces. They probably only had a conflict with Zhongli because of a small argument and not intentionally causing trouble. In that case, let's leave this matter as it is. When Second Miss has had enough fun, we will send these people away. To dare to cause trouble in the White Dragon Palace, they are truly bold. Clearly these elders were still rather angry. Whether one was in the right or not, injuring an outsider or a White Dragon Palace disciple would upset the White Dragon Palace disciples. If not for the short-haired girl's interference, the matter would not have been resolved like this. Chapter 1931. The short-haired girl's residence was built at the side of a lake in the mountains. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a large lake in the middle of a lofty mountain range. The lake water was clear and a hazy white mist seeped out of it. Spiritual energy assaulted the nose. There was an exquisite pavilion in the middle of the lake, shrouded in white mist. It looked like a fairyland. Mountains surrounded the surroundings, and the lake water looked like a painting. The distant mountain ranges rose and fell. The lake water looked like jade amid the rising and falling mountain ranges, looking like a flawless rainstorm embedded in the mountains. Spirit birds soared in the sky and fish played in the lake water. When standing at the lakeside and looking, this picturesque lake was incredibly long and narrow, extending out between two mountain ranges. Unexpectedly, this small lake gave off the feeling of a vast sea, vast and unfathomable. As for the pavilion in the middle of the lake, through the mist, one could see dragons and phoenixes carved in the pavilion, looking pure white. The pavilion flickered with a glazed luster, making the lake water ripple and look jade green. A few large mandarin ducks took off, tearing through the mist and flying past the pavilion. The picturesque scenery instantly came to life. Great place. Even if I stay here forever, I will not tire of it. If there comes a day when I no longer pursue the martial Tao, I want to find a scenery comparable to this place and retire. Situ Changfeng sighed, completely immersed in the beautiful scenery. The short-haired girl retorted, "That's impossible. I've lived here for 10-odd years already. I've had enough already. How can I stay here forever and not tire of it?" Xiaoqin said softly, "That is because your heart is not calm enough. If your heart is not calm, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, it will not be enough. In your eyes it is just two simple words: mountains and water. If you have already seen all the splendor, experienced the ups and downs of honor and disgrace, what you will see." The short-haired girl interrupted, "Then what will you see?" Xiaoqin smiled and said, "You will still see the mountains and the water. That is still the same. Do you see that pavilion? Every time my elder sister comes back, she stays there," the short-haired girl said softly as she pointed to the white jade pavilion in the middle of the lake. Murong Yan's eyes lit up. "Can we go over and take a look?" The short-haired girl shook her head and said, "Of course not. Without permission, how can we enter my elder sister's room?" "That's just wasting my time," Murong Yan said, appearing somewhat disappointed. "Hee, but you can go to my cave. Besides, that pavilion is so empty. What's there to see?" After the short-haired girl spoke, she called everyone over to her residence. Xiaoqin was the last to enter. Before he left, he glanced at the pavilion in the center of the lake and entered deep thought. After entering the cave, the short-haired girl seemed to have changed into a different person. She kept pestering them with questions. She was far from being an expert like she had been. As the group chatted, they learned that this short-haired girl was called Lu Riyun, the daughter of the current White Dragon race's clan head. White was white. Of the white of the dragon. The White Dragon race's patriarch was the White Dragon King. He led all the White Dragon cultivators in the Divine Dragon Empire. If something happened, the white of in. The of A to the dragon. Of course, the various outer palaces were under the jurisdiction of the Dragon's Gate, even the White Dragon King. Xiaoqin couldn't help but say to himself, "Nonsense. Doesn't that mean Lu Riyue is the White Dragon King's eldest daughter?" In the Sky Dome realm's Qingyun Peak, who died from falling into a demonic Tao and sealed herself in ice before dying. Who was that to Lu Riyue? Lu Riyue could not possibly have two fathers. Xiaoqin pondered in his heart. This matter might be much more complicated than he thought. The White Dragon Palace core disciple had mentioned it previously. Not only did Lu Riyue have a grade 7 bloodline, but she also had an innate dragon soul. The power of her dragon soul was extremely pure. Ordinary dragon race cultivators possessed a dragon bloodline. However, their soul energy was that of an ordinary person's. There was nothing special about it. An innate dragon soul contained the power of the dragon soul. It was completely different. Not only could such an existence revitalize the White Dragon clan, but he might even be able to seize the position of Dragon Emperor. Perhaps this was the reason why Xiao Chen had to hide Lu Riyue's identity. Making her the daughter of the White Dragon King would be the most convincing. Who would dare to doubt the White Dragon King? Looking at it now, it was indeed very successful. In the Divine Dragon Empire, Xiao Chen had never heard of anyone doubting Lu Riyue's identity. To Xiao Chen none of this mattered. The crux of the problem was whether Lu Riyue herself knew about this. If this group of people harmed Riyue for the sake of their own benefits, I absolutely will not forgive them. Xiao Chen had seen people do extreme things before benefits. He could not help but overthink this. You are going to Desolate God Valley? The short-haired girl asked as she looked curiously at the group. Wei Hongfei nodded and said, yes. Originally we planned to invite Zhongli along. However, only the 4 of us can go. The short-haired girl Lu Riyun said, I'll accompany you. I am no weaker than brother Zhongli. Even he did not stop you, but I did. Confidence flashed in Lu Riyun's eyes as she spoke. It had to be said that Lu Riyun was not weak. She could even be considered very strong. As the White Dragon King's daughter, her bloodline and aptitude would not be bad. Her cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and Dao tools would definitely be the best. On the surface, Lu Riyue appeared to be stronger than the other 4. However, in a true fight to the death, the short-haired girl would not be a match for any one of the 4. When the short-haired girl said that she would come along, even the brainless Murong Yen did not respond. Situ Changfeng said, it looks like it is already late. Let's rest first. The short-haired girl appeared somewhat helpless as she said, all right. Uncle may bring the few of you to check in. Late at night, when the bright moon hung high in the sky, Xiao Chen came out of his room and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After verifying that no one was around, he pushed off with his feet and carefully avoided the many restrictions. Then he landed on the lake and turned into a cool breeze. Sticking close to the lake surface, he silently flew towards the pavilion in the center of the lake. When Xiao Chen got closer, he was shocked to discover that there was nothing at the center of the lake. The water rippled and a cool breeze blew. There was no pavilion. Is this an illusion? Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye unhurriedly and saw some clues. The illusion before him was not a simple one. If he took another step forward, he would enter an illusion formation and be trapped. If he tried to barge in, the consequences would be dire. This is not a problem for me. Xiao Chen put on the Death God mask and activated one of the mask's 3 secret techniques, Void Shadow. Xiao Chen's body slowly turned illusory, existing between reality and illusion. He existed for only a second. However, this 1 second was sufficient for Xiao Chen to pass through that troublesome illusion formation and enter the pavilion. I succeeded. Xiao Chen removed his mask and walked up the steps of the White Jade Pavilion. Then he pushed open the door without hesitation. This is where Riyue lived. Xiao Chen sized up the place and did not find anything special about it. It was just where girls usually stayed. It was as Lu Riyun said, it was empty. Clearly she had not returned for a long time. Even if she returned, she would not have stayed for long. As Xiao Chen casually walked around the pavilion, he did not think too much of it. He just wanted to look around where Lu Riyue once stayed. This is... Xiao Chen stopped and discovered an unfinished painting in the study of the pavilion. Slowly unfurling the painting, Xiao Chen discovered a blurry figure. There was a silhouette, but the facial features were missing. It was unfinished, so he could not make out much. Who is this painting? After closing the painting, Xiao Chen thought curiously, could it be Lu Riyue who drew it? Only she and Lu Riyun lived here. Lu Riyun was still young and did not look like she knew how to draw. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen concluded that it was very likely that Lu Riyue drew it. Xiao Chen thought for a while and rolled up the painting. Then he placed it in the universe ring. Ha! Thief! Just at this moment a voice rang out. The short-haired girl, Lu Riyun, suddenly appeared outside the door. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at this girl in astonishment. However, he did not feel surprised. He took out the painting and unfurled it. Did you draw this? Seeing Xiao Chen's calm expression, not showing any shock or embarrassment, the short-haired girl could not help but feel bored. It looked like the other party had guessed long ago that his residence was connected to this pavilion. She could sense every movement in the pavilion at any time. How could I possibly draw these? I borrowed them and I drew many of them. They are all like this, only the silhouette and no facial features. Hey, this silhouette is actually quite similar to you. Lu Riyun seemed to have discovered something very interesting. After she walked over, she picked up the painting and looked at Xiao Chen. It really is quite similar. Chapter 1932. Like me? Xiaochen was a little puzzled. If it's like me, why didn't I just draw it? Wait, don't move. Lu Ruyun ran away in a fluster. However, she quickly returned with a brush and ink in her hands. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Xiaochen and drew Xiaochen's face, filling the blank outline with his facial features. His drawing skills were a little rusty, but he could still draw a simple picture. Not long after, the blurry outline gradually became clearer as the facial features appeared one by one. The person in the painting had delicate facial features, and he was handsome and elegant. Between his brows, there was a sense of elegance and calmness. It really looks exactly the same. Lu Ruyun said incredulously after she finished drawing. Originally, she only felt that it was somewhat similar and casually drew it. Unexpectedly, after the painting was completed, it was nearly identical to Xiaochen. There was nothing special about it. Is it a coincidence? Lu Ruyun muttered to herself as she rubbed her chin in confusion. Let me see. The shock in Xiaochen's heart was no less than hers. When he received the painting and looked at it, he frowned heavily. What was going on? Xiaochen could not understand at all. Was this a coincidence, or did Lu Riyue forget what he looked like? Impossible. Xiaochen did not believe that Lu Riyue would forget about him. Furthermore, with a cultivator's memories, as long as they remembered someone, they would be able to recall that person clearly in their mind. You said earlier that your sister often paints, but she only draws the outline and never the facial features? Yes. In my memory, she started drawing when she was very young. I saw that she was trying very hard to remember something, but she still couldn't draw the facial features. At least, I think there are at least tens of thousands of them. Lu Riyun thought for a while and answered honestly, not hiding anything. Strange. Xiaochen closed the scroll. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a myriad of thoughts twisting into a knot in his heart. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't untie it. When Lu Riyue was involved, even the normally calm Xiaochen could not think straight. Xiaochen shifted his gaze and looked at Lu Riyun. He had to start with her. There was still too little information. If he had more information, he might be able to sort things out. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Riyun lowered her head and said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from Xiaochen's gaze. How much do you know about your sister? So you want to know about my sister? She practically watched me grow up. How much do you think I know about her? But let me tell you. When Lu Riyun heard that Xiaochen wanted to ask about Lu Riyue, a crafty look flashed in her eyes as she kept Xiaochen in suspense. This little girl was actually talking about conditions with him. Xiaochen didn't argue with her. What do you want before you tell me? You are indeed a smart person. You should know what I want, Lu Riyun said as she looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen shook his head and rejected decisively. No way. You cannot go to Desolate God Valley. We cannot bear the responsibility if something happens. No one can endure the White Dragon King's rage. When Lu Riyun heard this, she retorted angrily, even so, you can forget about knowing about my sister's matters. You'll find out sooner or later. Xiaochen did not say anything more to the other party. He put down the painting and turned to leave. Don't go. Seeing Xiaochen leave, Lu Riyun stomped her feet and gritted her teeth in frustration. Then she chased after Xiaochen and said, I'll tell you, all right? Xiaochen revealed a smile in his heart. This girl is still too kind. He stopped and said, very well. Answer whatever I ask. You really defeated me. Ask away. Not wanting to waste time, Xiaochen organized his thoughts and asked a few crucial questions. Did Lu Riyue mention anything about the Sky Dome realm? Did she do anything strange? Her experiences in the past few years. After obtaining Lu Riyun's answers, Xiaochen's thoughts slowly cleared. Finally, he concluded that Lu Riyue's memories had been erased. Indeed, this was the best way for the White Dragon race to control her. It made her feel like she grew up in the White Dragon race. They did not need to do anything else to make Lu Riyue work for the White Dragon race and acknowledge their identity. Given this, it explained why Lu Riyue did not remember him. Why had she not shown any strange behavior or mentioned the Sky Dome realm for so many years? After obtaining the answer, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. Memories were the imprints left in the body. They could not be completely erased and could only be sealed. As long as one found a way, one could recover them. It all depended on the strength of the person who did it. If it was the White Dragon King, then it would be somewhat problematic. No matter what, this was a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Lu Riyue had not suffered any substantial harm, nor was she threatened or controlled. Xiaochen could accept this, albeit barely. Although I know a lot about my elder sister, I keep feeling that she is hiding something from me. In the past few years, there has been an endless stream of people pursuing her. Aside from the Dragon God Crown Prince, There are also several outstanding talents from the 8 great empires. However, she does not fancy any of them. I keep feeling that she has someone else in her heart, but she is not telling me. As Lu Riyun spoke, she discovered that she did not seem to understand Lu Riyue that well. Would be strange if you knew. She herself does not know, Xiaoqin thought to himself. Then he said, don't overthink. Just remember how good she is to you. That is natural. Hey, that's not right. Why are you so concerned about my elder sister? Now you are even speaking up for her. Lu Riyun looked suspiciously at Xiaoqin, trying to find some clues from his expression. Naturally, she found nothing. There is no need for you to care about that. I thought about it. It is not impossible to bring you to Desolate God Valley. Xiaoqin changed the topic. Really? Lu Riyun felt incredibly excited. However, she quickly asked, are you not afraid of my father's rage? In any case, he will fall out with your father because of Lu Riyue's matter sooner or later. I'm not afraid of this. Xiaoqin said sullenly, cut the crap. Are you going or not? Of course. I have waited for this day for a long time. You two will leave tomorrow. After that, I will meet up with you outside White Cloud City. Xiaoqin felt somewhat shocked as he asked, you prepared for this long ago? I prepared for several years already. This is the last chance I have. However, I do not dare to go out alone. Coincidentally, I ran into you too. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Actually, even if you did not agree, I would have gone out to look for you. I left a mark on all of you. Lu Riyun's eyes gleamed, startling Xiaoqin. This girl was much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. What if someone discovers that you are missing? I prepared it long ago. Before I leave, I will say that I will be in closed-door cultivation for a period. After I return, I will come out quietly. Then it will be flawless. Don't worry. I have prepared for several years already. There will not be any unexpected surprises. Xiaoqin still felt somewhat worried. He said sullenly, there is one thing I will say first. After we go out, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I will not be able to bring you out. I promise to listen to you. Is that all right? Xiaoqin said indifferently, I swear. I swear on my heart demon. Since Xiaoqin was going to bring Lu Riyun out, he had to take care of her safety. He could not allow anything to go wrong. Although Lu Riyun might have more treasures and trump cards than Xiaoqin did, it was better to be cautious. There was nothing wrong with being more careful. That Qin Aoyan was also covered in inherited Dao tools. However, Xiaoqin still easily defeated him. All right. I swear on my heart demon that after I leave the White Dragon Palace, I will not act on my own. I will listen to you, Xiaoqin, until I return to the White Dragon Palace. Seeing Xiaoqin's serious expression, Lu Riyun swore on her heart demon to dispel his worries. Once she went back on her word, she would suffer a rebound from her heart demon, entering a state of berserking qi deviation. Xiaoqin heaved a sigh of relief and asked, why do you trust me so much? Lu Riyun revealed a heroic air on her face. She said sullenly, it is because you are confident. It is because you are a smart person and know my trump card. If you want to harm me, please be prepared to die. I'll go and make preparations. You should leave early as well. Don't let anyone discover you. After saying that, Lu Riyun turned and left. Xiaoqin entered deep thought. This girl is not as simple as she looks. This is good as well. I can worry less. However, as for Lu Riyue's matter, Xiaoqin felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the portrait. Even though Lu Riyue's memories were wiped, she still had not completely forgotten him, doing her best to remember. Just you wait. I will definitely help you recover your memories. Xiaoqin gave the pavilion one last look before putting on the death god mask and leaving this place. Chapter 1933. The next morning, Xiaoqin and the other 3 were sent off respectfully. Seeing the unfriendly gazes of the White Dragon Palace's group, the 4 laughed to themselves. They were the only ones who could wreak havoc in the White Dragon Palace and retreat unscathed. What a pity. I realized that I actually quite like this girl. Murong Yin said embarrassedly as he turned his head to look at the White Dragon Palace. However, not only did Lu Riyun not send them off, but she did not even see them one last time. Murong Yin could not help feeling disappointed. Wei Hongfei mocked, I really enjoyed beating you up. If you are not used to it, I can beat you up again later. Back then, when the 4 of them were blocked, no one was injured. Lu Riyun's saber light injured him the most miserably. At the mention of this awkward matter, Murong Yin lost his temper. He snorted, I won't lower myself to your level. Situ Changfeng asked, are you still going to the Green Dragon Palace? The Green Dragon bloodline was extremely good at healing injuries. The spring wind and rain art was their array hall's cultivation technique. It is an extremely famous cultivation technique in the entire Central Great Realm. Don't go. Just tell him the rendezvous point. Wei Hongfei said, a friend of the Green Dragon Palace has a life and death friendship with me. He would not be as despicable as Zhongli, that's good. The group left White Cloud City and walked for more than 50 kilometers. Then a strong aura surged over, kicking up strong winds and falling leaves. A saber intent spread out. Be careful. There is a strong enemy. Wei Hongfei's expression changed slightly. He took a few steps back and shielded the group. Murong Yen said angrily, I just knew that this group of people from the White Dragon Palace would not leave the matter at that. Unexpectedly, a burst of bell-like laughter rang out, and a person flew out from the gale. Her short hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked valiant and formidable. This was the White Dragon King's youngest daughter, Lu Riyun. Murong Yen smiled in pleasant surprise. Little girl, you ran out? Humph, don't call me little girl. You're not much older than me and you're not even as strong as me. Lu Riyun glared at Murong Yen ferociously. Then her gaze fell on Xiao Chen. She smiled and said, he agreed to bring me to Desolate God Valley. What? The group was greatly startled. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen and said, Brother Xiao, you are not the frivolous sort. Do you know the consequences of bringing her along? Xiao Chen nodded and said softly, I did not discuss this with you and acted on my own. I apologize for causing you trouble. She did me a big favor last night. To return the favor, I'll take her out for a trip. This is my plan. If you find it troublesome, I will take her there myself. If you are willing, I will bear all the consequences alone. If there is an opportunity, I will give up the right to choose once. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei immediately felt conflicted, not knowing what to choose. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen and said, Brother Xiao, sorry? I cannot take this risk. I cannot bring you along this time. Xiao Chen cupped his hands and said, You're welcome. I've caused you trouble. You brat, don't always think of me as a burden. This is for you. After Lu Riyun came up, she gave each of them an armband. There was a divine dragon painted in different colors on the armband. This is. Wei Hongfei said, finding it strange. Xiao Chen received the armband and glanced at it. Then he said, This is a simplified version of the Divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation. If we work together and execute it, we will be able to hold our own even against a peak Holy Venerate. We might even be able to trap them to death. Lu Riyun looked at Xiao Chen and said, You know quite a lot. It's all right. Xiao Chen had once inherited a strand of faux god flame in the soaring dragon Great Realm. Although the memories in it were fragmented, they were not complete. Although the memories in it were incomplete, it recorded many things that senior had seen. The Divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation was one of them. After Xiao Chen put on the armband, he activated it with his soul energy. The purple divine dragon on the armband turned into a dim light and entered Xiao Chen's body. The armband slowly disappeared, merging into his sleeve. The others followed Xiao Chen's method, activating the armbands one after another. Interesting. This armband is actually able to perfectly match our different attributes. Sidu Changfeng discovered that after everyone activated the armband, the colors on the armband were different. This should be because the armband happened to match their attributes. Xiao Chen's was lightning, Murong Yan's was fire, Sidu Changfeng's was wind, and Wei Hongfei's was light. Of course. The Divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation is very famous. Although this is a simplified version, it has boundless uses. Yesterday I saw that you all worked very well together. You all have different attributes, but you do not have a formation that works together. So I found this for you, Lu Riyun said proudly. Lu Riyun said proudly. Then she took out a jade bottle and gave each of them a medicinal pill. This is a rank 3 heavenly pill. Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock after he received it. Heavenly pills were the highest ranked medicinal pills in the Great Thousand Realms. There was a total of 9 grades of heavenly pills. The primeval heavenly pills that the 4 normally cultivated were of the lowest grade, having only the most basic functions for cultivation. In reality, there were many kinds of heavenly pills with different effects. Even rank 1 heavenly pills were extremely rare to them. Alchemists that could refine heavenly pills would be highly respected everywhere in the Central Great Realm. They held high statuses and were known as Grandmaster Alchemists. Grandmaster Alchemists were also divided into grades. Being able to refine primeval heavenly pills was the basic requirement for becoming a Grandmaster. Above that, one would be a rank 1 Grandmaster if they could refine rank 1 heavenly pills. Rank 2 Grandmasters if they could refine rank 2 heavenly pills, and so on. Lu Riyun nodded and said, That's right. This is a rank 3 heavenly pill, the Spring Sun White Dew Pill, a holy medicine for treating injuries. As long as you all still have breath left, you can be saved. To think that it is a rank 3 heavenly pill. Before my master left, he treated it like a treasure, leaving one for me. Ah. Ryun, you took out 4 at once. How incredible. Murong Yin put away the medicinal pills happily. Then he thought of something and asked worriedly, "You gave them to us? What about you?" Wei Hongfei said in disdain, "Don't worry about her. Worry about yourself. She is the White Dragon King's daughter. No matter what, it is not your turn to worry about her." Murong Yin patted his head and smiled. That's true. Everyone was already used to Murong Yan's intelligence and did not find it strange. Situ Changfeng toyed with the rank 3 heavenly pill in his hand and said softly, "It looks like we found a treasure. Hongfei, what do you think?" Wei Hongfei thought for a while before saying, "All right, I understand what you mean. You are welcome to join us." Lu Riyun smiled with narrowed eyes. "Thank you." 3 days later, Duan Fei, the heaven-class core disciple from the Green Dragon Palace, successfully met up with them. Now that everyone was present, they officially headed for Desolate God Valley. "Let's go." Xiao Qin released the demon blood vulture and had it carry the group at lightning speed. A demon blood vulture. Unexpectedly, Brother Xiao has such a precious demonic pet. This is truly shocking. This was Duan Fei's first time seeing the demon blood vulture, so he felt slightly startled. The demon blood vulture was one of the few mutated beasts in the world that could not be restricted by bottlenecks, able to grow infinitely. Aside from luck, one needed strength to subdue the demon blood vulture. When Duan Fei saw this demon blood vulture, he could not help looking at Xiao Qin in a different light. Xiao Qin felt depressed. Unexpectedly, he managed to gain a whole new level of respect for the silly bird. When the silly bird heard someone praise it, it probably became very happy. Just as Xiao Qin thought, the demon blood vulture screeched and scattered the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of dim scarlet light, moving even faster. Desolate God Valley was at the intersection of several great empires. It did not belong to any empire. There was a town outside Desolate God Valley called Ancient Desolate Town. This town was not large, but its population was comparable to the large cities of the various empires. The cultivators of the various empires who wanted to adventure in Desolate God Valley would rest here first. Aside from this, all the famous merchant associations of the Central Great Realm would set up shop here. The peak factions of the Central Great Realm also extended their reach here to purchase the treasures that the cultivators brought out of Desolate God Valley. They set up branches of varying strength. This ancient desolate town is really bustling. Seeing is believing. The people walking around the town were star venerates at the very least. With a casual glance, one could see holy venerates and sovereign personages. There were even a few terrifying auras hidden in the town, inspiring fear in people and deterring them from probing. There had to be terrifying existences that surpassed sovereign personages holding down the fort in the dark. After traveling for several hundred kilometers, the demon blood vulture became obedient. It withdrew its aura and flew carefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the demon blood vulture landed, it turned into a beam of red light and entered Xiao Chen's finger. Such a scene made the eyes of the others light up. They did not know what was going on. To think that he did not use a demonic pet pouch. "Do you have any plans for going to Desolate God Valley?" Lu Riyun asked. Duan Fei did not know Lu Riyun's identity. He smiled and replied, "This is our first time going to Desolate God Valley. We know nothing about it. What plans could we have? We can only remain cautious and go as far as possible to see if we can run into any fortuitous encounters." Wei Hongfei and the others nodded. That was the plan. Or rather, there was no plan at all. Lu Riyun frowned and said, "You are all so stupid. It would be strange if you could gain anything by trying your luck like that. Fortuitous encounters need to be more proactive in order to grasp them." Wei Hongfei discovered that he could not underestimate this Lu Riyun. He asked, "What do you think? How should we take the initiative to capture them?" Lu Riyun replied, "Desolate God Valley is boundlessly vast with countless forbidden lands and incredibly dangerous. However, the empires have been exploring it for so many years. The places that need to be explored have mostly been explored. There will definitely be a lot of useful information." "What useful information can there be? Before I came here, I asked around but did not find anything valuable," Wei Hongfei said with a frown. "Watch me." After saying that, Lu Riyun ran off like a wisp of smoke. Wei Hongfei's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Xiao Qin. However, he discovered that Xiao Qin had been following Lu Riyun in secret. When Wei Hongfei saw this scene, he relaxed slightly. Xiaoqin was indeed reliable. With him around, there was no need to worry about anything happening to Lu Ruyun. Xiaoqin secretly followed Lu Ruyun into ancient desolate town. When he saw her actions, he realized that this girl had gone to look for the local tyrant. She is rather smart, Xiaoqin praised in his heart. Wei Hongfei was the one who organized this trip. Originally he did not think too much about it. Now it looks like Wei Hongfei had indeed not done some things well. There was a certain amount of risk in looking for the local tyrant. However, if they could obtain useful information, it would be much better than trying their luck in desolate God Valley. Chapter 1934. Lu Ruyun exuded a heroic air. She looked pretty, youthful and lively. Furthermore, she had the aura of a divine dragon, and her cultivation was not low. When that local boss spoke with her, he did not dare to have any other thoughts. After paying a certain number of primeval heavenly pills, Lu Ruyun obtained the information she wanted. Then she revealed a smile and sent the other party away. Whoosh! Xiaoqin appeared beside Lu Ruyun and asked softly, "Is the information you obtained valuable?" Lu Ruyun replied softly, "Naturally it is valuable. There are many brokers in this ancient desolate town. They often know desolate God Valley like the back of their hands. If there is a fortuitous encounter, they will know immediately. These brokers are all opportunists. They cannot obtain fortuitous encounters on their own, so they can only organize teams of cultivators to go and eliminate them. Teams like ours are all heaven-class core disciples of the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. We are truly in high demand. This local boss told me that there happens to be a rather famous broker looking for teams. Just wait. Someone will come looking for us soon." Xiaoqin could not help saying in admiration, "You are still young and inexperienced, but you know a lot. Your elder sister told you this, right?" You guessed it. My elder sister has been to desolate God Valley several times. I am indeed more familiar with this place than you. How about it? I am more reliable than that Zhongli, right? Lu Ruyun put on an expression of, "I am very smart. Quick, come and praise me." Xiaoqin glanced at her and directly ignored her. Then he turned around and went back to inform Wei Hongfei's group. "What a boring fellow." Lu Ruyun muttered a few words before following behind Xiaoqin. Soon the group gathered. After hearing the news, they all felt somewhat nervous and started discussing it. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiaoqin and asked, "Xiaoqin, what do you think?" Xiaoqin voiced his opinion. "I lean towards Lu Ruyun's opinion. Going around randomly is too much luck. If we are unlucky, we will have wasted this opportunity. Don't forget why we are here. As for the risk, there will definitely be. However, this is not our first time adventuring. We should understand that risk and opportunity always coexist." With Xiaoqin's opinion, Wei Hongfei made the final decision. Good. It's settled then. Not long after entering the city, someone called out to Xiaoqin's group. "This must be Miss Lu Ruyun." An ordinary-looking young man with a shrewd look in his eyes arrived in front of the group. After sizing up Xiaoqin and the others, a plan formed in his heart. These people were pretty strong, they were the people he was looking for. Seeing the group's confused expressions, this person introduced himself. "I am Qi Yunfeng, a disciple of the ruling Sword Gate. I received news that a team of divine dragon cultivators will be going to Desolate God. I would like to come." "I am." Xiaoqin and the others exchanged glances. It was indeed as Lu Ruyun said. However, this was a little too fast. What? Xiao and Qin Xiao He Xiao A and Xiao and Xiao Xiao and of Ru Xiao, Xiao Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Xiao and of Or Xiao. Of Xiao of Wei He Wei Xiao Ru I Li Xiao and Qin Xiao. I do not dare to claim my name. I am Wei Hongfei. Xiaoqin's eyes were as clear as water. He figured out some of Qi Yunfeng's tricks. He truly lived up to his reputation as a broker. His connections were excellent. Lu Ruyun had already told that local boss that there was a Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple in their team. In the end, this fellow still showed a shocked expression. If not for Xiaoqin knowing in advance, he might have been fooled. Xiaoqin's acting was very convincing. Soon, Qi Yunfeng and Wei Hongfei started chatting excitedly. Qi Yunfeng took the opportunity to invite them, saying, "This is not the place to speak. I have a courtyard in ancient desolate town. Let's gather there." However, Wei Hongfei did not lower his guard. He turned his head to look at Xiaoqin, seeking his opinion. Xiaoqin nodded slightly. Wei Hongfei said, "In that case, many thanks for Brother Qi's hospitality." When Qi Yunfeng saw this, he felt shocked. Why would a Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple seek advice from a mixed-blood dragon? What was even stranger was that this mixed blood dragon was only a star venerate. Never mind, I will not think about it. In any case, he is just a 1-star venerate. There is no need to worry. When they arrived at his courtyard, they saw a chariot in the shape of a fiery bird hovering above the courtyard. It emitted a faint light, and its pressure was frightening, intimidating one's soul. Heaven's suspending war chariot. Wei Hongfei exclaimed with some shock. Brother Qi, you are really generous. The original model of the Heaven's suspending war chariot was manufactured by the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance had specially designed it for the experts of the Central Great Realm. Its performance was excellent, far surpassing the other chariots on the continent, but they were also rare. Owning one was a symbol of status. However, this Heaven's suspending war chariot also had 9 grades. Qi Yunfeng's was the lowest grade. However, for people of their cultivation, it was still extremely precious and powerful. Qi Yunfeng said modestly, "It's fine. It is just a 1-star. However, its speed is exceptional. With this war chariot, no holy venerate can catch up to me. Even a regular sovereign personage would have to put in a lot of effort to catch up. As for defense, it can withstand 3 attacks from a sovereign personage." Although Qi Yunfeng showed a humble expression, his tone was very proud. Lu Riyun whispered to Xiao Qin, "How cocky. I have one as well, and it is a 2-star one." Xiao Qin asked, "Then why did you not take it out at the start?" "When we are outside we should not flaunt our wealth," Lu Riyun said with a smile, looking very pretty and lovable. "Qi Yunfeng, have you King found the person yet? This old man has already waited for a month." Just at this moment, curses came from the courtyard. Qi Yunfeng laughed awkwardly and said, "Let's go in first." After entering, the group discovered that there were already 3 small groups inside. One of them was a skinny old man. He was alone and was known as Eccentric Tai. Eccentric Tai's cultivation was the highest, a peak consummation late-stage holy venerate. With his horrifying cultivation he could face Xiao Chen and the others without any pressure. The one who cursed Qi Yunfeng earlier was this old man who had a strange temper. The other group had a total of 9 people. The leader was a stout, middle-aged man named Bailey Xiao, a late-stage holy venerate. Everyone in this group was at least a holy venerate. The last group was a middle-aged couple. The man was from the Confucian sect, dressed like a scholar. The woman was pretty and held a whip in her hand. Although they were husband and wife, they did not look compatible. After a simple introduction, Eccentric Tai smiled sinisterly and said, "To think that they are people from the Divine Dragon Empire. Qi Yunfeng has good eyes. All of them are cultivators with Divine Dragon bloodlines. Not bad, not bad." The middle-aged couple and Bailey Xiao were very satisfied with Xiao Chen's group. As for Xiao Chen, who was in the middle, they completely ignored him. Qi Yunfeng said seriously, "I will cut to the chase. Since the few of you spread the news, you clearly want to go to Desolate God Valley and search for fortuitous encounters. Truth be told, I have a great fortuitous encounter here and would like to invite the few of you to join me." Wei Hongfei glanced at the other 3 groups and asked calmly, "What fortuitous encounter? You already have so many people. Even if you face a sovereign personage, you should be able to hold your own. Why are you looking for us?" Eccentric Tai, the middle-aged couple, and Bailey Xiao did not say anything. They only smiled mysteriously. "Naturally, I have a reason for looking for you. It is because my fortuitous encounter is," Qi Yunfeng enunciated every word with emphasis, "an overlord-level ferocious beast, a demonic blood thousand-winged snake." The moment Qi Yunfeng said that, the expressions of Xiao Chen and the others immediately changed. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake was a bona fide sovereign personage ferocious beast. Furthermore, it had the bloodline of a great desolate Aeon ferocious beast. Regular sovereign personages could not take it down. While they had the advantage in numbers, they did not stand much of a chance against the sovereign personage. As for targeting the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, they would die no matter how many people went. They were on a completely different level. Wei Hongfei smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Qi, you must be joking. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake should have experienced some kind of change. Let me think, is it severely injured or did it just undergo a lightning tribulation?" Xiao Chen's sudden words startled Qi Yunfeng. This mixed blood dragon had said what he wanted to say. That's right. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake just underwent a lightning tribulation and is currently at its weakest. Otherwise, once it survives this period, it will not have another chance. Although it is still very dangerous now, there is still a chance. Qi Yunfeng looked around and smiled. Furthermore, doesn't it have you guys now? If you all activate your great desolate Aeon bloodlines at the same time, haha. Even sovereign personages would have to run when they saw you. Chapter 1935. Xiao Qin and the others exchanged glances. So that was the plan. How could the great desolate Ian bloodline be activated so casually? If these were his own people, he would not mind activating his great desolate Ian bloodline. However, there were outsiders present. After activating the bloodline, it could only be used as a life-saving measure. Wei Hongfei said straightforwardly, "If Brother Qi has such an intention, I'm afraid we will not be able to continue this discussion." Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, "I was just speaking casually just in case. After all, they are all heaven-class core disciples of the Dragon's Gate's outer palace. Even if they do not use their great desolate Ian bloodlines, they are strong enough. Let's discuss this first." Qi Yunfeng extended his hand and said, "Please." Suddenly Xiao Qin called them out of the courtyard. Then he laid out a simple isolation formation. In the courtyard, eccentric Tai looked at Qi Yunfeng and said, "Little fellow Qi, you actually managed to find the bloodline cultivators of the 8 great empires. We are much more confident in this operation." Qi Yunfeng said, "It looks like Senior Tai also knows that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake has the bloodline of a great desolate Ian ferocious beast. The might of its bloodline greatly suppresses us. With a divine dragon bloodline cultivator going up, the chances of success will increase greatly." Old Freak Tai snorted coldly and said, If I didn't know, why would I waste a month here? I would have gone alone long ago." Bailey Xiu said somewhat doubtfully, "It has already been 1 month. Could the demonic blood thousand-winged snake have passed its weakened phase already?" "Don't worry. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake's weakened state lasts for 3 months. During these 3 months, it will be hard for it to bring out even half of its strength." The middle-aged Confucian scholar, Murong Sheng, was quite knowledgeable. "That's right. There is no need to worry for 3 months, Qi Yunfeng said. Outside the courtyard, Wei Hongfei and the others discussed whether to go or not. The allure of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake was great, but the risk was equally great. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. The entire body of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake is a treasure. This is especially so for its blood. It is a great tonic for us dragon race cultivators. The other body parts were worth more than 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. No matter how you look, you can't miss it." Wei Hongfei simply stated his opinion. Clearly he agreed to go. Situ Changfeng said softly, "However, this demonic blood thousand-winged snake is an overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast. I estimate that it is as strong as a sovereign personage. It is hard to say whether we can kill it or not." Murong Yen said sullenly, "We definitely have to gamble for fortuitous encounters. There is no guarantee." As the few discussed enthusiastically, Xiao Qin suddenly asked, "What is the background of this Qi Yunfeng and the ruling sword gate behind him?" Wei Hongfei explained, "They are not considered a major faction. In the northern region they are just an ordinary rank 6 sect. However, they are a rather strong faction near ancient desolate town." Northern region? Xiao Qin was not very familiar with the distribution of factions in the central Great Realm, so he did not understand. Wei Hongfei said in understanding, "I forgot that you left the Divine Dragon Empire at a young age. Let me give you a simple rundown of the factions in the central Great Realm. In the central world, the 3 strongest dynasties occupied the central courtyard and enjoyed supreme fortune. The 8 empires are in the north, south, east, and west. The Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire are in the north. The northern region is collectively known as the Northern Region. In the northern region, aside from the Divine Dragon Empire and the White Marsh Beast Empire, 2 great empires led by great desolate Ian bloodline cultivators, there are many empires of varying strength and many sections." Xiao Qin asked curiously, "Aren't there 4 dynasties?" Wei Hongfei explained, "The Shuawu dynasty is not in the central courtyard, so it is rather complicated. You can understand it on your own in the future." Xiao Qin thought to himself, "Indeed, I need to understand it more. In the past, I spent all my time cultivating. To think that I did not even understand the basics." Wei Hongfei continued, "I did some research on this ancient desolate town in advance. The strongest faction is the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch. The Heavenly Lodging Palace is a rank 7 sect in the northern region. In the entire central Great Realm, it can be considered a super faction. The ruling sword gate is not that strong." "Not that strong? In that case there is no problem. We can gamble on this fortuitous encounter." After learning about Qi Yunfeng's background, Xiao Qin voiced his opinion. After a while, the group returned and reported the results of their discussion. Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, "Good. I knew that the few of you would agree. This is how we split the spoils of this mission. The 4 of you will each take 20%, then 10%. The remaining 10% will be reserved for later use. Any objections? This was the general method of distribution. Although Qi Yunfeng was not very strong, he was the one who provided the information. It was not overboard for him to take 10%. The reserved 10% would be reserved for the dead and injured as compensation. No. Good. In that case, let's depart immediately and not delay. Whoosh, whoosh. The group soared into the air and flew into the heaven-suspending war chariot. The war chariot was very spacious. There were already some ruling Sword Gate disciples operating it. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen and the others entering, it did not feel crowded, appearing very spacious. A complete beast skin covered the floor. It was incredibly soft and exceptionally comfortable to step on. The interior of the war chariot was extremely luxurious, very pleasing to the eye. Whoosh! Qi Yunfeng gave the order, and a flaming red tail shot out from the heaven-suspending war chariot's rear. Then, it turned into a beam of light and quickly went far away. Now, you should be able to tell us the location of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, right? Senior Tai asked indifferently. Qi Yunfeng smiled and spread out a map covered in fog on the white jade table in the middle. Zhang Xian tapped lightly on one of the spots, and the mist parted, revealing a complete three-dimensional image. It truly lives up to being a famous broker in ancient desolate town. Not just anyone can have this map, Bailey Xiu sighed. With this map, one could increase their harvest by 20% and reduce the danger by half when adventuring in Desolate God Valley. This place is already extremely close to the core of Desolate God Valley. The core of the map was a valley. That was Desolate God Valley. However, the Desolate God Valley that everyone went to was not the true Desolate God Valley. It referred to the vast region around the valley. No one would be tired of living and enter the true Desolate God Valley. Qi Yunfeng said, "Everyone, don't worry. Although it looks very close, it will not come into contact with the core region. You are afraid of death, but I am even more afraid of death." Senior Tai smiled sinisterly and said, "If it were not so close to the core region, this demonic blood thousand-winged snake would have been discovered long ago. This ferocious beast is so valuable that even sovereign personages would risk their lives for it." Qi Yunfeng smiled faintly and did not deny it. "I'll give a simple explanation of the arrangements. Naturally, the outstanding talents of the Divine Dragon Empire will block at the front, helping us block the great desolate Ian demonic might. Bailey Xiu's team will harass them from both sides. Old Tai and the Murong couple will be in charge of attacking." Qi Yunfeng must have planned this long ago. Elder Tai's cultivation and strength were the highest. The Murong couple's combined strength was not much different from his. It was suitable for the three of them to be the main attackers. If there are no objections, then before we go, let's work together to hunt some ferocious beasts and train our teamwork to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Qi Yunfeng was very good at handling matters. When he made arrangements, everything was very orderly. After a round of hunting, the team of more than 20 people gradually developed some tacit understanding of each other's strength. Half a month later, the heaven-suspending war chariot's hatch opened. Whoosh, whoosh. Strong winds accompanied by blood sand blew over. Vision turned blurry, and the entire world turned into a hazy world of blood fog. Indeed, we are already close to the core region. Even the blood sand has appeared, Wei Hongfei said softly. Xiao Qin frowned slightly. The baleful blood qi in this place had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Xiao Qin's vision was no more than 10 kilometers. When he extended his spiritual sense, he found it blurry, unable to see anything. It is so blurry. How are we to find the demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Bailey Xiu frowned. He could not see the situation beyond 10 kilometers. The various auras were chaotic and he could not use his soul energy to check. Qi Yunfeng walked to the front and formed hand seals. In the next moment, many ancient lamps flew out from under the heaven-suspending war chariot. The light was burning and it looked like an eye. Demonic eye lamps? Xiao Qin felt slightly shocked. Unexpectedly, this Qi Yunfeng even had such a wondrous item. The demonic eye lamps were ancient wondrous items. The method to refine them had already been lost. These should be replicas. Not to mention their value, they would not be easy to obtain. Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, "This friend is really knowledgeable. With the help of these demonic eye lamps, it will not be difficult to find the demonic blood thousand-winged snake." As the demonic eye lamps entered the strong wind and blood sand, the group started to wait nervously. Bang, bang, bang. 1 hour later, a terrifying roar came from the distance, followed by a few intense explosions. The demonic eye lamps were all destroyed. However, the instant they were destroyed, they gave off intense light, extremely eye-catching amid the bloody battle. At the same time, a vast and boundless ancient demonic might surged towards the heaven-suspending war chariot. "Found it," Qi Yunfeng said joyfully. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and the others. "Let's go." Xiao Chen's group of 5 merged their dragon might and charged over, clashing with the vast demonic might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bailey Xiu's team quickly followed. Eccentric Tai and the Murong couple soared into the air, flying increasingly higher. The hunt began. Chapter 1936. Bang! The heavy great desolate Ian demonic might seemed to transcend time and space, crashing towards the group with a loud sound. Xiao Chen's group of 5, whose dragon might already merged, grunted. They felt their chi and blood surge, feeling extremely unbearable. "What a strong demonic might," Duan Fei said. He was the weakest of the group, so he felt the strongest. "I'll take the lead then." Xiao Chen and Wei Hongfei exchanged opinions. After obtaining the other party's agreement, the two swapped places. "Be careful," Wei Hongfei said. The two auras clashed. The shock waves from the clash made the strong wind even stronger. Even the heaven-suspending war chariot could not stand stably, looking like it would get knocked away at any moment. "This is really damn scary." Qi Yunfeng wobbled in the war chariot for a long time before he managed to stabilize himself. Then he quickly controlled the heaven-suspending war chariot to retreat and watch from a distance. Qi Yunfeng originally wanted to observe from a close distance. However, after some contact he gave up on this thought. After putting in so much effort, don't fail. Qi Yunfeng frowned heavily as he looked at Xiao Chen's group. Success or failure would depend on this group of people. How long these people could last would determine whether Senior Tai and the Murong couple could kill the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Ice River Iron Horse. Senior Tai raised his aura to its peak in the sky. His holy venerate will encased his body, and a Tao disc appeared behind him. Then he formed a strange posture as he descended from the sky, looking like he was stepping on an ice river. Senior Tai's entire body was like metal, exuding an icy chill. In the blink of an eye, he looked like a skinny and cold iron horse, stepping on an ice river as he charged forward. In an instant, everyone felt that even an army of thousands and thousands of men and horses would fall apart under his charge. The sun sets in the west, sobering up. Wind and rain fall on the western pavilion. The Confucian scholar, Murong Sheng, said softly as he drew his sword. Immediately, a righteous aura surged out, scattering the blood sand for 5,000 kilometers around. Just at this instant, everyone clearly saw the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's true appearance. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake was gargantuan, coiled up like a mountain. Its head was tall and straight, and purple patterns covered its skin. It had a snake crown on its head that emitted a piercingly cold light. It flicked its tongue and its eyes were filled with anger. The instant the scarlet sand scattered, Eccentric Tai turned into a heavenly horse and soared through the air. He moved as fast as lightning, not giving anyone time to think before crashing into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Boom. No one saw what exactly happened, but Eccentric Tai was bounced back like a cannonball. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake unfurled its body and slithered about frantically. It roared ferociously as its great desolate Ian demonic might surged out. The entire world began to shake. Under the tremors of his demonic might, the world spun and space seemed to have been turned upside down. Everyone wobbled, unable to stand straight, much less attack or harass this demonic blood thousand-winged snake. A wave of fear spread from the bottom of everyone's hearts, causing their expressions to change dramatically. Form the divine dragon four beasts formation. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The might of this demonic blood thousand-winged snake was far stronger than Qi Yunfeng said. So. With the help of the armlet, the divine dragon four divisions formation instantly formed. Then Xiao Qin, Murong Yen, Wei Hongfei, and Situ Changfeng each flew in a different direction. Thunder, strong wind, fire, and light, four kinds of mysterious phenomena mixed with dragon might spread out as dragon roars rang out. The trembling heaven and earth were immediately suppressed. What a fellow! He truly lives up to being a divine dragon cultivator. Eccentric Tai wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and laughed loudly. Then he stopped hesitating and started preparing for the second wave of attacks. As for the Murong couple, they took advantage of this opportunity to execute their killing move, which had been delayed for a moment. A flash of sword light chopped down with great might, accompanied by wind and rain filling the sky. Kasie. Scarlet light flashed everywhere. Blood spurted out of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's wounds, falling like rain. Pok, pok, pok. Suddenly, electric light flashed in the air. Then Murongsheng's wife brandished her whip twice, creating crackling sparks in the air. The pretty woman's whip swung down, and it turned into a lightning snake that extended continuously, coiling around the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's body. However, just as the pretty woman was about to make a move, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake pulled ferociously. The pretty woman vomited a mouthful of blood as she went flying. Fortunately, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake managed to grab hold of the whip. That electric snake bit the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, and thousands of sparks pierced into its body. After stopping the demonic blood thousand-winged snake for a moment, the pretty woman quickly took advantage of this opportunity to let go. Then she nimbly leaped into the air, moving 10 kilometers in a flash. If she had been any later, she would have been pulled into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's mouth, swallowed whole. The Murong couple had just finished attacking, but eccentric Tai had not finished preparing his killing move yet. Hence, an opening appeared. Bailey Xiu led his team and instantly charged over. The 9 strong holy venerates each sent out a move. The sky and clouds changed color. Sword intent, saber intent, and spear intent covered the sky and sun as they charged over. The various disturbances made the demonic blood thousand-winged snake even more berserk. It roared ferociously as a horrifying demonic might spread out. After executing the divine dragon 4 divisions formation, Xiao Chen's group of 4 felt the pressure on them increase explosively. Their veritable essence energy drained continuously, so they clenched their teeth and held on. Spring wind and rain art. The Green Dragon Palace's Duan Fei closed his eyes and formed hand seals. The wind blew and the rain fell. The gentle spring breeze was like a young girl's arm, gently brushing past everyone's body. Drizzle fell continuously, infusing into the bodies of Xiao Chen and the others. They immediately felt refreshed and the pressure on them decreased significantly. Their veritable essence energy also recovered significantly. On the heaven-suspending war chariot in the distance, Qi Yunfeng said anxiously, "Hold on. Just 2 more waves." After 2 more waves, this demonic blood thousand-winged snake will not be able to hold on. Mountains and rivers and dreams, 10,000 horses galloping. Eccentric Tai finally executed his killing move. Thousands of horses immediately appeared in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping suppressed the dragon roars in the surroundings. Then, Eccentric Tai sent out a palm strike with the might of a vast army. Bang! When this palm strike landed on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, many horses crashed into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's gargantuan body. The horses continuously exploded. Bang! 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 The force of this palm strike knocked the mountain-like demonic blood thousand-winged snake into the air. The terrifying palm might was startling. A thin and frail body swings the heavy sword. Heartless and hateful, it is sad to part. Righteous Qi gathered again, and the sword in Murongsheng's hand became incredibly heavy. Compared to the heavy sword, Murongsheng's body looked skinny and bony, like a hungry ghost. Only his pair of bright eyes displayed the state of the poem. The heavy sword landed with a sigh, knocking the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which had yet to land, into the ground. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake swung around and soared into the air, knocking Murong Sheng, who could not withdraw his sword in time, into the air. Elder brother Sheng. The pretty woman could not be bothered with attacking. She swung her whip and pulled Murong Sheng back. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake missed, narrowly avoiding death. Bang! 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 Bailey Xiu led his team of holy venerates and took advantage of the situation to appear, continuously launching all sorts of killing moves. The mysterious phenomena in the air layered over each other, looking incredibly chaotic. That was close. Murong Sheng landed beside the pretty woman and wiped the sweat off his forehead. However, his back broke out in a cold sweat. However, that earlier sword strike contained a lot of soul energy. Not only did it injure the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's physical body, but it also severely injured its soul. Just 1 more wave. Qi Yunfeng anxiously sweated profusely. He turned his head and saw that his junior brothers in the war chariot were so frightened that their legs went soft, unable to stand up. Qi Yunfeng cursed, "Quickly stand up for this old man and drive the war chariot over. Quick, quick, quick." Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake became utterly enraged. A horrifying great desolate Aeon demonic might surged out like surging waves, each wave taller than the one before. Several of Bailey Xiu's team who took advantage of the situation to harass the demonic blood thousand-winged snake could not dodge in time. The snake tail swept them away, causing them to vomit blood. Something's not right. Eccentric Tai was just about to make a move when he felt that something was wrong, so he stopped. The purple patterns on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's back silently unfurled, turning into pairs of purple wings. Damn it! Wasn't it in a weakened state? How can it spread its wings? Boom! Such a strange change completely surpassed everyone's expectations. When the 1,000 wings spread out, the divine dragon 4 divisions formation that Xiao Chen and the others formed instantly shattered. No one could suppress the raging demonic blood thousand-winged snake anymore. It vented its rage to its heart's content, attacking indiscriminately, sweeping through the surroundings. Bang! 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 The ground split open and strong winds and bloody auras gathered once more. The terrain within 5,000 kilometers was completely destroyed. Several mountains broke into thousands of pieces, rising and falling with the great desolate Ian demonic might. However, they could not fall. After that, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's rage crushed them into dust, turning them into blood sand. The world turned incredibly chaotic, scarlet everywhere. Aside from the raging demonic blood thousand-winged snake, no one else could be seen. Lu Riyun lay prone on a rock in a somewhat flustered manner. Her heart pounded heavily, but there was no one beside her. Blood leaked out of a corner of Lu Riyun's lips, and her complexion paled. The instant the divine dragon 4 divisions formation broke, the solid demonic might struck her. If she had not been carrying a valuable treasure, the consequences would have been dire. Lu Riyun did not know when the demonic blood thousand-winged snake would discover her. As she faced the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which was displaying its ferocious might, her thoughts ran wild. Fear made her tremble all over. Whoosh! Lu Riyun silently felt a figure land beside her. She turned around to look, and she nearly cried out in pleasant surprise. It was Xiao Chen. This startled Xiao Chen. He quickly covered her mouth and gestured for her to be quiet. Lu Riyun rolled her eyes to indicate that she understood. Only then did Xiao Chen let go. Where are the others? Are they all dead? A voice projection rang out in Lu Riyun's mind. She had learned her lesson and no longer dared to make a sound. She asked somewhat anxiously. The instant the divine dragon 4 divisions formation broke, she had seen some people dismembered on the spot. Then the demonic blood thousand-winged snake swallowed them up, not even leaving a scrap behind. They are all hiding. They are a group of smart people. How could they die so easily? Xiao Chen replied. At the same time, he stared at the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, not daring to relax for even a moment. Lu Riyun felt slightly more at ease. She discovered that Xiao Chen's dragon might contained an indescribable aura. After it covered her body, the pressure from the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's demonic might decreased significantly. Scarlet sand filled the air. Aside from the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which was displaying its ferocious might, there was only the sound of wind and sand for 5,000 kilometers around. There was no aura of the living at all. No one could imagine that just a moment ago, there were many people making a move against the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Chapter 1937. Bang! A loud sound rang out amid the blood sand filling the air. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake had destroyed Qi Yunfeng's precious war chariot. Xiao Chen did not know if Qi Yunfeng was still in there. If he was, he probably would not have escaped death. Even if he managed to survive, he would probably feel heartache. A 1-star heaven-suspending war chariot was already worth more than 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. Furthermore, it was hard to buy. Now that it was destroyed, it truly hurt. Murong Yen lay on a boulder, which rose and fell amid the blood sand filling the air. Did they all run away? Murong Yen sneaked a look around, but his vision was blurry. When he did his best to look, he could not see anyone. This seems like an opportunity. A brilliant light flashed in Murong Yan's eyes as he revealed a smile. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake looked like it was showing off its ferocious might, but in reality, it was aggravating his injuries. If everyone had already fled, then he might be able to obtain all the value of this demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Murong Yen chewed on the rank 3 heavenly pill that Lu Riyun gave him, and his injuries healed quickly. Those people cannot block this great desolate Ian demonic might. I have a divine dragon bloodline and actually hold a significant advantage. The martial techniques of the red dragon race can be said to be the most ferocious of the 6-colored divine dragons. I can take a gamble. The battle flame in Murong Yan's eyes blazed increasingly fiercely as he stared at the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Murong Yen carefully leaped around the boulders, seeking a suitable opportunity for himself. I have to wait patiently. Despite his blazing battle hunger, Murong Yen still cautiously advised himself. Finally the opportunity arrived. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake landed at an extremely suitable spot for Murong Yen to attack. Its already irrepressible battle hunger erupted like a volcano. Blood-devouring dragon fist, boundless madness. Murong Yen roared ferociously, and a surging aura burst out of his body. A heat wave soared into the clouds, looking like a resplendent meteor. A berserk aura surged out, sweeping away everything in its path. Everything within 10 kilometers turned to dust. Just the berserk aura alone could already reach such a level of might. This showed how ferocious this fist technique was. Murong Yen laughed loudly and a dragon roared. A fiery light spread out as his fist light landed on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Oh no! In the distance, Xiao Qin, who was using the dragon might containing the heaven dragon's mysteries to protect Lu Riyun, slapped his forehead. He could not bear to watch the scene before him. Murong Yen fought an intense battle with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake alone, displaying the fiery ferocity of the red dragon race. There was a smile on his face and his mind surged with excitement. He fought to his heart's content. Soon, Murong Yen was somewhat shocked to discover that although the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's aura was weakening, it was not weak at all. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but does not fall down, let alone an overlord-level humanoid king ferocious beast. In merely 10 odd moves, Murong Yen found himself in a perilous situation, on the verge of revealing his great desolate Ian bloodline at any moment. Wait for me, don't move. Xiao Qin warned, you might become our trump card and reverse the situation at any time. When Lu Riyun heard that, she nodded and said, don't worry. I understand. Xiao. Before Lu Riyun could finish speaking, she saw Xiao Qin turn into a flash of electric light and charge over. In an instant he arrived above the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Xiao Qin did not hesitate to land his killing move. Firmament's rage. The rage of a great desolate Ian ancestor dragon transcended time and space, coming from the past to the present. Its rage filled the sky. When one looked up, it looked like the rage of the firmament, unquenchable. A colossal flaming palm tore through the sky. Xiao Qin showed a stern expression, and 2 Dao discs of the lightning Dao and the saber Dao appeared behind him. The saber Dao and the thunder Dao infused into the colossal palm. Immediately Xiao Qin's 5 fingers became like sabers, flickering with electricity. When he smashed the palm down, he smashed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake down from the sky. Electric light exploded, and the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's entire body trembled. Xiao Qin's 5 fingers were like sabers, leaving 5 huge holes in the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's body. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Xiao Qin. When Murong Yen saw Xiao Qin appear, he rejoiced at first. Then he said, quickly, let's go. This demonic blood thousand-winged snake is harder to deal with than we imagined. We cannot kill it. It's too late. Xiao Qin sighed softly. What do you mean? Murong Yen still did not understand. Closely after that, many figures appeared. Situ Changfeng, Wei Hongfei, and Duan Fei appeared one after another. Damn. Why are you all here? Weren't you all scared off? Murong Yen exclaimed in shock. Xiao Qin said helplessly, you are overthinking things. It is not just them. Eccentric Tai, the Murong couple, Bailey Xiao, and the others should be here as well. They were just waiting to see if there were any fools who could not resist making a move. Then they would reap the benefits. Unexpectedly, they succeeded in their gamble. Murong Yen could not help raging, damn. These fellows are using me as a tool. Xiao Qin, what should we do now? Wei Hongfei asked as he looked at Xiao Qin. At some point in time, Xiao Qin had already become the core of the team. All the decisions had to be made by him. I can't be bothered. In for a penny, in for a pound. After we kill this reptile, we will take 80% of the profits. Decisiveness flashed in Xiao Qin's eyes. He said coldly, if they want to watch a show, then let them watch to their heart's content. The breathing of the others turned somewhat ragged. They had not expected Xiao Qin to be so decisive, going all out against them. Good. Everyone was influenced by Xiao Qin. They did not hesitate to speak seriously. The group attacked together, not holding anything back as they fought an intense battle with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. In the darkness, eccentric Tai hid behind a rock and smiled coldly. A bunch of fools. Did they really think that they scared us away? The Murong couple also revealed smiles, happy to see this happen. After Bailey Xiao smiled coldly, he heaved a sigh of relief. His team had suffered the most casualties. Of the 9, only 5 remained. Originally, Bailey Xiu worried that his team's strength would drop and that he would not have the right to speak. Upon seeing this scene, Bailey Xiu could not help feeling overjoyed. Whoosh! As Bailey Xiu thought, a figure landed between them. This startled him. Qi Yunfeng. Qi Yunfeng was significantly injured. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Bailey, do you mind if I rest here for a while?" The heaven-suspending war chariot had been destroyed, and Qi Yunfeng had managed to escape. However, he had lost his greatest support, so he came to Bailey Xiu's place to form a temporary alliance. Bailey Xiu understood. He smiled and said, "You are very welcome." Bailey Xiu happened to lack manpower. How could he reject? A centipede might die, but it would not fall over. However, this demonic blood thousand-winged snake was too severely injured. Xiao Chen's group of 5 did not give each other any warning. They attacked with their full power, working together and stabilizing the situation. They trapped the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, not giving it a chance to counterattack or flee. The group used the dragon race's martial techniques. Strong winds, lightning, fire, and sunlight formed the Divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation. Xiao Chen and the others decided to end the battle quickly. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. When Xiao Chen saw that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake was about to launch a desperate counterattack, he snorted coldly. Xiao Chen circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist and punched. A blazing dragon might materialized a banner filled with killing intent burning in flames. The instant the banner appeared, the killing intent in the air soared. The heaven dragon's might on Xiao Chen's body soared, bursting out with the arrogance of a sovereign looking down on the world. "You want to counterattack? No way. Get down." Boom. This supreme dragon banner with surging killing chi descended from the sky. It carried an incomparably tyrannical air, carrying the might of the heavens. It turned into a beam of light and instantly stabbed into the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's neck. Rumble. The ground shook continuously. Xiao Chen's supreme dragon banner pinned the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, which wanted to launch a powerful killing move, to the ground. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake roared endlessly, struggling endlessly. The supreme dragon banner shook on the verge of breaking. Red Dragon's profoundness, inextinguishable rage. Murong Yen roared, and his entire body radiated the pure Red Dragon's dragon might. His figure flashed and he landed on the top of the flagpole. Golden Dragon profundity, inextinguishable light. Wei Hongfei snorted coldly. His body spun around continuously, releasing a golden light made of golden dragon chi that shone in the surroundings. Murong Yen supported the sky with one hand and placed it above his head. Then Wei Hongfei landed firmly on his hand. Boom. The might of the supreme dragon banner increased. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake roared in pain, and its aura plummeted. Green Dragon's profoundness, spring wind and rain. Blue Dragon profoundness, wind conquers the world. As Situ Changfeng and Duan Fei joined in, using their own strength to support the supreme dragon banner, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's aura continuously weakened. Heaven Dragon profundity, heart higher than the heavens. Xiao Chen descended from the sky, and his dragon might merged with the heaven dragon's mysteries. Then he landed firmly on Situ Changfeng's palm. Bang! The final strike caused the might of the supreme dragon banner to soar explosively, and the snake's head separated from its body. The demonic blood thousand-winged snake's mountain-sized head directly blasted away. The supreme dragon fist, which contained fist force, turned into thousands of strands of dragon chi spreading out. The few people who were like pillars supporting the sky, quickly scattered, revealing smiles on their faces. Clap, clap, clap. The outstanding talents of the Empire are truly incredible. This is a great eye-opener. This old man is in awe. Eccentric Tai clapped his hands and appeared with a superficial smile. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse on the ground. Indeed, I did not choose the wrong people. However, you can all withdraw now. It is time for us to decide how to split this demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Murong Xing and his wife, Bailey Xiu, and the others appeared one after another. They all felt that they had the upper hand, so they directly told Xiao Chen and the others to scatter. Eccentric Tai frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "Why are you still not scramming? Do you think you can split the war spoils? I don't have much patience." Xiao Chen and the others exchanged glances. After a while they suddenly guffawed. This baffled Bailey Xiu and the others, making them feel somewhat depressed. Xiao Chen shouted, "How do we deal with those who offend our empire's dragon might? Kill without mercy. Fight to the death. Murong Yen and the others answered loudly. Before Xiaoqin finished speaking, the five activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines at the same time. In that instant, an ancient dragon might from the great desolate Ian surged out. The five all had divine dragon bloodlines. The moment they activated their bloodlines, the ancient bloodline power in their bodies surged out uncontrollably like a flood that broke the dam. In the dusky sky, there was only the roar of the dragon, deep and furious. Run. Bailey Xiao and the others were so frightened that they nearly cried. They simply did not expect Xiaoqian's five to be so decisive. The five did not give them a chance to negotiate, not compromising at all. At the same time they activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines. The first to bear the brunt was eccentric Tai, who stood at the very front. The five struck eccentric Tai at the same time. In less than a second, the berserk divine dragon veritable essence energy blasted his body apart, leaving no corpse behind. Chapter 1938. Eccentric Tai's death was truly unjust. It was not that he did not expect this. No matter how weak the five were, they still had their divine dragon bloodlines that had not been activated. However, once the divine dragon bloodline was activated, the group's originally weak bodies would become even weaker after the process ended. At that time, not to mention a star venerate, even a major primal core venerate would be able to end them. Under such circumstances, Xiaoqin and the others would definitely compromise. Who would have thought that Xiaoqin and the others would not even bother saying a word? They had already thought of how these people would deal with the situation. At the same time they activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines. Caught off guard they could not even retaliate. They were blasted into dregs. The five's auras flourished as they chased relentlessly. Before Bailey Xiao's team got far they were all destroyed. Qi Yunfeng was right. When the five activated their great desolate Ian bloodlines, even a sovereign personage would have to run. Furthermore they were far from a sovereign personage. How could they run? Bang, bang, bang. Murong Sheng and his wife were prepared. They endured their severe injuries and ran far away. However, Xiaoqin did not want to let them go. A red light flashed on his ring, and the demon blood vulture screeched as it gave chase. In mere moments, only Qi Yunfeng remained of the group of people that came with a ferocious aura, fleeing wildly. Qi Yunfeng paled in fright. Cold sweat poured down his face as the fear of death shrouded his heart. A horrifying great desolate Ian dragon might spread out in the world, preventing him from bringing out even 50% of his strength. Flying Cloud Talisman. The deaths of the others bought Qi Yunfeng some time to bring out his trump card. A talisman appeared. After activating it, Qi Yunfeng stood on a flying cloud, and his speed more than tripled. It looked like Xiaoqin and the others would not be able to catch up. A wind blew and willow leaves fluttered. A saber light chased after the sun and clouds, piercing Qi Yunfeng's chest. Qi Yunfeng fell like a broken kite. Who knew? He held his breath and endured the intense pain, continuing to flee. Lu Riyun stretched out her hand and grabbed her saber. She frowned slightly. Clearly, she had not expected Qi Yunfeng to have the strength to continue fleeing. Qi Yunfeng's armor should have blocked much of the saber's might. Otherwise he would not have ended up like this. Don't give chase. Seeing that Zhang Xian still wanted to pursue the matter, Xiaoqin spoke up. Qi Yunfeng was not a simple person. Xiaoqin did not know what other trump cards he had. If he ran, so be it. Xiaoqin, who knew his background, did not take him too seriously. As soon as they finished speaking, their auras weakened rapidly, falling to the bottom of the valley. However, all of them had smiles on their faces. They all felt incomparably delighted. Back then they had been worried. If this group of people waited for them to finish killing the demonic blood thousand-winged snake and kill the donkey after it was no longer of use, how would they deal with them? Xiaoqin didn't think too much about it. He had already planned this move, activating his bloodline and striking like lightning. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need to show mercy. Haha, it's been a long time since I've had such a good time. These bastards are all hiding and not coming out. They actually dare to use me as a tool. Murong Yen vented his frustrations and felt incredibly delighted. Suddenly he turned his head and said, Xiaoqin, thank you. Xiaoqin and Situ Changfeng exchanged glances, thinking that they heard wrong. This Murong Yen was famous for being heartless. Xiaoqin and Situ Changfeng had saved him many times, but he had never said a word of thanks. This was the first time the two heard it and they found it strange. The others also looked at Murong Yen strangely. Murong Yen asked anxiously, What's wrong with me? Did I say something wrong? Wei Hongfei scolded, Brat, you are used to being heartless. You finally said something nice. Xiaoqin, how should we deal with this demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Xiaoqin entered deep thought. Just its head was the size of a small mountain. As for its body, it was even more colossal. It was indeed somewhat difficult to deal with. If they dealt with it all, they would probably waste a lot of time. Just take the important ones. As for how to split them, we can talk about it when we return. We can just take away the essence of the great desolate Ian demonic blood. However, we have to take away all 1,000 pairs of purple patterned wings. They are all peak materials for refining, worth at least 1 million primeval heavenly pills. We also have to take away the snake crown. However, be careful of the poison. Pull out the venomous fangs. Xiaoqin sized up the demonic blood thousand-winged snake as he gave instructions seriously. Even though it was much simpler, this was still a huge project. However, the group worked very hard, feeling very excited. Originally, they could only get 20% of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Now they got more than 80%. The rest were just scraps that they did not need. As for the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's most valuable beast core, Xiaoqin personally went to retrieve it. The beast core was covered in purple cloud patterns and gave off a strong aura, flickering with a faint light. This was the beast core of an overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast. Its value already surpassed Xiaoqin's estimation. He needed to find a good appraiser to give it a reasonable valuation. Otherwise, if he sold it off carelessly, he would suffer a huge loss. Xiaoqin, we already removed all the purple patterned wings. We have more or less collected the great desolate Ian demonic blood essence. We obtained the venomous fangs. There are a total of 9 of them. Even without refining them, they are bone weapons equal to Dao tools. We already took out the snake crown. It was really difficult to deal with. The venom nearly spilled on me. The people who obtained the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's parts came to report to Xiaoqin one after another. They did not say anything, directly handing them to him for safekeeping. This was a form of trust. The decisiveness and level-headedness that Xiaoqin showed in the past few dangerous situations convinced the others. Xiaoqin, come and take a look. What is this? Wei Hongfei called out to Xiaoqin as he stood on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's head. Whoosh! With a thought, Xiaoqin's figure flashed and he landed beside Wei Hongfei. Then he looked in the direction Wei Hongfei pointed. That is, Xiaoqin saw many terrifying black lightning bolts in the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's head. This is tribulation lightning. Xiaoqin exclaimed with some shock. What tribulation is this demonic blood thousand-winged snake undergoing? To think that this tribulation lightning even makes me feel some fear. Wei Hongfei thought to himself, we got lucky. It turned out that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake that we were fighting was refining the tribulation lightning at the same time. Its lightning tribulation probably sent down an extremely special tribulation lightning, wanting to subdue and refine it for its own use. We got lucky this time. If it did not refine this tribulation lightning, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wei Hongfei explained his analysis. Xiaoqin nodded in agreement. This tribulation lightning piqued his interest. Among us, you are the only one who cultivates the Thunder Great Tao. You should subdue it, Wei Hongfei said when he saw through Xiaoqin's thoughts. Xiaoqin did not reject. I'll give it a try. After saying that, Xiaoqin directly entered the head and used his saber intent to carve out a path for himself. Then he followed the source of the tribulation lightning. Pah, pah, pah. The lightning in the head occasionally struck Xiaoqin's body, causing him some pain. This made him even more interested. Found it. Traveling through the head was not easy. Xiaoqin spent a lot of effort before arriving at the source of the tribulation lightning. The sword? Xiaoqin revealed a strange expression. To think that the demonic blood thousand-winged snake had already refined the source of the tribulation lightning into a crude sword embryo. Ancient words formed naturally in the world were carved on the embryo. They flickered with golden light and contained the supreme principles, swimming around like tadpoles. It is actually a strand of grand unity profound lightning. There were records in the incomplete memories of the faux god flame that Xiaoqin inherited. The tribulation lightning that contained the supreme principles of the world was called grand unity profound lightning. It was extremely rare. It was the Tao naturally materialized by the heavenly Tao, produced when it mixed with the lightning. It could only be found and not sought. It was very difficult to obtain. No wonder this demonic blood thousand-winged snake wanted to refine it into a weapon. Once it succeeded, it would be a grand unity profound weapon. Its might would be unimaginably great. Xiaoqin's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking too much, he erased the remnant thoughts and spiritual mark on the sword embryo. Then he placed his spiritual mark on it and stored it in his palm. However, this was just a primitive sword embryo. He did not know how much time it would take to form. Of course, if he did not want to refine it into a grand unity profound weapon, he could directly absorb it. Xiao Qian's divine lightning eye was sufficient to digest this grand unity profound lightning. Xiao Qian could accept both choices. It all depended on which one he chose. After leaving the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's head, they discovered that most of the valuable parts of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake had already been harvested. When Murong Yin and the others gathered, they handed the other parts they collected to Xiao Qian for safekeeping. The huge body that remained was actually very valuable as well. However, it was too large. The group's storage rings could not contain it. The demon blood vulture that chased after the Murong couple returned amid strange cries, perfectly completing its mission. Let's search the surroundings. There are usually 10,000-year-old spirit herbs around overlord-class ferocious beasts. Perhaps there might be an unexpected harvest. Xiao Qian said softly as he looked around. I nearly forgot about this. We do have to search properly, Wei Hongfei said with a smile. If they found it, it would be a huge pleasant surprise. Chapter 1939. As the others searched for unknown natural treasures, a voice rang out in Xiao Qian's mind. The demon blood vulture sent him a voice projection. Ran away. When Xiao Qian saw the demon blood vulture returning with a baleful aura, he thought that it had perfectly completed its mission. Unexpectedly, it still let the two go. So be it. Xiao Qian was not a bloodthirsty person. He would teach the other party a lesson. In the future, the other party would know who he should not offend. After casually consoling him, Xiao Qian did not take this matter to heart and joined the search. In the distance, a flickering heaven-suspending war chariot flew over the fleeing Qi Yunfeng. Qi Yunfeng raised his head to take a look. The war chariot flew too fast so he could not see it clearly. He only saw the insignia of the heavenly lodging palace on the war chariot. It was the heaven-suspending war chariot of the heavenly lodging palace. Furthermore, it was a 2-star one. A 1-star heaven-suspending war chariot could not compare to a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. With this war chariot, Xiao Qian would not even need to fear a sovereign personage. Qi Yunfeng's chest was still bleeding. The incredibly weak Qi Yunfeng did not even know if he could walk out of this desolate God Valley. How could he think about anything else? Retracting his gaze, he continued walking forward. Oh, isn't this the ruling sword gate's Qi Yunfeng? The heaven-suspending war chariot that just flew over returned. The hatch opened, and a youth in blue embroidered clothes walked out. He mocked, "Why are you in such a sorry state? Where is your 1-star heaven-suspending war chariot? Drive it out and compete with my 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot." Qi Yunfeng felt slightly stunned. He had not expected the war chariot to return. The blood sand was hazy and Qi Yunfeng's strength had dropped, so he could not clearly see that person's appearance. After a long time, Xiao Qian discovered that it was Hua Qingyun, the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch's young sect master in ancient desolate town. Xiao Qian's grandfather was an existence that surpassed sovereign personages in the Heavenly Lodging Palace. He was very strong and could be considered a wealthy young master of the sect. Furthermore, he managed some authority in the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch. In ancient desolate town, Xiao Qian was someone who could do whatever he wanted. Qi Yunfeng had met Xiao Qian once before, so he knew that the other party was mocking him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Hua must be joking. How can my broken war chariot compare to young Master Hua's? Furthermore, the demonic blood thousand-winged snake already destroyed my war chariot." What? A demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Hua Qingyun's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Speak. Where is the demonic blood thousand-winged snake? Men, invite him up here." Qi Yunfeng had purposely said this to attract this person's attention. After he went up, he told the story of his encounter, adding details to the story. He sighed softly, "After all, they are disciples of the Divine Dragon Empire's Dragon's Gate. We just killed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake and they immediately fell out with us. Our ruling sword gate cannot afford to offend them. Right now, a group of people is probably harvesting the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse." Hua Qingyun sneered and said, "How dare you? I'll help you vent your anger. This is not their Divine Dragon Empire's territory. To think that they dare to be so arrogant in ancient desolate town. Many thanks, young Master Hua. However, they are disciples of the Dragon's Gate after all. If I suffer some grievances, I will just endure it. Young Master Hua, there is no need to make a big fuss and offend the people of the Dragon's Gate." Hua Qingyun laughed loudly and said, "If they were inner sect disciples, I would give them some face. However, they are just a group of outer palace disciples. How dare they bully the people of our ancient desolate town? No way. Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly in his heart. Seeing that he managed to incite conflict with Hua Qingyun with just a few words, he could not help feeling cocky. Why are you still sitting there? What are you doing? Feeling confused, Qi Yunfeng asked, Young Master Hua, what do you mean? Scram. I already said that I would stand up for you. Do you still want to go with me? Bang. Right after Hua Qingyun spoke, he kicked Qi Yunfeng off the heaven-suspending war chariot. When Hua Qingyun saw Qi Yunfeng land and roll a few times on the ground, he could not help laughing loudly. Qi Yunfeng lay on the ground in so much pain that tears flowed out. He cried out in grief. Today was really the worst day of his life. Young master, good kick. This fellow is full of bad intentions. He might even be feeling cocky about successfully sowing discord between young master and those Dragon's Gate disciples. A gray-clad old man came over and fawned over Hua Qingyun. Hua Qingyun mocked, Others might not know what kind of person he is, but do you think I do not know? He is just a broker. He has done several shady things. I thought that no one knew. The gray-clad old man asked, Young master, what are your plans? A bright light flashed in Hua Qingyun's eyes as he said, The ninth elder of the main palace hall seems to have reached a bottleneck in his poison cultivation technique. I can give him a demonic blood thousand-wing snake spirit core. The gray-clad old man said, However, Elder Su and the others said that they made a big discovery in Desolate God Valley and needed this 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot to hold the fort. What's the rush? It is just a group of Dragon's Gate cultivators who activated their great Desolate Ian bloodlines. Dealing with them will not take much time. Hua Qingyun's tone brimmed with pride, not caring about Xiao Chen's group at all. 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot accelerate at full speed. Xiao Chen and the others who were searching for natural treasures did not know that a huge problem was quickly heading their way. Found it? Lu Riyun cheered, drawing everyone's attention. They saw a scarlet, glistening 7-petal flower under the rubble of a mountain range. A fruit that looked like a ghost face grew in the middle of the petals, looking exceptionally sinister. A demonic blood ghost face flower. Wei Hongfei exclaimed, We really struck it rich this time. Xiao Chen went over to take a look. Then he said, It is more than 10,000 years old. As for how old it is, we will need a professional alchemist to determine it. Lu Riyun frowned and said, This ghost face looks really scary. This fruit is actually the essence. However, we cannot consume it. Demonic Dao cultivators can use it and exchange it for resources in the black market. Let's keep these 7 demonic blood leaves and consume them when we reach the sovereign personage realm. They will be able to bring out their greatest effects and strengthen our soul energy. Situ Changfeng understood the demonic blood ghost face flower very well. The group carefully picked it off and handed it to Xiao Chen for safekeeping. Boom. Suddenly, a piercing whistle came from the distance. Lu Riyun found the voice familiar. She exclaimed in shock, It's a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. A 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot was several times faster than a 1-star heaven-suspending war chariot. By the time the group discovered it, they could no longer flee. Bang. The war chariot landed in front of the group and crashed heavily into the ground, creating a huge shock wave that surged out. The expressions of Wei Hongfei and the others changed slightly. Right now they had not recovered much of their strength. Calm down. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he released the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture understood Xiao Chen's meaning. It let out a loud cry, and its demonic nature erupted, turning its entire body scarlet. A strong scarlet wind blew back the shock wave, nearly sending the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot flying. Hua Qingyun cursed in the war chariot. When he saw that it was the demon blood vulture, his eyes lit up. He said, There are so many good things. The few of you, go out and say that this young master is interested in this demon blood vulture. Get them to hand over the demon blood vulture and the demonic blood thousand-wing snake's beast core, and they can leave. Young master is really benevolent. You only want the beast core and the demon blood vulture. You are giving them too much face. Hua Qingyun smiled and said, Stop sucking up. Quickly go out. There's no need. Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out. Hua Qingyun demanded, Who is it? Bang. Hua Qingyun's reply was a heavy punch from Xiao Chen. 50 cauldron force flew out together with a dragon roar. The 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot's hatch directly shattered. Then it flew into the war chariot with the remaining force. The broken hatch whizzed over, kicking up a boundless strong wind that scattered the decorations in the war chariot, turning it into a mess. You are seeking death. Hua Qingyun raged. He stretched out his hand and caught the hatch. However, Hua Qingyun had somewhat underestimated the strength of the hatch. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he got knocked back. Xiao Qin blocked the entrance alone and gave it a cursory glance. There were 10 odd people in the war chariot. Aside from the cultivators controlling the war chariot, there were 10 other holy venerates. This was a rather strong team, especially that gray-clad old man. He was no weaker than eccentric Tai, a vital chi cultivator. The gray-clad old man frowned and asked, "Friend, where are you from?" Xiao Qin retorted indifferently, "Can't you make out the dragon race aura on me?" The gray-clad old man immediately felt goosebumps in his heart. He had kicked a metal plate this time. As he looked at the calm and relaxed Xiao Qin, he found him somewhat unfathomable. He stretched out his hand to stop the enraged Hua Qingyun behind him. "So, it is a dragon race disciple. I wonder what kind of misunderstanding there is? We are just passing by." Xiao Qin retorted coldly, "Stop pretending. It's not like I did not hear what you said in there." Honestly speaking, Xiao Qin had many reservations about his current strength in the sect, preventing him from bringing it out. However, once he left the sect, he had many trump cards. Unless a sovereign personage arrived, he would not fear anyone. As long as Xiao Qin did not bully others, it would be fine. Those who dared to target him were simply reckless. "Old Yang, why are you afraid of him? Attack together and take down this mixed-blood dragon." Hua Qingyun snorted coldly. Then, he led the cultivators in the war chariot to charge at Xiao Qin, ignoring the gray-clad old man's obstruction. "You overestimate yourself," Xiao Qin said indifferently. Then 2 Dao discs appeared behind him, and his great perfection Dao might layered over each other. Then he infused the mysteries of the heaven dragon into his dragon might. His aura immediately soared as he charged at Hua Qingyun's group of 10. Chapter 1940. Bang. The sounds of intense fighting came from the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot, making Murong Yen and the others outside nervous. "Damn it. I'll go and take a look." Murong Yen cursed and wanted to charge over. However, Lu Riyun blocked him. Lu Riyun said, "The few of you have not recovered yet. You are not even comparable to a star venerate. What can you do in there?" Xiao Qin said that he can go alone. "Trust him." Murong Yen grumbled somewhat irritably. Then he looked at the demon blood vulture at the side and said, "This silly bird looks pretty strong. Why is it not going in to help Xiao Qin?" Situ Changfeng and the others sat cross-legged and cultivated, refining medicinal pills to recover their strength, ignoring him. Lu Riyun said, "It should be staying behind to protect you. Don't worry. Just watch what Situ Changfeng and the others are doing. Just follow." Murong Yen turned his head and discovered that Situ Changfeng and the others were treating their injuries quickly. Murong Yen slapped his forehead and said in frustration, "I should have reacted earlier." Clearly, doing his best to recover his strength at this moment was the most important thing. Seeing Murong Yen turn obedient, Lu Riyun relaxed slightly. However, she still felt somewhat worried. Like Murong Yen and the others, Xiao Qin activated his great desolate Yin bloodline. Why is he still able to fight, even boldly charging into the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot alone? What trump cards does he have? Never mind. I'll just do as he says. Lu Riyun moved like a leaf, gently drifting down and landing above the heaven-suspending war chariot. Xiao Qin wanted her to guard the back door. If anyone tried to escape, she was to immediately block them. However, Lu Riyun did not know where Xiao Qin got his confidence to be so sure that he could force the other party out of the war chariot. In reality, Xiao Qin's spiritual energy and veritable essence energy were already drained. However, he still had his demonic Dao veritable essence energy which he did not use at all. His vital chi was not depleted at all. Xiao Qin had not used his divine lightning eye, sharp spirit finger, Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, and many other trump cards. Naturally, he could still fight. Furthermore, the heaven dragon's mysteries that Xiao Qin comprehended had already materialized. He could infuse it into all sorts of martial techniques and movement techniques. Inside the heaven-suspending chariot, the battle was intense. Hua Qingyun led 10 people, ignoring the gray-robed old man's attempts to stop him, charging at Xiao Qin. In the end, after a chaotic battle, the team of 11 people was completely unable to display their advantage in numbers against Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin merged the light of freedom's thunder dragon steps. His body moved like lightning, moving about freely. As for their auras, with the combination of Xiao Qin's 2 greater success Dao auras and the heaven dragon's ultimacy, the auras of the dozen-odd people were firmly suppressed by Xiao Qin from the beginning until the end. Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. Xiao Qin watched as the 10 people executed their killing moves, intending to go all out. Their holy venerate wills strengthened continuously. Their auras actually temporarily surpassed his. Without even thinking, Xiaoqian instantly executed Firmament's rage. Lightning flickered on the enormous hand that supported the heavens. Its 5 fingers were like blades. With a single palm strike, it swept through everything before it. No one could stop it. Bang, bang. The 11 people, including Hua Qingyun, were all sent flying. They vomited mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. When one looked around, the entire war chariot's interior was in tatters. Aside from the gray-clad old man, only Xiaoqian remained standing. Damn it. If I had not been careless, I would have used the war chariot from the start to kill you all. This would not have happened. Hua Qingyun felt so much regret that his intestines turned green. As he looked at Xiaoqian, a murderous intent blazed in his eyes. He wished that he could swallow Xiaoqian alive on the spot. If you had not mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. It turns out that this is a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. The people are gone, but the war chariot remains. This matter is over, Xiaoqian said indifferently after sizing up the surroundings. Young man, don't go overboard when doing things. We only heard from Qi Yunfeng that you snatched the demonic blood thousand-winged snake from him and wanted to uphold justice. Now it looks like there is a misunderstanding. Let's just say that our heavenly lodging palace is in the wrong. Is that all right? The gray-clad old man, who had not made a move all this while, snorted coldly. Then he unleashed his aura, and a star chart with thousands of stars moving around appeared behind him. Aside from showing off his strength, the old man placed special emphasis on the words, Heavenly Lodging Palace. The Heavenly Lodging Palace was one of the few rank 7 sects in the northern region, a super faction. Its overall strength was not much weaker than the Divine Dragon Empires. This was especially so in ancient desolate town, where the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch was stronger than the other factions. Xiaoqian retorted indifferently, do you think that's all with just one sentence? Since you know that you are in the wrong, why are you not apologizing? However, I am a very easy person to negotiate with. There is no need for an apology. Just compensation will do. When Lu Riyun, who was in the heaven-suspending war chariot, heard this, she quivered and nearly fell over. Did I hear wrong? To think that Xiaoqian actually turned the tables and threatened the other party, even demanding compensation. The other party was from the Heavenly Lodging Palace. Furthermore, he was facing a late-stage holy venerate old man. Where did he get his confidence from? You. The gray-clad old man trembled in anger. He said furiously, you are going too far. Don't go overboard. Old Yang, why are you wasting time with him? Just kill him and end all troubles. Hua Qingyun shouted as he struggled to get up. He had never felt so sullen before. Just obediently lie down. Xiaoqian sent out a palm strike and smashed Hua Qingyun back down. Then he pulled over a chair with a wave of his hand. Holding the sheathed lunar shadow saber with one hand, he sat down. As the gray-clad old man stored up power and prepared to attack at any moment, he smiled and said, Brat, it is not that you, the steward, are not willing to not attack. It is that he does not dare to. Old man, I was right? You have been observing me trying to find openings in my fight with this trash, trying to figure out my limits. However, the more you watch, the more shocked you are, the less confident you are, right? As he sat on the chair, Xiaoqian revealed an indistinct smile. His eyes were as sharp as swords as they pierced the gray-clad old man. The gray-clad old man was immediately stunned. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. How does he know everything? That was right. From the very start, the gray-clad old man had been observing Xiaoqian. The openings were secondary. The main thing was to figure out Xiaoqian's limits. When one grew old and could not see clearly, one would not have the courage to make a move. Since when did such an incredible youth appear in the northern region? As the gray-clad old man watched Xiaoqian calmly sit on the throne, the confidence he exuded put a mountain of pressure on the gray-clad old man. Everlasting heavenly constellation, reversing the starry heavens. Under the immense pressure, the gray-clad old man had to make a move even if he did not want to. The gray-clad old man roared ferociously. Success or failure depended on this palm strike. Then he threw a palm strike. The surroundings suddenly changed. The war chariot vanished, and everyone seemed to be in the boundless starry heavens. As the gray-clad old man threw a palm strike, the entire starry heavens spun in reverse. It was like a black hole appeared behind him, and a horrifying suction surged towards Xiaoqian. What a strong palm strike. If this old man had attacked from the very start, the situation might have changed. As for now, Xiaoqian smiled coldly and his left hand moved, forming the Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. It was like water could not be refined, like the sun and moon could not stay in the sky. Xiao Chen's killing chi increased sevenfold. His killing intent wanted to fill the boundless starry heavens, slowing the spinning starry heavens. This is. The gray-clad old man was greatly startled. Horror appeared in his eyes. He had never seen such horrifying killing chi in his life. It was not over yet. Supreme Dragon Fist, Leaderless Dragons. Xiao Chen formed the 7-kill seal with his left hand and executed the Supreme Dragon Fist with his right hand, using his overwhelming killing intent to drive this Supreme Dragon Fist. A berserk dragon roared, and killing intent soared into the clouds. When he punched, the starry heavens shattered. Xiao Chen's punch knocked the gray-clad old man into the wall of the heaven-suspending war chariot. Xiao Chen hovered in the air, dragon chi surrounding him. His killing intent blazed, making him look like a murderous god. Xiao Chen had modified his Supreme Dragon Fist, using killing chi to replace resentment with the 7-kill seal. With the 7-kill seal, the might of this punch increased sevenfold. Not only did the gray-clad old man's palm strike, but it also knocked him half dead. Horror filled his eyes. However, the gray-clad old man was incredible. The instant he retreated, he grabbed Hua Qingyun. "Let's go." Not daring to linger, the gray-clad old man picked up Hua Yunfeng. Then his figure flashed, vanishing from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen did not find this strange. They must have used the formations in the heaven-suspending war chariot to send them out. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around and fixed it on the others who remained here. Finally, he fixed his gaze on one person. He demanded coldly, "Speak. Where was your 2-star war chariot heading in the first place?" When that person saw the murderous god Xiao Chen, he immediately trembled like he had fallen into an ice cave, his entire body trembling in fear. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll speak. I'll speak. Xiao Chen, we're here to help you." Just at this moment, Murong Yen and the others rushed over after recovering some of their strength. When they saw this scene, their jaws nearly fell off in shock. Chapter 1941. When Xiao Chen saw Murong Yen and the others enter, he nodded slightly and continued interrogating them. For a group of holy venerates to drive a 2-star war chariot into desolate God Valley, they definitely had other motives. The 2-star war chariot was extremely powerful. If this group of people had started, they would have used the 2-star war chariot to attack them. Even Xiao Chen could not deal with it. Unless he used the God Shadow Bow, he could only bring his group far away. Thankfully, Hua Qingyun had been careless and had given Xiao Chen the opportunity to charge in and finish him off. 3 days ago, Elder Su led the elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's branch and mysteriously charged into desolate God Valley. If there's a major discovery, ask young Master Hua to bring the 2-star chariot over to help suppress the situation and seal off the scene. Under Xiao Chen's mental pressure, the man did not dare to lie and confessed. "Elder Su? What Elder Su?" "Our Heavenly Lodging Palace branch has 2 leaders. One is Elder Su Feng, and the other is Elder Lung Quan. This time the leader is Elder Su Feng. Almost all the elites of the branch have been mobilized, and only Elder Lung Quan is left to oversee things." "How strong is this Elder Su?" "Elder Su advanced to sovereign personage many years ago. Now he is already a small perfection sovereign personage." "What did you find?" "I don't know. I really don't know. Hua Xiao doesn't know either. They only said that it was a very shocking discovery, and even Elder Lung Quan almost came. Right now they are trying their best to seal off the news." "It looks like he really does not know." Xiao Chen knocked out the other party with a palm strike. Then Lu Riyun led the fleeing gray-robed old man and Hua Qingyun back in. Clearly, the gray-robed old man had not expected that Xiao Chen would expect him to flee and had made arrangements in advance. Xiao Chen got Lu Riyun, who was at her peak, to stand guard above the war chariot, ready to receive orders at any time, catching the other party off guard. "Gentlemen, we admit defeat this time. However, we are members of the Heavenly Lodging Palace, one of the 3 rank 7 sects of the northern region. There's no need to kill us all." The gray-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen and once again brought up the Heavenly Lodging Palace's name. Xiao Chen said coldly, "If the Heavenly Lodging Palace really cared about you, it would not have kept you in the branch. Furthermore, we have the Divine Dragon Empire backing us. Why would we fear your Heavenly Lodging Palace? You can only blame yourselves for being brainless, thinking that you can bully Dragon's Gate's Outer Palace disciples." The gray-robed old man said angrily, "Are you trying to incite a conflict between the 2 superpowers?" When Xiao Chen heard this, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This gray-robed old man was so anxious that his IQ had dropped. If there was no direct conflict of interest, Why would the two superpowers fall out because of such a small conflict? If that were the case, the world would no longer be peaceful. Sects would be fighting each other everywhere. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Xiao Qin gently knocked down the tyrant saber in his hand, knocking out the severely injured person. Hua Qingyun, who was at the side, was scared out of his wits. He looked at Xiao Qin, then at the people around him, feeling extremely regretful. Damn it. If I have the chance to return alive, I will definitely beat up Qi Yunfeng. What dog's hit is this? To think that I got into trouble for nothing. Boom. The heaven-suspending war chariot trembled for a while before spewing out a plume of flame. Then, under Lu Riyun's control, it soared into the sky. Aside from him, toss everyone else out. Murong Yin smiled and said, Roger that. I'll handle this matter. Ah. Everyone in the war chariot, regardless of whether they were breathing or not, threw them to the ground with a palm strike first. When Hua Qingyun saw this scene, he was startled and repeatedly begged for mercy. However, the others did not say anything to him. After placing restrictions in his body, they knocked him out with a palm strike. He obtained a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot just like that? Murong Yin felt like everything was a dream, feeling incredulous. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen and said meaningfully, Xiao Chen, how much strength did you hide from us? Right now, everyone could tell that Xiao Chen's strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Xiao Chen was already much stronger than them. Even though they all used their great desolate Ian bloodlines, Xiao Chen could still put up a fight. Xiao Chen barged in alone and dealt with 10-odd ordinary holy venerates. One of them was even a late-stage holy venerate expert. Xiao Chen replied honestly, it is nothing. That Su Feng should have taken away all the elites. Aside from the gray-clad old man being somewhat difficult to deal with, the others are not worth mentioning. I estimate that these are loose cultivators that the Heavenly Lodging Palace recruited in ancient desolate town. Let's not care about that for now. Xiao Chen, what do you plan to do? Sidu Changfeng asked. Right now there were 2 paths before the group. One was to return home. The harvest this time was already sufficiently bountiful. If they went back and sold what they obtained, they would gain a great profit. Furthermore, they obtained a 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot for free, which was a pleasant surprise. The second choice was to see what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered for them to make such a big fuss about. The former was foolproof, but the latter was somewhat dangerous. How should they choose? Xiao Qin, you make the decision. I'll listen to you. Wei Hongfei was rather straightforward, directly letting Xiao Qin make the decision, not even bothering to discuss it. In any case, in the end, Xiao Qin would make the final decision. Xiao Qin thought for a while before saying, the other party should have discovered something big. Otherwise, they would not have sent out all the elites of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch and still felt that it was not enough. Given our strength, going over to join in the excitement would just be seeking death. Sometimes one should not join in on the excitement. If one was not careful, one might end up as cannon fodder. Are we giving up? Wei Hongfei felt somewhat dissatisfied. Xiao Qin smiled and said, naturally that is impossible. After we return to ancient desolate town, we will spread the news. Doesn't the Heavenly Lodging Palace want to seal off the news? We will not go against their wishes. We will let the entire ancient desolate town know that their Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered a startling fortuitous encounter. Sidu Changfeng's eyes lit up. Good idea. We will have a chance only if we stir up the situation. Then we will sell off the demonic blood thousand-wing snakes materials. We will use this opportunity to raise our strength. At that time we will be more confident. Xiao Qin gave a simple explanation of his thoughts. Murong Yin scratched his head and asked, what if they obtain the fortuitous encounter in advance? What should we do? Xiao Qin replied calmly, that is impossible. I have a feeling that the thing that the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered cannot be dealt with in a short time. Otherwise there would be no need to make such a big fuss. Good, it is settled then. Whoosh. After making up her mind, Lu Riyun controlled the war chariot and flew towards ancient desolate town. Naturally, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's insignia on the heaven-suspending war chariot was removed. The group also made some changes to its exterior. Otherwise, it would be somewhat problematic to drive it into ancient desolate town. Lu Riyun had a heaven-suspending war chariot. Under her directions, the group quickly familiarized themselves with this 2-star war chariot. There were many formations in the war chariot that needed to be linked. It was very difficult for one person to control them fully. After familiarizing themselves with the war chariot, the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot turned into a dazzling beam of light and rushed towards ancient desolate town. By relying on this 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot, The group rushed back in less than 1 day. It had to be said that the war chariot was indeed astonishingly fast. Look at the 2-star war chariot. It is really fast. Whose 2-star war chariot is this? Why is there no insignia? 2-star war chariots were extremely rare in ancient desolate town. Aside from those large factions, the number of them could be counted on one hand. When the group returned to ancient desolate town, the 2-star war chariot immediately attracted a lot of attention. After the group rented a luxurious courtyard in ancient desolate town, Xiao Chen made arrangements. Ryun and I will go to the merchant association and sell the demonic blood thousand-winged snakes materials. You all should hurry and spread the news of the Heavenly Lodging Palace's great discovery, adding details to the story. No problem. Xiao Chen did not fear attracting attention. He got Lu Ryun to drive the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot to the merchant association. The top 10 merchant associations of the Central Great Realm all have branches in ancient desolate town. Xiao Chen, which one are you going to pick? Lu Ryun asked as she drove the war chariot. Xiao Chen nodded and said, let's go to the second-ranked merchant association? Got it. Boom. The war chariot sped up, moving quickly in the sky above ancient desolate town. Soon the war chariot arrived above Xiao Chen's destination, the 9-cauldron pavilion. Then it slowly descended. The various large merchant associations had a place to receive war chariots. When the manager saw the 2-star war chariot descend, his eyes lit up. A major customer is here. Receive him according to the standards of a gold VIP. Xiao Chen and Lu Ryun opened the war chariot's doors. The scene before them shocked them slightly. Xiao Chen saw 10-odd girls in their prime standing on both sides. They all wore the same clothes, looking sexy and enchanting. All of them bowed at the same time. Ah! Honored guest, sorry for not coming out to welcome you. A middle-aged man in embroidered clothes walked over with large strides with a forthright smile. Xiao Chen secretly sized up this person. He saw that this person had an extraordinary air. He was actually a peak holy venerate, looking like he would break through at any moment. This humble one is Li Xiuhai, the person in charge of this 9-cauldron pavilion. Might I ask who the two of you are? As the two approached, Li Xiuhai felt somewhat surprised. Two youths actually walked out of the 2-star heaven-suspending war chariot. One of them was not even a holy venerate. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling disappointed. However, he did not show it on his face. The person in charge? In that case it's you. There's no need for you to ask who we are. Cancel the other contracts. We have a big business deal to do with you. Xiao Chen waved his hand and led Lu Ryun away, completely ignoring this Li Xiuhai. This startled Li Xiuhai. What arrogance! Just as he felt displeased, he discovered that Xiao Chen had already walked some distance away, so he quickly followed. Li Xiuhai held back his anger and asked with a smile, might I ask how big the business is? However, Li Xiuhai smiled coldly in his heart. What kind of business has the 9-cauldron pavilion not seen? You are so young. What kind of business can you have? Could it be bigger than a sovereign personage's business? It is not that big. I just killed a demonic blood thousand-winged snake, Lu Ryun replied softly with a smile. When Li Xiuhai heard that, he could not help feeling shocked. Did I hear wrong? A demonic blood thousand-winged snake? An overlord-class ferocious beast of the sovereign personage level. Chapter 1942. This greatly startled Li Xiuhai. He only reacted after being stunned for a long time. His eyes filled with disbelief. However, he did not dare to slight such a big deal. He instructed the person beside him with a grave expression, go and invite Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai was the highest-ranked appraiser in the 9-cauldron pavilion's ancient desolate town branch. There was no treasure that he could not appraise. Inside the booth, Li Xiuhai smiled at Xiao Chen and said, little brother, I have not asked for your great name yet. Grasshead Xiao, Sun Guangqin Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen replied indifferently. So, it is young Master Xiao. Since you killed a demonic blood thousand-winged snake, shouldn't you take out something to prove it? A brilliant light flickered in Li Xiuhai's eyes, and the smile on his face never faded. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, even if I let you take it out, can you appraise it? Li Xiuhai could not help feeling embarrassed. I have managed the 9-cauldron pavilion's branch for so many years. I still have some discerning eyes. Let's wait for the appraiser to arrive first. I do not want to waste time. After Xiao Chen said that, he ignored Li Xiuhai, making the other party feel somewhat uneasy. This young master, are you waiting for this old man? The door to the private room opened, and a well-dressed, spirited old man with powerful soul energy walked in. He had an extraordinary bearing. Li Xiuhai stood up and said, Mr. Bai, you are finally here. These two youths said that they killed a demonic blood thousand-winged snake. A demonic blood thousand-winged snake. Mr. Bai's eyes lit up. He said, let me see the beast core. Xiao Qin did not say anything. With a flip of his hand, he took out a mirror box and handed it to the other party. Boom. The mirror box opened, and a great desolate Aeon demonic might immediately surged out, spreading out in all directions. The entire private room shook slightly, and the array formation that was secretly reinforced in the room also trembled incessantly. An illusory demonic blood thousand-winged snake charged out of the beast core at Mr. Bai. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling startled. Mr. Bai. Beast, you are seeking death. Mr. Bai snorted coldly. Then a strong soul energy surged out from his forehead and scattered the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's ferocious spirit. Such powerful soul power. Xiao Qin felt slightly startled. This Mr. Bai's soul energy probably already rivaled that of a sovereign personage. When he controlled it, it was even more smooth and easy, and it contained boundlessly profound techniques. Good. Master Bai said good 3 times in a row. Then he guffawed. It is indeed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's beast core. To think that it died less than 3 days ago. Furthermore, it was stored in a treasure box used to seal the soul. Little brother, it seems like you know quite a lot of things. Li Xiuhai immediately rejoiced in his heart. Since Mr. Bai said so, it was clearly a big transaction. Haha, young Master Xiao Qin, no, young Master Chen's moves are truly extraordinary, worthy of admiration. Is it possible for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion to take all the other parts? Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Qin with a smile. Even the way he addressed Xiao Qin instantly changed. Xiao Qin said indifferently, there is no rush. Let's value this beast core first. Right. There is no rush. Master Bai, how much is this beast core worth? Li Xiuhai asked in anticipation. Master Bai thought for a while before replying, the value of an overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast core is rather public. Normally, it is worth about 2 million primeval heavenly pills. However, young Master Zhao's beast core still has a remnant soul, so its value is at least 20% higher. I estimate that 3 million primeval heavenly pills should be enough. Li Xiuhai felt very cocky. This number was already an astronomical figure. However, when he secretly glanced at Xiao Qin and Lu Riyun, he was greatly startled. Xiao Qin still maintained a calm expression. No change could be seen on his face. As for Lu Riyun, she had a smile on her face, but she was not startled. One was the White Dragon King's daughter, and the other had seen many grand scenes. How could they be easily frightened by 3 million primeval heavenly pills? Lu Riyun giggled and said, I recall that there was an auction in the Divine Dragon Empire's ancestor Dragon City last year. Those who are not sovereign personages and the Dragon's Gate inner sect disciples are not allowed to enter. An overlord-class sovereign personage ferocious beast core seems to have been sold for 4 million primeval heavenly pills. If I recall correctly, the one hosting the auction back then was the Bai clan's current clan head. He also seemed to have auctioned it at the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. The Bai clan is one of the 3 appraisal noble clans of the Central Great Realm. I believe that they would not do something that would tarnish their reputation. The moment Lu Riyun said that, Li Xiuhai and Master Bai were startled. Li Xiuhai looked at Lu Riyun and asked, might I ask what Mrs. Identity is? Do you need me to repeat myself? Just take good care of us. Don't ask about our identities. Xiao Qin's face sank, revealing displeasure. This Li Xiuhai really did not care about his words at all. Sorry. This one is in the wrong. For some reason, Li Xiuhai's heart sank when he saw Xiao Qin's expression, so he quickly apologized. Master Bai sent a voice projection. Li Xiuhai, this girl's identity seems to be extraordinary. She understands my Bai clan very well, so we will not be able to fool her. The two of you are people who have seen much of the world. If we do not grasp this business well, it will end up in the hands of the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association. Very well. How much do you think this demonic blood thousand-winged snake's beast core is worth? 5 million. Good. That's the price. No matter what, we have to get this business. An entire demonic blood thousand-winged snake is worth half a year's worth of business. The two discussed in secret and quickly came up with an idea. Naturally, there will be a high price in the auction. If the two of you are willing to sell the other parts of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake at our 9 Cauldron Pavilion, I can offer 5 million primeval heavenly pills for this beast core. Li Xiuhai showed a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Qin. It seemed like he wanted to take the initiative. Xiao Qin said indifferently, you can offer as much as you want. Don't add any other conditions. I do not like discussing business with people like this. Be more decisive. 5 million primeval heavenly pills. Do you accept it or not? Dealing with businessmen was a headache. The other party looked like he was making a lot of concessions. However, once Xiao Qin agreed, the other party who held the initiative would definitely take it back with the other parts. This was what Xiao Qin hated the most. He said coldly, "Put away your little tricks. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not." Li Xiuhai immediately felt nervous. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Before Xiao Qian's strong aura, Li Xiuhai was at a complete disadvantage. Master Bai could no longer keep watching. He said sullenly, "It's settled then. 4,500,000 primeval heavenly pills, no other conditions. One by one. I will make the final decision on this transaction." Li Xiuhai heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Right. Master Bai, make the final decision. Good. 4,500,000 primeval heavenly pills, deal. After the transaction was completed, Xiao Qin did not hesitate to take out the purple-patterned wings on the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's body. He kept 100 pairs for himself and offered the remaining 900. After Master Bai carefully appraised the wings, he offered 2 million primeval heavenly pills. Then there was the great desolate Ian demonic blood essence, the venomous fangs that contained a strong poison, and the softest demonic blood thousand-winged snake skin. Every time Xiao Qin took out an item, Li Xiuhai and Master Bai felt startled. They simply could not believe that so many demonic blood thousand-winged snake resources came from one person. In the end, they became completely numb, unable to speak. After the transaction was completed, the number of primeval heavenly pills reached a horrifying 12 million. Li Xiuhai took out a VIP card and handed it to Xiao Qin. Then he smiled and said, "This is the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's Grade 1 VIP card. With this card, you can enjoy extremely high discounts in the entire Central Great Realm's 9 Cauldron Pavilion. This VIP card is extremely rare and limited. In the future, Sir Xiao will be a friend of our 9 Cauldron Pavilion." Xiao Qin put away the VIP card and nodded slightly. "I still need some things." A thought occurred to Li Xiuhai. He smiled and asked, "What does Sir Xiao want to buy?" "I need a medicinal pill for breaking through bottlenecks." Master Bai looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Young Master Xiao is currently a peak consummation star venerate. Although his cultivation is not high, his accumulations are frighteningly vast. The vastness of his veritable essence energy is no weaker than that of a regular holy venerate. If you want to break through, you need a rank 4 heavenly pill at the very least. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion happens to have such a medicinal pill." "What medicinal pill?" "The 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill. A rank 4 heavenly pill worth 2 million primeval heavenly pills. If young Master Xiao wants to buy it, it will only cost 1,500,000 primeval heavenly pills." "I'll buy it." Now that Xiao Qin could buy a medicinal pill for breaking through bottlenecks that he did not even dare to think about in the past, he did not even blink. This was a rare fortuitous encounter. Not taking advantage of this opportunity to break through to Holy Venerate clearly did not fit Xiao Qin's character. Previously, Xiao Qin was poor and did not dare to think about anything. Now that he had so many primeval heavenly pills, he naturally dared to think about anything. Xiao Qin said sullenly, "I still need you to help me find a blacksmith who can independently refine an inherited Dao tool. The price is not a problem." Master Bai guessed. A blacksmith who can independently refine an inherited Dao tool would be a rank 3 Grandmaster blacksmith. Such a person is not easy to find. "Li Xiuhai, do you have any connections in this area?" Li Xiuhai smiled and said, "As the person in charge of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion's ancient desolate town, naturally, I know people from all walks of life. Give me one day and I'll help young Master Xiao find someone." Xiao Qin nodded and handed the tyrant's saber to Li Xiuhai. "There is no rush. Let him look at this saber first. He is confident he can come." "How heavy?" After Li Xiuhai received the tyrant's saber, his expression changed slightly, finding it incredibly taxing. A look of shock flashed in Master Bai's eyes. However, he did not say anything. Soon Xiao Qin obtained the 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill. Then he asked Lu Riyun, "Is there anything you want to buy?" Lu Riyun smiled and asked, "What do you think?" After asking a nonsensical question, Xiao Qin put away the 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill and boarded the heaven-suspending war chariot. Xiao Qin thought to himself, "Things are going very smoothly on my side. However, I wonder how Murong Yan's side is doing. Young Master Xiao, take care. Come again when you have time." Li Xiuhai sent Xiao Qin off enthusiastically. When the war chariot took off, he could no longer control his expression. He laughed loudly. Ha! This is great. I managed to close a transaction worth more than 10 million primeval heavenly crystals in one day. If I can do a few more, I can be transferred away from this desolate place at the end of the year. Master Bai's expression did not change. As he looked at the tyrant's saber in Li Xiuhai's hand, he muttered, "It really is the saber of misfortune, the tyrant's saber." Master Bai, what did you say? Nothing. Chapter 1943. Did you hear? The heavenly lodging palace discovered a deity corpse in desolate God Valley. A deity corpse? That's impossible. Ah, where did you hear that? The heavenly lodging palace clearly discovered a damaged heavenly realm divine weapon. Damn. Where did you hear that? Why did I hear that the heavenly lodging palace discovered a divine beast in desolate God Valley? Divine beast? Divine my ass. How can there be a pure-blooded divine beast in this day and age? Cut the crap. It is a heavenly realm divine weapon. Why is it impossible? There are pure-blooded golden crows in the Golden Crow Empire. You are too ignorant. As Xiao Qin and Li Xiuhai discussed the deal, Murong Yin and the others spent money to hire people to spread rumors. At first, the rumors did not attract anyone's attention. However, some observant people discovered that something was wrong with the heavenly lodging palace. The originally untrustworthy rumor had become confusing. Big news. The elites of the heavenly lodging palace have all left the branch. Now only Senior Lung Quan remains. Damn. Could the rumors be true? What is the heavenly lodging palace doing? To think that all the elites left the branch. There's more news. The heavenly lodging palace sent people back from desolate God Valley. The heavenly lodging palace set up a forbidden zone in desolate God Valley. Murong Yin and the others did not need to worry too much about the rest. All they needed to do was add fuel to the fire. The news of the heavenly lodging palace's great discovery in desolate God Valley instantly spread throughout ancient desolate town. This attracted the attention of many factions in ancient desolate town. The upper echelon of the ruling Sword Gate, one of ancient desolate town's rank 6 sects, gathered together to discuss what the heavenly lodging palace discovered. Yi Rong, the ruling Sword Gate's vice sect master, asked with a grave expression, "Everyone, what do you think of the heavenly lodging palace's abnormality?" Everyone here was a sovereign personage. Nearly all the elders of the ruling Sword Gate were present, presenting a grand spectacle. Right now rumors are everywhere. However, none of them are reliable. The elites of the heavenly lodging palace have indeed been sent out. They have also carved out a forbidden area in desolate God Valley. However, they have not revealed any information about what they discovered. An elder of the Imperial Sword Gate said with a solemn expression. Another elder added, "There's no need to overthink this. For the heavenly lodging palace to lock down the news so tightly, they must have made an incredible discovery. They do not want others to know so that they can keep it for themselves." Humph. This heavenly lodging palace is really becoming more and more overboard. The heavenly lodging palace's headquarters were not here. As an external faction, they frequently suppressed the ruling Sword Gate and the other nearby rank 6 sections. The ruling Sword Gate had accumulated a lot of resentment. This time the heavenly lodging palace went overboard. Xiao Qin directly carved out a forbidden zone in desolate God Valley. How could these elders not be angry? Sect Master Li, that disciple of mine, Qi Yunfeng, spends most of his time in desolate God Valley. Perhaps he knows some information that we do not. Right at that moment, an old man with the appearance of a rat said with a smile. Li Rong frowned slightly when he saw this old man. This old man didn't have a good reputation. Xiao Qin had also heard of Qi Yunfeng, Qi Yunfeng's disciple. He was a true inheritor of the ruling Sword Gate, yet he ran off to become a broker. But at this time, Li Rong realized that he really needed this person. He said, "Let him come over." Qi Yunfeng, who was currently recuperating from his injuries, felt confused. When someone brought him to the important place of the sect where all the elders were, he was immediately frightened into feeling weak in the knees. Normally, Xiao Qin had violated the sect rules many times. Just as he was feeling anxious, he saw his master say to him, "Little Qi, you are familiar with desolate God Valley. Tell sect master what exactly the heavenly lodging palace is doing." So. Seeing the gazes of the many elders focused on him, Qi Yunfeng immediately felt somewhat guilty. How could he know what happened to the heavenly lodging palace? He hurriedly looked at his master as if asking for help. Li Rong was extremely disappointed by his master's performance. Just as he was about to wave his hand for him to leave, Qi Yunfeng said loudly, "I know. No wonder that Hua Qingyun drove the two-star heaven-suspending war chariot to desolate God Valley. So that is the reason. It turned out that this Qi Yunfeng had received a voice projection from his master. Qi Yunfeng, who naturally liked to take advantage of opportunities, immediately felt that his opportunity had arrived. Li Rong's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Good. In that case, tell me the details. If there is any basis, I can go and convince the people of the Northern Mountain Academy, the White Sun Mountain Manor, and the Azure Flame Pavilion to come with us." The ruling sword gate could not openly offend the Heavenly Lodging Palace by itself. Only by working with all the rank 6 sects near ancient desolate town would there be a chance. At that time, the Heavenly Lodging Palace would settle the score. If the rank 6 sects worked together, the Heavenly Lodging Palace would not be able to do anything. That place is a forbidden land in the first place. Normally there are not many cultivators there. Rushing there is just seeking death. I once accidentally barged in. If I had not retreated early, I would not have survived. Li Rong frowned and asked, "What exactly is in there?" Qi Yunfeng replied sullenly, "I'm not sure. I was chased by a group of damned servants and did not dare to stay for too long." Clearly, Qi Yunfeng's answer did not satisfy Li Rong. However, it was within his expectations. This was already sufficient to convince those rank 6 sects to travel with the ruling sword gate. If the Heavenly Lodging Palace really obtained something, their already difficult days would become even more difficult. That's it then. Leave half of our forces to guard the sect. The other elders and true inheritors will all go together. Qi Yunfeng. Present. Qi Yunfeng felt goosebumps from Vice Sect Master Li's stare. He did not dare to meet Vice Sect Master Li's gaze. "Since you are familiar with the terrain, you will lead the way. When necessary, provide some suggestions," Li Rong said seriously. "Yes." Qi Yunfeng immediately felt incredibly excited. This was an excellent opportunity to make a contribution. It was very likely that the rank 6 sects would need him to lead the way. My luck has changed. Hua Qingyun, don't let me run into you again. When Qi Yunfeng thought of that kick, he still felt extremely sullen. This was even more sullen than when Xiao Chen and the others chased after him. He had never felt so wrong before. It was not just the ruling sword gate. The other major factions in ancient desolate town moved at nearly the same time, sending out their own scouts. They all wanted to know what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered for them to be so secretive, even sending out all their elites. Immediately, a storm brewed and undercurrents surged. As for the instigators of all this, Xiao Qin, Murong Yan, and the others, they all rejoiced. When they returned to the courtyard and learned of the amount that Xiao Qin had obtained, they were all stunned. Although they knew that the parts of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse would be extremely valuable, no one had expected it to be such a horrifying sum. In the end, they still had to thank Xiao Qin. If not for his decisiveness, they might have obtained only 10% of the profits. That was 1,500,000 primeval heavenly pills. After splitting them evenly, they would have 300,000 to 400,000 primeval heavenly pills. The rewards were still pretty good. However, that was all there was to it. It was far from enough to make everyone rejoice. After all, they were all heaven-class core disciples of the Divine Dragon Palace. The resources that they obtained had never been lacking. However, things were different now. 15 million primeval heavenly pills. Even if the 6 of them split it evenly, each of them would get an astronomical sum of 2 or 3 million. Ah, we really struck it rich this time. A smile bloomed on Murong Yan's face. Then, he said with a grave expression, "I'm afraid that even my master would not have so many primeval heavenly pills. With such a large sum of primeval heavenly pills, I will definitely be able to enter Ancestor Dragon City." Wei Hongfei gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then he said, "I suggest that Xiao Qin get 5 million primeval heavenly pills each. The rest of us can split the rest." Right. Xiao Qin, don't ever reject this. This is the amount that you deserve." Murong Yan immediately expressed his complete support without any objections. The others all understood that if not for Xiao Qin, Qi Yunfeng and the others would have worked together to make a fool out of them. The rewards that they would have obtained would not even be a fraction of what they were getting now. No one would be upset. For a moment, Xiao Qin did not know how to reject. Actually, he had kept some of every part of the demonic blood thousand-winged snake for himself. He had already obtained enough. Unfortunately, after he said it, the others still did not say anything. They shoved 5 million primeval heavenly pills into Xiao Qian's hands, not giving him a chance to reject. Xiao Qin felt warmth in his heart. Obtaining the acknowledgement of these friends indeed made him feel very comfortable. Lu Riyun looked at Xiao Qin, who was surrounded by the crowd. Then she tilted her head and revealed a smile. The more Lu Riyun looked, the more she felt that Xiao Qin was the real Lu Riyue in the painting. At some point in time, Xiao Qin, who came from the Heaven Dragon Palace, became the absolute core of the group. No wonder Wei Hongfei fell out with senior brother Zhong Li for Xiao Qian's sake. The unity of the people in the group was far better than having an experienced and strong person. Sir Xiao. Just at this moment, a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. It was Li Xiuhai rushing over. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. He knew why the other party was here. He stood up and said, "Everyone, make good use of your time in the next few days to make another breakthrough. I will try to break through to Holy Venerate. Don't fall behind either." A brilliant light flashed in Murong Yan's eyes. He said, "Don't worry. With so many resources, it would be too embarrassing if we still could not break through." Xiao Qin smiled and took his leave of the group for now, going to meet Li Xiuhai alone. Indeed, a tall and stout old man followed Li Xiuhai. This old man had a vast aura of fire and strong soul energy. With one look, it was clear that this was an extremely skilled blacksmith. Chapter 1944. Sir Xiao, this is Senior Yun, a rank 4 Grandmaster. He should be able to satisfy your requirements. Li Xiuhai introduced Senior Yun to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin nodded and asked, "Senior Yun, have you seen my saber?" Senior Yun said proudly, "I have. It is a peak-inherited Dao tool. This old man believes that I can refine a Dao tool of this level again." Xiao Qin looked at Senior Yun somewhat suspiciously. Based on Senior Yun's expression, it seemed like he did not recognize the tyrant saber's origins. "Boss Li, please step back for a while." Li Xiuhai did as he was told, performing a cupped fist salute and leaving. He did not know what Xiao Qin was up to. "This saber of mine is not an ordinary inherited Dao tool. Senior Yun, you can take a closer look." Xiao Qin made an inviting gesture. Seeing Xiao Qin so serious, Senior Yun's expression turned grave. Then he grasped the scabbard and carefully examined it. "Lightning attributed. It has been passed down for a long time. What else is there?" Senior Yun looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Young Master Xiao, please draw the saber." Clang. Xiao Qin drew the tyrant saber with a backhand motion. A spot of cold light flowed down and gathered at the saber's tip, looking like a flickering icy star. Senior Yun's expression changed slightly. Then he gently flicked the saber with his finger. A melodious saber hum rang out, and the saber hummed. Then, Senior Yun heard something else amid this humming. Those were the cries of countless tyrannical, powerful bladesmen before they died. "This is that misfortune saber." Senior Yun finally recalled it. Then he looked at Xiao Qin in shock. "Young Master Xiao, you are really bold. Despite knowing the origins of this saber, you still dare to use it. This saber is not very auspicious. Anyone who wields this saber will eventually achieve hegemony. However, they will not have a good ending, dying a violent death." Xiao Qin said indifferently, "That is because they do not understand the hegemonic Dao." "Senior Yun, are you confident of modifying this saber for me?" Senior Yun smiled and said, "Why not? How do you want to modify it? Just say it." Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and opened his palm. The Grand Unity Divine Lightning appeared in his hand. "Tai Profound Bomb." Old Yun was startled. He grabbed Xiao Qin's hand and said excitedly, "Bring it over. Do you have more?" Xiao Qin jumped in fright and quickly retracted the Tai Divine Lightning. Was there something wrong with this old man? Sorry, I was too excited." You don't know how excited we, as refiners, are when we see such a magical item that only exists in legends. I've been stuck at the 4th level of the Supreme Power Realm for many years. Xiao Qin asked curiously, "This thing is deliberately helping Senior advance. Advancing might not be possible, but you will definitely gain a lot. Are you thinking of merging the Tai Divine Lightning with the Tyrant Saber?" Was a good idea. In this way, the Domineering Saber might grow into a Tai Dark weapon in the future. There will be unlimited possibilities in the future. The more Elder Yun spoke, the more excited he became. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to start refining now. Xiao Qin smiled embarrassedly and said, "I say, Elder, there's no need to be so agitated. Ah. You do not understand the blacksmithing Dao. Naturally, you do not understand my current feelings. Right now, I feel like you found a supreme and profound saber technique and can't wait to practice it." Elder Yun guffawed and said, "Since it is merging the Tai Divine Lightning, I will not take your payment. After all, this is my first time doing this. Instead, I will be gaining experience for myself." When Xiao Qin heard that, he rejoiced. This was great. He could save a lot of resources. A rank 4 Grandmaster Refiner would be very remunerative. 200,000 primeval heavenly pills would probably be astronomical. However, I cannot help you pay for the other supplementary materials, Elder Yun said. Xiaoqin smiled and said, don't worry. I will get Li Xiuhai to make arrangements. Elder Yun, this way please. When I rented this courtyard, I specifically requested for a suitable refiner. After handing the Tai Profound Lightning and the Tyrant Saber to Elder Yun, Xiaoqin said seriously, I'll leave the rest to Elder Yun. I want to activate the Strand of Soul in the Tyrant Saber and improve my Thunder Great Tao. No problem. I will do my best. Sparks flickered in Elder Yun's eyes, appearing incredibly excited. Xiaoqin frowned to himself. He did not know whether this would work or not. Shaking his head, Xiaoqin stopped thinking about it. A rank 4 Grandmaster was already extremely incredible. If not for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion, Xiaoqin would not be able to find a rank 3 Grandmaster by himself. Sir Xiao, what instructions do you have? Li Xiuhai walked over with a smile. Now he firmly believed that Xiaoqin was the god of fortune. It would not be wrong to befriend him. Xiaoqin made a list of all the supplementary materials needed for refining and handed them to the other party. Li Xiuhai took a casual glance and said that there was no problem. Then he pretended to say casually, recently the Heavenly Lodging Palace's matter caused a huge commotion in ancient desolate town. I wonder if Sir Xiao has heard of it? Xiaoqin's expression did not change as he said, what is it? Tell me. Does this fellow really not know? Li Xiuhai could not see any suspicion in Xiaoqin's expression. He felt somewhat disappointed as he continued, I don't know what the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered in Desolate God Valley. They actually sealed off the place and turned it into a forbidden zone. The 4 nearby rank 6 sects, the Ruling Sword Gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the White Sun Sect and the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, could not hold back and sent their elites over. Xiaoqin exclaimed in shock, to think that there is such a thing. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is considered one of the top 3 merchant associations in the entire Central Great Realm. They can be considered a superfaction, but they did not make any moves? Li Xiuhai said embarrassedly, Sir Xiao, you must be joking. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion of this ancient desolate town is nothing compared to us. Just in the northern region alone, there are 3 ranks above me. How could I be in the mood to join in on the excitement? Even if I wanted to, I could not. The last sentence was clearly directed at Xiaoqin. Li Xiuhai felt that there should be an expert behind Xiaoqin. If Xiaoqin was willing, their 9 Cauldron Pavilion was willing to form an alliance with him and investigate the situation together. Xiaoqin thought to himself, sly old fox. Then he smiled and said, Boss Li, you are too humble. That will be all. I will not send you off. Li Xiuhai turned his head back and discovered that Xiaoqin had already sent him to the courtyard without him realizing it. Li Xiuhai could not help feeling depressed. He had not gotten anything out of Xiaoqin yet. However, Li Xiuhai could only give up now. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, Sir Xiao, come over often when you have time. I'll get someone to deliver the items on this list tomorrow. Take care. After the other party left, Xiaoqin immediately withdrew his smile. The plan worked. They had finally stirred up the waters. Other than the 4 6th grade sects, there were probably many other hidden forces and powerful individuals. They all wanted to see what exactly the Heavenly Lodging Palace discovered. Given this, the Heavenly Lodging Palace no longer had any hope of monopolizing the spoils. The muddier the waters, the better. Xiaoqin thought to himself. Then he closed the door and returned to the cultivation room to prepare for his breakthrough. Since Xiaoqin intended to get involved in this mess, he needed to improve his strength further. Otherwise, he would not be sufficient before a sovereign personage. Even if an ordinary initial perfection sovereign personage came, Xiaoqin would not be a match for them. He would only be able to barely flee. If Xiaoqin did not raise his strength, he could only watch the excitement and be a bystander in this mess. 7 Apertures Cloud-Breaking Pill. Xiaoqin took out the medicinal pill and entered deep thought. Given Xiaoqin's situation, even without the help of a rank 4 heavenly pill, breaking through to Holy Venerate was just a matter of time. If not for the situation changing, breaking through naturally would have been the best for Xiaoqin. However, the situation was urgent. He could not care so much. After placing the primeval heavenly pill in the spirit gathering formation below, Xiaoqin sat in the center of the formation in the air. Open. Xiaoqin gently tapped the spirit gathering formation, and the primeval heavenly pill turned into extremely pure spiritual energy, spreading throughout the entire cultivation room. Xiaoqin's hands did not stop moving, continuously pouring in primeval heavenly pills into the spirit gathering formation. After the spirit gathering formation spun 100 times and the spiritual energy in the cultivation room turned into clouds, Xiaoqin stopped pouring in primeval heavenly pills. As Xiao Chen looked at the spiritual energy above him that looked like real clouds, he sighed, "How extravagant." For the sake of raising the spiritual energy in the room to the level of the Heaven Dragon Palace's profound dragon platform, Xiao Chen used a total of 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. All this was for the sake of a smooth and perfect breakthrough. Furthermore, this was just the beginning. Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art. Xiao Chen circulated two kinds of energy at the same time. Then he opened his mouth and directly swallowed 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. The primeval heavenly pills all turned into liquid. Xiao Chen was like a whale swallowing the sea, continuously absorbing this vast veritable essence energy. If an ordinary person were here, they would definitely faint from fright. If a star venerate absorbed such a vast amount of primeval heavenly pills, his body would explode and he would die on the spot. However, Xiao Chen did not fear this. His physical body was like a bottomless pit, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy. The whirlpools formed by the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and the Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art were like black holes in his body, continuously digesting and turning the spiritual energy into veritable essence energy. Boom! The two veritable essence energies intersected, and the primal chaos veritable essence energy spun continuously. Xiao Chen sat down and a model Taiji diagram appeared. Black and white yin-yang fish chased each other in the diagram. When they reached a balance, Xiao Chen felt his physical body swell up slightly. He knew that he had already reached his limit. Xiao Chen closed his mouth and stopped absorbing the primeval heavenly pills. After refining for a while, he opened his mouth again and swallowed the 7 apertures cloud-breaking pill. When the medicinal pill entered Xiao Chen's mouth, the medicinal energy ignited in that instant. Then it quickly exploded in a way that Xiao Chen did not expect. Boom, boom. First, an intense explosion came from Xiao Chen's soul pool. Following that, an even more horrifying explosion came from his 9-star primal core. Pusi. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. Intense pain filled his entire body. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, mouth, and he nearly fainted in that instant. Xiao Chen could not help feeling startled. I was too anxious. I was still overconfident. He thought that with so many resources, rank 4 heavenly pills, and his outstanding talent, it would be a piece of cake for him to break through the bottleneck of the Holy Venerate stage. It should have been a piece of cake. There should have been no need to worry. Unexpectedly, while he broke through the bottleneck, he nearly exploded to death. He could not stabilize the soul energy and veritable essence energy that continuously poured into him after advancing to Holy Venerate. Oh no. Just as Xiao Chen calmed himself and put in all his effort, a cold snort suddenly rang out in his heart. Trash. To think that breaking through to Holy Venerate still requires so much effort. I must have been blind to have chosen you as my successor. Chapter 1945. At the crucial moment, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's lingering soul, which had not appeared for a long time, suddenly appeared. Xiao Chen gently breathed out some dragon qi, and the explosive veritable essence energy and soul energy in his body immediately stabilized. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was still the same as usual. Every time he appeared, he would belittle himself. Xiao Chen, who was already used to this, smiled softly and said, "Senior, I have already arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire and joined the Heaven Dragon Palace." The Heaven Dragon Palace? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor felt slightly stunned. He reacted only after a long time. Then he said in shock, "That's right. I still find it strange." "What's so strange about it?" "The Blue Dragon bloodline ceased to exist long ago. How could I join the Blue Dragon Palace?" These words sounded strangely sorrowful coming from the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. As the strongest Dragon Emperor of the Blue Dragon bloodline, the first thing that came to his mind was that Xiao Chen wanted to join the Blue Dragon Palace. By the time the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor reacted, he realized that the Blue Dragon bloodline had ceased to exist long ago. Before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left, the Blue Dragon bloodline still existed, even glorious. Even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not know how the Blue Dragon bloodline perished. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had not gotten used to a divine dragon empire without a blue dragon. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to check on his body's various aspects after advancing to Holy Venerate. He had too many questions to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Senior once discovered a dragon city in the soaring dragon Great Realm. It turned out that the Black Dragon King was sealed under that dragon city. However, the seal is broken now. The faux god flame guarding the seal is reaching its limit. It told me that the Black Dragon King will reappear within 100 years. That senior seems to be your subordinate. After speaking for a long time, Xiaochen discovered that the blood-soaked dragon emperor was somewhat indifferent, not as attentive as he imagined. Speaking of which, senior blood-soaked dragon emperor, why are you not shocked or worried at all? Shocked my ass. I was the one who laid the formation. Do you think I don't know how long it can last? What use is there in worrying? Trash like you, could it be that you can help me kill that black loach? The blood-soaked dragon emperor's words rendered Xiaochen speechless. The blood-soaked dragon emperor sounded very reasonable. He could not refute them at all. After being stunned for a long time, Xiaochen could only say softly, "Oh. To think that you did not cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you." Suddenly the blood-soaked dragon emperor discovered something. He roared angrily, "Brat, what should I say to you? Why are you not cultivating my divine dragon body tempering art? Why did you run off to cultivate the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art? Is the divine dragon body tempering art that I gave you very weak?" Actually, the reason why the blood-soaked dragon emperor was so angry was that Xiaochen was like him, both taking the path of righteous and demonic dual cultivation. He wasn't really angry at Xiaochen. He didn't know what he was angry about, but there was hatred in his heart. Xiaochen was startled and felt a bit guilty. With his mental state, there were very few people who could make him feel like this. Only the blood-soaked dragon emperor could. Xiaochen explained, showing that he had not wasted his time. "I have been cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art all this time. I have already finished cultivating the first 3 layers. I have already refined the dragon tendons, dragon bones, and dragon blood. I have also succeeded in cultivating the 4th layer. I can now bring out the divine dragon war body and the blue dragon divine wings. I intend to continue cultivating the 5th layer after I break through to the holy venerate stage." Humph? What kind of dog's hit divine dragon war body is that? When you finish cultivating all 6 layers, you will be able to defeat me. When you finish cultivating all 6 layers, you will know that the divine dragon body tempering art is just the beginning. Don't embarrass me. I feel embarrassed for you. The blood-soaked dragon emperor snorted coldly in disdain. Xiaochen could tell that the blood-soaked dragon emperor was in a much better mood. He smiled and said, "I got it. I will focus on cultivating the divine dragon body tempering art from now on. I will definitely not let Senior down. When Senior wakes up again, you will definitely see the complete divine dragon war body." Next time? The blood-soaked dragon emperor's voice suddenly turned incredibly gloomy. There will not be a next time. These sudden words stunned Xiaochen. His heart sank as he asked, "What do you mean? Don't tell me that you are going to die? Without my permission you absolutely cannot die." "Ah, I have already been dead for tens of thousands of years. Why are you so excited? Right now I am just a strand of remnant soul. I will die sooner or later. However, I am still worried about you. You always make me worry. How are you going to revive the blue dragon bloodline in the future?" The blood-soaked dragon emperor's voice suddenly turned gentle. However, it made Xiaochen feel extremely uncomfortable. Xiaochen hoped that the blood-soaked dragon emperor would scold him like before. Xiaochen clenched his right fist tightly, appearing somewhat nervous. It seemed like every time the blood-soaked dragon emperor woke up, the blood-soaked dragon emperor helped Xiaochen, saving his life no less than 3 times. Is it because of this? Is it because the blood-soaked dragon emperor drained his already dwindling remnant soul to save me? Suddenly Xiaochen blamed himself. "Brat, don't overthink. I already said that I died a long time ago. I am just preserving the essence of my soul for the sake of passing on the inheritance." The blood-soaked dragon emperor seemed to guess what Xiaochen was thinking, consoling him. Xiaochen's heart did not calm down even after a long time. Actually, he had long gotten used to the strand of remnant soul in his body. Although it rarely appeared, it gave Xiaochen something to rely on. Unfortunately, back then, that black loach turned the entire Great Thousand Realms upside down, triggering a great war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The flames of war spread to the deities of the heavenly realm. Even the heavenly realm was affected and shattered, no longer existing. However, it still lost to me, obediently getting sealed. However, in the end I lost to time. The blood-soaked dragon emperor sighed, "The survivor is king. In less than 100 years that black loach will come out again. Brat, buck up. While I can still maintain my inheritance and memories, properly receive my inheritance and help me defeat that black loach again." Right after the blood-soaked dragon emperor spoke, a resplendent red light burst out from his 9-star primal core. The scarlet dragon seal flew out and quickly crumbled, turning into beams of light that merged with Xiaochen's physical body and soul. In that instant, a life flashed before Xiaochen's eyes like a movie. There was beauty and elegance. There was arrogance and unparalleled arrogance. From inexperience to maturity from the innate realm, he grew step by step. Finally, he stood at the peak of the great thousand realms, refining an immortal divine body and lighting up a supreme divine flame. He was filled with lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness, wanting to unify the 8 great empires and establish the divine dragon dynasty, restoring the supreme hegemony of the dragon race during the Great Desolate Aeon. However, the Black Dragon King appeared out of nowhere and threw the 3 realms into chaos, triggering the ultimate war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The heavenly realm shattered and many deities fell. The structure of the entire Great Thousand Realms changed. When everything became a thing of the past, when the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor grew old, the final scene appeared before Shao Qin. That was the scene before the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's death. When the scene shattered, countless memories appeared in Shao Qian's sea of consciousness. Those were the greatest treasures and inheritance that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left for him. After a long time, Shao Qian opened his eyes. In a trance, it felt like 10,000 years had passed. So it turns out that he really died many years ago. Shao Qian felt sad and dispirited as he recalled the few words he exchanged with the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. Shao Qian somewhat regretted being born too late. It would have been great if he could have personally seen the glory of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor when he was alive. Don't worry, I will definitely revive the Blue Dragon bloodline and defeat that Black Loach for you once more. A look of determination flashed in Shao Qian's eyes. His body emitted wisps of illusory light. Behind Shao Qian, he was invisible to the naked eye and spiritual force. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's illusory image looked at Shao Qian below. Then he revealed a smile. Pretty good. After feeling conflicted for such a long time, I should be able to relax. However, now, how unfortunate. How unfortunate. I really cannot see you successfully practice the divine dragon body tempering art. I have no more regrets in this life then. Whoosh. The wisps of light scattered, and the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's illusory image vanished completely. Chapter 1946. After obtaining the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance, many memories appeared in Shao Qian's mind. There were all sorts of secrets about the dragon race, the various mysteries of the blue dragon race, and the various mysteries of the dragon race's martial techniques. All sorts of information gathered into a vast sea before him. After calming down, Shao Qian compressed and sealed these precious memories. When he wanted to use them, he could just go and retrieve them at any time. Otherwise, he would not be able to digest them all at once and his soul pool would explode. Shao Qian selectively absorbed all the secrets of the Blue Dragon race and some of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's special experiences back then. Just this alone took Shao Qian 2 days. After 2 days, Shao Qian opened his eyes. He had somewhat forgotten that he had already broken through to the Holy Venerate stage. Without overthinking, Shao Qian checked his soul pool. The mysterious phenomenon of stars in the sky above his soul pool had already vanished. Only 2 clumps of profound light hung high in the sky. One was like the bright moon and the other was like the sun. However, it was still very obvious. From the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Shao Qian learned that when ordinary people broke through to the Holy Venerate stage, they only had 1 clump of profound light. The mysterious phenomenon of 2 clumps of profound light like Shao Qian's was called sun and moon shining together. Aside from this, there were many other extremely strong mysterious phenomena in this realm. For example, the clear sky bright moon. An azure sky with an upside-down bright moon would appear above his soul pool. Another example was the 9 stars alignment. 9 resplendent stars of varying brightness would appear, forming a line that looked like a sword piercing through the sky. The strongest was the 9 suns proud world. 9 clumps of profound light would look like suns hovering in the sky, exuding a might that could destroy the world. With all these mysterious phenomena, their holy venerate wills would become even stronger. When cultivated to a high level, these mysterious phenomena could also materialize and affect the real world, dealing great damage. The Great Thousand Realms are truly filled with wonders, Shao Qian muttered to himself. With the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, he realized that he had been a frog in a well, unable to see the world. This world was much larger than he imagined. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been dead for so many years. Shao Qian still did not know what changes had happened to him. However, in terms of mysterious phenomena, his sun and moon shine together was also top-notch, comparable to the legendary 9 suns. With a thought, Shao Qian activated his holy venerate will. 2 clumps of light immediately appeared in the air. A powerful will spread in all directions. Shao Qian revealed a satisfied expression. He felt that his will was significantly stronger than that of the other star venerates. In the past, People always used their holy venerate wills to bully Xiao Chen's star venerate. In the future he no longer had to fear them. Once one reached the holy venerate realm, one would have to officially start cultivating soul energy. There were many secret manuals for cultivating soul energy in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. Xiao Chen did not know how to choose. Xiao Chen wanted to familiarize himself with the first stage of the holy venerate realm before making a decision. It is time to properly cultivate the divine dragon body tempering art. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was right. The true divine dragon war body truly began only after Xiao Chen cultivated all 6 layers of the divine dragon body tempering art. Whether Xiao Chen admitted it or not, he had indeed underestimated the divine dragon body tempering art in the past. In that case, Xiao Chen would charge to the 5th layer in one go. Now that he did not lack any resources and advanced to the holy venerate realm, he could not delay any longer. Xiao Chen stood up and headed for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Li Xiuhai personally received Xiao Chen. When he saw Xiao Chen, he showed a startled expression. Then he smiled and said, "Congratulations, Sir Xiao, on advancing to the holy venerate realm. Although you have the help of the 7-aperture cloud-breaking pill, breaking through is not easy." Unexpectedly, Sir Xiao managed to break through in 2 days. This is truly admirable. What Li Xiuhai said was true. Regular people would need at least half a month to break through, and their chances of breaking through would be only 50%. Xiao Chen advancing to the holy venerate realm so quickly indeed shocked Li Xiuhai. This Xiao Chen before Li Xiuhai became increasingly unfathomable. Xiao Chen took out a list and handed it to Li Xiuhai. "If the 9 Cauldron Pavilion has any stock on the list, I want them all. If not, help me get some substitutes." Bones of a sovereign personage, ferocious beast, Dao bone pill, 10,000-year-old heavenly blood grass. What is Sir Zhao's vital qi for cultivating a body tempering technique? Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously, finding this somewhat strange. Could Xiao Chen be a vital qi cultivator? If that was the case, then Xiao Chen's strength could no longer be judged by the standard of an early-stage holy venerate. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, "There is no harm in telling you. 50 Cauldron Force. If you can get me these resources, breaking through to 60 Cauldron Force will be easy." 50 Cauldron Force. Li Xiuhai's heart churned. As he sized up Xiao Chen again, he felt some fear. Even with Li Xiuhai's peak holy venerate cultivation, he would find it hard to keep Xiao Chen here. No wonder Xiao Chen did not care about him from the start. It turned out that Xiao Chen did not care about him at all. Without a sovereign personage, no one would be able to suppress this person before him. Xiao Chen was a holy venerate with 50 Cauldron Force. Even in the entire northern region, it would be hard to find a young outstanding talent who could cultivate both at the same time. Li Xiuhai was stunned for a while. Then he smiled widely and said, "Sir Xiao Chen, you are really unfathomable. Man, get these resources for Sir Xiao Chen according to the highest standards. If our store does not have them, go to the other stores to purchase them. Do not delay them." Li Xiuhai called someone over and gave the instructions for Xiao Chen. After waiting for some time, Li Xiuhai probed, "Sir Xiao Chen, do you know that the 4 rank 6 sects in the Heavenly Lodging Palace had several probing clashes in Desolate God Valley in the past 2 days? There were also several loose cultivators who tried to force their way in. However, the sovereign personage experts of the Heavenly Lodging Palace directly killed them." Finding this strange, Xiao Chen asked, "Did they fight with sovereign personages?" Li Xiuhai shook his head and replied, "Not yet. Once sovereign personages fight, the matter will blow up. However, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's actions have slowed down due to the harassment from the various parties. After all, the 4 rank 6 sects are all here, and the Heavenly Lodging Palace is only a branch. They do not dare to underestimate them." Xiao Chen frowned and said, "That means that the Heavenly Lodging Palace still has no results on what they discovered." "Not yet. The people who tried to force their way in all died miserable deaths. The Heavenly Lodging Palace showed no mercy intimidating a group of people. However, they probably will not be able to intimidate them for long. If this drags on for a few more days and the news spreads, the Heavenly Lodging Palace's people will not be able to sit still." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Boss Li, you really care about this matter. Are you not planning to interfere?" "I have the heart, but I am powerless," Li Xiuhai said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, repeating his previous answer. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen delivered all the resources he wanted. After paying for the primeval heavenly pills at a 30% discount, Li Xiuhai personally sent Xiao Chen to the door. Before leaving, he suddenly called out to Xiao Chen, "I received some news, but I don't know if I should say it or not." "Speak." Li Xiuhai appeared put on the spot as he said, It is the grandson of a heavenly lodging palace elder with authority. Something happened to Hua Qingyun in ancient desolate town. This fellow is rather famous in our ancient desolate town. Of course, it is infamy. I heard that there has been no news of him for several days already. Even his 2-star war chariot disappeared. I heard that he disappeared when he met up with the heavenly lodging palace's people. This matter could be major or minor. If something really happened to him, given that Hua Qingyun's grandfather is a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor, the entire heavenly lodging palace branch would suffer a calamity in his rage. Xiao Qin glanced at Li Xiuhai. When their gazes met, Li Xiuhai's face filled with a smile, but he did not shrink back. He was truly a smiling tiger. Xiao Qin snorted coldly in his heart. Then he said calmly, aside from the purple gold dragon emperor, there are 5 other dragon kings in the divine dragon empire. Boss Li, do you know about them? I do. The White Dragon King, Silver Dragon King, Red Dragon King, Blue Dragon King, and Green Dragon King. Each of them is an overlord of a region in the Great Thousand Realms. Why did young Master Xiao suddenly mention this? What do you mean? Li Xiuhai asked somewhat nervously, feeling confused by Xiao Chen's actions. Xiao Chen glanced at the 9 cauldron pavilion behind Li Xiuhai. Then he continued, which is scarier, the Dragon King's rage or a sovereign emperor's rage? Naturally, the Dragon King's rage. Xiao Chen revealed a smile as he patted Li Xiuhai's shoulder. You are just an insignificant person, not even worth a fart in the 9 cauldron pavilion. There are some things that you cannot ask about, so don't ask about them. Do you hear me? Xiao Chen's tone was calm, but cold sweat trickled down Li Xiuhai's forehead for some reason. He smiled and said, young Master Xiao is right. I know what to do. I wonder who spread the fake news. This is getting more and more overboard. Xiao Chen smiled and said, did I say anything? Businessmen like to take chances and take risks. This is a good thing. However, sometimes don't be too smart. Learn from Mr. Bai. In the future, when I come to the 9 cauldron pavilion, don't appear. Let Mr. Bai receive me. Damn it. Li Xiuhai cursed in his heart. He knew that he thought himself smart and ended up offending Xiao Chen. Li Xiuhai immediately felt anxious. Young Master Xiao, listen to me. However, Xiao Chen had already turned around, ignoring Li Xiuhai. As Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen's back, he felt regret. What should I do? Chapter 1947. After returning to the courtyard, Xiao Chen did not delay and continued his closed-door cultivation. Li Xiuhai's words made Xiao Chen feel some urgency. In a few days, the heavenly lodging palace would not be able to withstand the pressure of the 4 rank 6 sections. Xiao Chen needed to break through quickly. He had to break through to the divine dragon body tempering art's 5th layer. After arriving at the closed-door cultivation room, Xiao Chen took out the heavenly blood grass, Dao bone pills, and other precious resources for cultivating the body. It was really good to be rich. One could buy any resource they wanted at any time. These things that Xiao Chen did not even dare to think about in the past were easily obtainable to him, who had 5 million primeval heavenly pills. However, in the past few days, Xiao Chen had spent only 2 million primeval heavenly pills. However, the results were all worth it. Not only did Xiao Chen break through to the Holy Venerate stage, but he also obtained so many resources for cultivating the body. The Tyrant Saber would improve further. Xiao Chen had already cultivated the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art to the 4th layer for a long time. Making breakthroughs in the body were even more difficult than advancing his cultivation. However, Xiao Chen had so many resources and the experience he obtained from the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor. Breaking through was not difficult. It just depended on how much time he spent. While Xiao Chen and the others made use of every second to cultivate, the upper echelon of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch was in a terrible fix, feeling frustrated and uneasy. Damn it! Who exactly spread the news? One of the 2 people in charge of the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch, Elder Su Feng, a great perfection sovereign personage, looked into the distance at the war chariots and warships of the various rank 6 sections. He felt like there was a dagger at his back against these rank 6 sex troops. He could not make up his mind to explore with all his might. This great fortuitous encounter originally belonged to the Heavenly Lodging Palace branch. However, given the situation, he had no choice but to give it up. Damn it! If I find out who is behind this, I will make him die a horrible death. Su Feng's rage silenced the other Heavenly Lodging Palace experts. After calming down, Su Feng asked, has young Master Hua not appeared yet? Reporting to Elder Su, there is still no news of young Master Hua. No one in ancient desolate town saw him. Someone whispered. Another piece of bad news. Su Feng said in a low voice, you only know how to cause trouble for me. No wonder you were exiled by the headquarters. You're a jinx. Although Su Feng felt upset, he did not dare to speak too harshly. He said after some thought, given young Master Hua's background, no one would dare to truly threaten him. Go and tell the ruling sword gates Li Rong that I want to meet them. Elder, are you going to? Since we can't keep it to ourselves, let's explore it together and pull back our forces. All of you think that I've found some delicious meat. Let's see how you all die when we really go in. The anger in Su Feng's heart was completely reflected on his face. All sorts of troubles had finally made him choose to take this opportunity for himself. 3 days later. Inside a courtyard in ancient desolate town, boom! A streak of fiery light soared into the sky, forming a terrifying red fire dragon that circled above the courtyard, roaring furiously. The flames were almost tangible, spewing out terrifying dragon breaths that burned the clouds in the sky. Murong Yin finally broke through. Murong Yin descended from the sky, accompanied by a fierce flame. His aura blazed like fireworks. The flames contained horrifying energy, looking like they could erupt at any moment. Murong Yin landed in an empty space in the courtyard and said, "My cultivation finally reached peak middle stage Holy Venerate, and my flame cloud art broke through to the 9th layer. Most importantly, I finally comprehended the mysteries of my Red Dragon Palace's forbidden technique, the blood-devouring dragon fist." Whoosh! Just at this moment, thousands of golden strands of dragon chi burst out in the sky, condensing into a light. This light looked very solid as it appeared above the courtyard. A dragon might containing the aura of a ruler spread out, making that light even more piercing. No one dared to look directly at it. This fellow Wei Hongfei improved significantly as well. When Murong Yin saw Wei Hongfei in the air, he withdrew his aura and said softly, "Not bad. Murong Yin, I feel that your strength has increased by at least 30%. Wei Hongfei, who was wearing his battle armor, landed on Murong Yin and said calmly, "Not bad. Wind, listen to my call." The two who were competing in the dark quickly turned their heads to look. Wind and clouds gathered where Situ Changfeng stood. It was like the entire sky obeyed his call. This served as a contrast to Situ Changfeng's outstanding independence and boundless elegance. Wei Hongfei frowned slightly. He had always felt that, aside from Xiaoqin, Situ Changfeng hid his strength the deepest. Seeing the two's gazes, Situ Changfeng smiled faintly and slowly drifted down, seeming to merge completely with the wind. His landing posture was boundlessly graceful, not like he had landed. It was more like an omnipresent breeze was respectfully inviting him to come down. Soon Duan Fei and Lu Riyun came out as well. The two of them had improved. These people all had divine dragon bloodlines and were outstanding talents of the same generation. Now that they had all improved, they gathered together and stirred up a storm. "I wonder how much improvement Xiaoqin has made," Situ Changfeng said softly. Situ Changfeng said softly. The gazes of the others immediately fell on the cultivation room where Xiaoqin was cultivating. Without a doubt, Xiaoqin would forever be an unfathomable existence. They always thought that they had figured out Xiaoqin's limits. However, when the clouds scattered, they discovered that it was just the tip of the iceberg. When they looked up, there was still a dense fog. The deeper they came into contact with him, the more unfathomable he became. Inside the cultivation room, Kasi, crisp sounds rang out. Xiaoqin's bones rumbled like thunder, giving off continuous explosions. After Xiaoqin broke through to the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's 5th layer and executed the Divine Dragon War Body, his body looked like this, swelling up. Xiaoqin's dragon might merged with his physical body, and a pair of blue dragon divine wings spread out behind him. Xiaoqin looked mighty without getting angry, like a humanoid true dragon returning from the great desolate Aeon. When Xiaoqin glared, he inspired fear in others. Senior Bloodclad is right. This divine dragon war body is still far from being complete. Xiaoqin's bones wriggled, slowly recovering with a thought from Xiaoqin. When Xiaoqin completely recovered, that terrifying might and pressure slowly faded away. How terrifying. That was earlier. In the courtyard, Wei Hongfei and the others showed somewhat grave expressions. Earlier, Xiaoqin's expression had changed. In that moment earlier, a might that made their hearts tremble erupted from the cultivation room where Xiaoqin was. The pressure on their bodies multiplied. Fortunately, this might and pressure only lasted for a moment before vanishing. Under their gazes, a familiar figure slowly walked out of the quiet room. It was unexpected. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin, who came out of closed-door cultivation, did not show the terrifying mysterious phenomenon that the group expected. He just walked out calmly. If not for the group feeling that terrifying might and pressure earlier, they would not have been able to tell that Xiao Qin made a breakthrough. After not seeing you for a few days, everyone's strength has improved to a delightful degree. Congratulations. As Xiao Qin looked at the group, he could tell with one glance that they had improved. Among them, Situ Changfeng improved the most. Murong Yen and Wei Hongfei were about the same, followed by Duan Fei and Lu Riyun. Wei Hongfei and the others smiled bitterly in their hearts. Compared to you, our improvements are useless. Their joy was completely diluted. Murong Yen said embarrassedly, I say, Xiao Qin, can you not give us a blow? The longer I interact with you, the less confident I am. I am an outstanding talent with the most potential in the future of the Red Dragon bloodline. Situ Changfeng smiled and said, Xiao Qin, congratulations. When are we going to depart? Wait for my saber. Saber? Situ Changfeng and the others exchanged looks, feeling confused. Among the refiners in the depths of the courtyard, Old Yun walked out in a disheveled manner. There were dark circles under his eyes and he looked fatigued. He did not look like a rank 4 grandmaster at all. Only his eyes were sparkling with excitement. Ah! This old man finally succeeded. In less than half a year, I will definitely advance to rank 5 grandmaster. Old Yun rejoiced. He walked over with large strides and handed the tyrant saber to Xiao Qin. Just as Xiao Qin was about to draw the saber to verify it, Old Yun grabbed Xiao Qin's wrist. When a new saber is drawn, it needs to see blood. Be careful. Right now, this saber already has the might of an inferior grade soul tool. I already helped you infuse the Grand Divine Lightning into it. I already helped you activate the strand of inherited spirit that you wanted. Old Yun held Xiao Qin's hand, preventing him from drawing the saber. Then he looked at Xiao Qin and said, This saber is much scarier than you imagine. This old man nearly fell for it. You have to take care of yourself. Don't get yourself killed. Otherwise, this old man will become a sinner for all eternity. When Murong Yen and the others saw Senior Yun's incredibly grave expression, they were startled. What exactly happened to this saber? Chapter 1948. Seeing Old Yun's cautious expression, Xiao Qin, who was holding the tyrant saber, did not choose to draw it in the end. He could already sense that the saber in his hand was no longer what it was in the past. The instant Xiao Qin grasped the saber's hilt, a grave killing qi and boundless surging energy surged out in his heart. It was like a volcano waiting to erupt. The moment it was drawn, it would erupt. Senior Yun looked at Xiao Qin and said, This saber has been in the world for tens of thousands of years already, not appearing for more than 8,000 years. It was once of the highest quality, even surpassing spirit weapons and reaching the level of a divine weapon of the heavenly realm. However, as time passed, it became covered in dust, causing its quality to decline. However, that tyrannical and heartless soul never faded away. It awakened, revived, erupted, and climbed to the peak again. Although I made the soul in your saber reappear today, I also successfully infused a strand of Grand Profound Lightning into it. This might be an opportunity for this saber. Xiao Qin said softly, The Grand Profound Lightning is born in the Heavenly Tao and contains the supreme principles of the Heavenly Tao. Does Senior Yun mean that the supreme principles contained in the Grand Profound Lightning might be able to change some of the Tyrant Saber's origins? That's right. However, how to choose and where to go depends on you. The existence of this saber is a taboo in itself. The Heavenly Tao rejects it, which is why it is so ominous. However, now you infused a Grand Profound Lightning into it. This is actually quite contradictory. Senior Yun smiled and said, Because of this old man gained great comprehension during this refinement. My family name is Yun and my name is Tian. If you need any help in the future, you can contact me through the Heavenly Alliance. The Heavenly Alliance? Lu Riyun and the others revealed strange expressions. It seemed like they had not heard of this organization before. Xiao Qin nodded and said, Definitely. Goodbye. Senior Yun performed a cupped fist salute and left with an excited expression. Wei Hongfei asked, finding this strange, Xiao Qin, you know about the Heavenly Alliance? Xiao Qin nodded slightly to indicate that he knew. Based on the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories, Xiao Qin knew that this was an extremely ancient organization. Due to its high threshold, it normally kept a low profile so few people knew about it. The Heavenly Alliance was made up of blacksmiths, alchemists, swordsmiths, formation masters, appraisers, geomasters, and other grandmasters who were not martial cultivators. The threshold was very high. One had to be at least a first-level Supreme Power Master to join the Heaven Alliance. It was even to the extent that the Heavenly Alliance determined what a Grandmaster was. For example, an alchemist could only be considered a grandmaster if he could refine the primeval heavenly pill. This was the Heavenly Alliance's rule. Without reaching a certain level of strength, it was impossible to understand this organization. After a certain period of time, they would hear of this organization, and they would often come into contact with it. If ordinary people wanted to come into contact with the Heavenly Alliance's members, they could only rely on a third faction. Such a faction would normally be a merchant association. In the past few years, the merchant associations had grown closer to the Heavenly Alliance. Rumor had it that the peak merchant associations were even members of the Heavenly Alliance, responsible for providing resources and venues. After watching Senior Yun leave, Xiao Chen's group set off for Desolate God Valley. Sir Xiao. Sir Xiao. Just at this moment, a hurried shout stopped Xiao Chen's group, who was about to turn around. It was Li Xiuhai rushing over. However, he was not alone. Aside from him, there was also the Appraiser Noble Clan's Master Bai and a group of middle-aged men. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion's boss? What is he here for? Wei Hongfei asked, feeling suspicious. Xiao Chen teased, Boss Li, your timing is really coincidental. Li Xiuhai smiled abashedly and said, Sir Xiao, you jest. Seeing that Xiao Chen was still willing to pay attention to him, Li Xiuhai heaved a sigh of relief. He said softly, Sir Xiao, I was in the wrong the previous time. This time Master Bai and I are here to make up for it. These people are the blacksmiths and formation masters of my Nine Cauldron Pavilion. They know a lot about the heaven-suspending war chariot. The core formation cannot be completely changed, but changing its appearance and making some changes is something that can be done quickly. When Wei Hongfei and the others saw such a scene, they felt inexplicably shocked. Why did the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's boss look like he was trying to curry favor with Xiao Chen? What was going on? This stunned the group. These people were very familiar with Xiao Chen, so they wondered if Xiao Chen had some hidden identity that they did not know. Master Bai said, Young Master Xiao, this old man can guarantee that these people are trustworthy. Li Xiuhai looked at Xiao Chen somewhat nervously, afraid that Xiao Chen would not be willing to accept this favor. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like this Li Xiuhai does want to mend their relationship. However, there is no need for him to move this war chariot. There are still people inside. Hua Qingyun has been locked inside all this time. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I appreciate your kind intentions. In the future, if there is any business, I will still take care of Boss Li. That will be all then. Li Xiuhai still wanted to say something, but Master Bai stopped him. Young Master Xiao, are you going to Desolate God Valley? Xiao Chen did not avoid the topic. He nodded and said, since a fortuitous encounter appeared, we naturally have to fight for it. Most of the adventurers in ancient Desolate Town have already gone there, right? Master Bai smiled and said, it's far more than most. 3 days ago, the Heavenly Lodging Palace gave up on the seal and worked with the various rank 6 sects to explore. Nearly all the cultivators with some strength in ancient Desolate Town rushed over. Did you discover what it is? I'm not sure. The information is still chaotic and it is hard to tell if it is real or fake. I still have to see it for myself to verify it. Master Bai performed a cupped fist salute and said, I will not disturb young Master Zhao's group any further. If there are any gains, feel free to come to our Nine Cauldron Pavilion for a drink. Goodbye. After sending off the 2-star war chariot with his eyes, Li Xiuhai felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He sighed, this person still has not forgiven me. Why did I take the risk? I fancied myself clever, thinking that I could use this to figure out the other party's true origins. Master Bai consoled, don't overthink. It is already pretty good that you did not try to threaten him with this. No matter where this person came from, the aura that he gives me is already comparable to that of some sovereign personages. Just because of this, we cannot pry into him. We just need to befriend him. What about me? Don't worry. He still does not care about you. Given his boldness, he will not even remember you after this trip, much less take revenge on you. Don't even think about it, Master Bai said indifferently before turning to leave. Mr. Bai said faintly and turned around to leave. However, Master Bai already made up his mind to hand over Xiao Chen's information. In the future, when the Bai clan saw him, they would treat him well. As long as such a person was given an opportunity, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. Inside the war chariot, Murong Yen could not hold back his curiosity. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Xiao Chen, why is that Li Xiuhai so obedient to you? It was not just Murong Yen. The others showed curious expressions as well, wanting to know the answer. Xiao Chen answered honestly, there are no secrets to it. He cannot figure me out, but I can figure him out. Since he wants to gain benefits from me, naturally he has to be careful and cautious. Such a person is very opportunistic. He has been at the bottom of the 9 Cauldron Pavilion for too long and does not want to miss out on any opportunities. He might have offended someone that he cannot afford to offend in the past. His weakness is very obvious. That's it? In that case, I know how to do it next time as well, Murong Yen said with a smile. This was a very simple principle. However, Wei Hongfei and the others were not like Murong Yen. After trying to figure it out, they found it extremely difficult. Only Lu Riyun's heart was as clear as a mirror. Even if the others understood this principle, without Xiao Chen's aura, it would be difficult for them to succeed. She couldn't help but be extremely curious in her heart. What exactly had happened to Xiao Chen for him to always be so calm, composed, and unperturbed in the face of danger to form such a powerful aura? However, there was no way for her to ask. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not tell her. This would probably trouble Lu Riyun for a long time. We're here. The 2-star war chariot moved very fast. In less than half a day after entering Desolate God Valley, it overtook many cultivators and arrived at the mysterious place sealed off by the Heavenly Lodging Palace. It should be nearby. Wei Hongfei pointed in the war chariot to the front, where strong winds blew endlessly. The few of them could clearly feel that there were many powerful auras gathering in front of the scarlet sand. They did not know how many cultivators had gathered here from all directions. Go through it, Xiao Chen said softly. Then Lu Riyun controlled the war chariot and turned it into a beam of flowing light, shooting forward. After a while, the few people traveling through the scarlet sand suddenly saw something light up before them. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. What appeared before them was a vast and ancient city. The marks of time lingered in it, but the city was intact, without any damage at all. In the harsh environment of Desolate God Valley, where ferocious beasts roamed freely, this was extremely incredible. A mysterious aura spread around the city, blowing away the endless scarlet sand that covered Desolate God Valley all year round. This gave everyone a feeling of a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel, suddenly enlightening them. In the previous moment, the group's vision had been filled with hazy scarlet sand. In the next moment, their eyes lit up, and a city appeared like magic. This is the secret that the Heavenly Lodging Palace sealed off? Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock. How can such a complete city appear in Desolate God Valley? If it existed, people would have discovered it long ago. There have never been any rumors of it before. A hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Murong Yen rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe what he saw. Logically speaking, there was nothing strange about a city. However, it was impossible for such a thing to exist in Desolate God Valley. It was like seeing a floating beach in the sea. The most shocking thing was the aura that this city gave off. It was extremely ancient, filled with the marks left behind by time. Situ Changfeng said sullenly, it might not be impossible. Don't forget the origin of this Desolate God Valley. The last great war between the righteous and demonic factions. During the previous great war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, it involved the powerhouses of the heavenly realm, resulting in the destruction of the heavenly realm and the fall of many true gods. This Desolate God Valley is said to be a land of the fallen, where the corpses of deities are buried. Lu Riyun nodded and said, I heard my father say that after one becomes a true god, one can materialize a small world into a nation, a world of its own. A strong true god can build a city in his own divine kingdom and bring in his followers, just like how the Buddhists worship believers. Perhaps a certain deity's corpse could not withstand the corrosion of time and completely rotted away. After the corpse disappeared, the divine kingdom was exposed, leaving behind such a city. Xiao Chen looked at the city in front. After he came out of the cabin, he remained silent, completely shocked by the scene before him. Through the memories that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left behind, Xiao Chen soon learned the origins of this city. This was the symbol of a true god, the symbol of the peak of the martial Tao, the dream of every cultivator. Youth, dreams, hot-bloodedness and pride. Which cultivator on the path of cultivation did not have such a city in their heart? However, even a true god could fall. Their withered bones could not withstand the passage of time. A powerful true god, a peak immortal realm expert, left behind only a city after millions of years. That's not right. It is not that time left behind a city. It is time that snatched away my city. Chapter 1949. It was not time that left behind a city. It was time that was merciless, snatching away my city. No wonder the Heavenly Lodging Palace wanted to seal off the news. A city left behind by a martial god. I really can't imagine what kind of vast fortuitous encounter there is in there. If the people of the heavenly lodging palace's branch monopolize it, Wei Hongfei said softly as a fervent light flashed in his eyes. Only two words echoed in his mind: martial god, martial god, martial god. It was not just Wei Hongfei. When the other adventurers saw this scene, they all had the same expression. After being stunned for a moment, they fell into a frenzy. Unlike Xiao Chen's melancholy, the others did not think too much. Only one word appeared in their minds: fortuitous encounter. Murong Yin smiled and said, "Xiao Chen, why are you in a daze? Look, the others have already entered. Shouldn't we go in as well? Look at the cultivators rushing in from all directions. If we are any later, there won't even be scraps left for us." Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said calmly, "There's no rush. If it were so easy to obtain fortuitous encounters, the heavenly lodging palace would have made a move long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. The 6 of us will split into 3 groups. After patrolling the city once, we will rendezvous here." Situ Changfeng approved of Xiao Chen's cautiousness. "Although we have to make every second count before fortuitous encounters, we know nothing about this ancient city. If we lose our lives, no matter how great the fortuitous encounter is, it will be useless." Wei Hongfei nodded and said, "I'll team up with Duan Fei. We'll go south." Situ Changfeng smiled and said, "In that case, I'll team up with Murong Yin." After that, only Xiao Chen and Lu Riyun remained. They had no other choice. The group split up. Xiao Chen and Lu Riyun headed for the north gate. The entire ancient city gave off a mysterious aura. When Xiao Chen tried to send his spiritual sense in, it was like a rock sinking into the sea. There was no reaction at all. This feeling was extremely strange. If there really was a strong barrier, it should have blocked out spiritual sense. However, Xiao Chen could not figure it out. An ancient city left by a martial god? Interesting. I was just about to leave when I actually encountered such a fortuitous encounter. Not long after Xiao Chen's group left, a group of dragon race cultivators appeared. The person who spoke was Zhong Li, whom Xiao Chen's group met in the White Dragon Palace. Lu Yunfei, who had a special body constitution, seemed quite excited as he followed beside him. However, this group was clearly not led by Zhong Li. The strongest was a golden dragon race cultivator. If Xiao Chen were here, he would not be unfamiliar with it either. Haha, I, Qin Outyin, am indeed blessed with great luck. I just obtained a fortuitous encounter and found another ancient city left by a martial god. This golden dragon race cultivator was Qin Outyin, whom Xiao Chen had beaten up in Blazing Sun Valley. It had only been a few months since they last met, and this fellow had actually grown stronger yet again. The only thing that did not change was the number of inheritance rings he had on his finger. The golden battle armor he wore was engraved with golden dragons. They were vivid and lifelike as if they were swimming. Even without a deep understanding, one could tell that the golden battle armor was extraordinary. "Let's go." Without even thinking, Qin Outyin strode forward, and the others quickly followed. The White Dragon Palace's Zhong Li was very experienced. He wanted to say something but did not say it in the end. He wanted to say that this place looked strange and that they should not enter rashly. However, seeing Qin Outyin's interest, Zhong Li could not bring himself to say anything. Furthermore, they still had to rely on Qin Outyin to help them enter the city. "Senior brother, do you think we will run into Xiao Chen's group?" Lu Yunfei asked somewhat nervously. He felt that if Xiao Chen's group came to Desolate God Valley, they would definitely enter this city as well. Zhong Li said indifferently, "He better pray that I don't see him." Zhong Li had just obtained a fortuitous encounter, greatly increasing his strength. He was very confident that if he ran into Xiao Chen, he would be able to squash him to death with one finger. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen, Lu Riyun, and Situ Changfeng met up and explained what they saw. After Situ Changfeng heard Xiao Chen's explanation, he said sullenly, "It looks like it is as I thought. The 4 city gates each have their own mysteries. We cannot enter rashly, we have to choose carefully." Xiao Chen looked around. The east gate in front of him had faint purple qi lingering around it. He could even see a faint spiritual light with the naked eye. It looked auspicious. However, there was an unremarkable tower on the city wall. It happened to be able to suppress the luck of the entire area. The auspicious gate was countered, but the auspicious gate was not auspicious. After Xiao Chen gave a simple explanation of his opinion, Situ Changfeng exclaimed in shock, "Xiao Chen, you have done some research on the dragon-seeking art?" Xiao Chen answered honestly, "I know a little. However, don't overthink it. This ancient city appeared out of nowhere. There is nothing mysterious about it. I believe that this is a small trick that the original owner left behind. He knew that someone would come here, so he set it up. Every time we enter a gate there will be a different test. There is no truly auspicious gate. Everyone has to go through a test. We just need to avoid the ominous gate. Right, I have the same opinion as well. However, speaking of which, why are Brother Wei and Brother Duan not here? Situ Changfeng asked, finding it strange. 1 hour had already passed, but the two still had not appeared. We are here. Right after Situ Changfeng spoke, Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei showed somewhat sullen expressions. When a group of people saw that we were dragon race cultivators, they attacked us without saying anything. Fortunately, our strength increased significantly during this period. Otherwise, we would not have been able to retreat unscathed. Wei Hongfei's expression was unsightly. Clearly, the earlier experience was not as simple as he made it out to be. That group of people seems to be observing the ancient city just like us. They probably have accomplices. We have to be careful after we enter the city, Duan Fei analyzed. They attacked without saying anything? In that case, it looks like they are mortal enemies of the dragon race. That is good. It is better for them to expose themselves in advance than to be sneak attacked after we enter the city. The dragon race did not have many mortal enemies, but there were still many. Before they entered the city there were already undercurrents. This was not a good sign. Let's enter through the south gate. The other 3 gates are fake auspicious and real ominous. The north gate is the true ominous gate. The west gate is very auspicious. However, it is hard to determine whether it is auspicious or ominous. The south gate is neither auspicious nor ominous. This is actually the best. After listening to what Wei Hongfei and Duan Fei saw, Xiao Qin made his choice. Alright, let's enter through the south gate then. There was no way to fly above the city, so they could only enter through the city gates. What dense spiritual energy! Xiao Qin originally thought that this was a dead city. However, after entering he discovered that it was very different from what he imagined. The spiritual energy in this city was even denser than the spiritual energy at the profound dragon platform in the Heaven Dragon Palace. So many years have passed and the original master died long ago. I wonder what still maintains the spiritual energy in this city? Situ Changfeng said, feeling somewhat suspicious as he looked around. There are so many corpses. Many pairs of clearly lifeless cultivators wearing armor wandered the streets. Their flesh had already rotted away, leaving only empty skeletons wearing heavy armor. Some of them even rode skeleton horses looking very scary. These were all cultivators who had followed the original master when he was alive. However, after they died they existed in such a manner. This looked somewhat sorrowful. The spiritual energy was clearly abundant. However, these corpses told everyone that this was a dead city. The two seemed to contradict each other. The group had just entered the city when a group of wandering corpses charged at them. Clearly, there was no advantage in fighting with corpses. This was especially so for these corpses. They had followed the true God when they were alive, making them even more difficult to deal with after they died. Dang. 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 All sorts of attacks landed on these corpses. Their armor clanged, but the corpses remained undamaged. Murong Yin punched one of the corpses' armor. That armor gave off a clump of light, actually neutralizing most of Murong Yan's fist light. What kind of armor is this? To think that the formations in it can still operate. This development startled Murong Yen. However, the corpses surrounding him did not react much, continuing to attack him. I'll burn you all to death. Red Dragon True Flame. Murong Yen sent out a fierce sea of fire. While it looked mighty, it was useless. Xiao Qin and the others were not the only ones in a bitter battle. The many cultivators who entered from the southern city could not even take care of themselves. Many of them cried out miserably. The corpses mercilessly killed them and dismembered them on the spot. The group had just entered the ancient city, and they already met with such an obstruction. This caught them off guard. The southern gate was already so dangerous. What would the ominous gate encounter? The group did not dare to imagine. Damn. What the heck is this? Quickly go back. Quickly go back. Qin Outyin and the others ran frantically. After they entered the eastern city, they discovered a blood rain falling from the sky. When the blood rain fell, it would automatically gather and form a blood monster. After killing the blood monster, it would quickly form again. Nearly half of the cultivators who entered from the eastern gate died the instant they entered the city. What was even more horrifying was that when the blood rain landed on the body, it would corrode the veritable essence energy. When the blood rain landed on the body, it would immediately corrode large amounts of flesh, revealing white bones. The weaker cultivators could not endure this blood rain at all. The stronger cultivators could hold on for a while at first. However, when they discovered that something was wrong, their veritable essence energy could not withstand this blood rain. Zhen Yuan simply could not withstand the consumption. The east gate was simply a dead end. They could only retreat and take their time to think about it, choosing another gate to enter. However, there was also someone who slowly advanced with a calm expression amid the blood rain. That person wore white monk robes and held a string of azure beads in his hand. People continuously passed by him. They were people who could not endure the blood rain and were rushing back to the city. Great fortuitous encounters are bound to be places of great suffering. Let's see what is at the end of this path. This person wore white monk robes and had delicate features. He had a calm and serene expression. The middle finger and ring finger of this person's right hand were bent, and a string of azure Buddhist beads hung from the two fingers. The white-clad monk shouted as he performed a strange hand seal and pushed forward ferociously. Black Lotus secret technique, cleansing extermination. A light flashed and a horrifying Buddhist might burst out from his hand. The Buddhist light burned and purified all the blood monsters charging at him, turning them into filth that spread out and could no longer reform. A lotus appeared under the white-clad monk's feet as he continued walking forward calmly. As Qin Outyin and the others rushed back, they brushed past the white-clad monk. Zhongli looked at this person with some surprise. When Zhongli's gaze met, he felt a deep fear, so he quickly looked away. Where did this monk come from? Why is he so powerful? Why does that black lotus under his feet seem somewhat familiar? Chapter 1950. Good or bad luck was hard to determine, so one could not make a rash decision. Naturally, Xiaoqin understood this principle. If he were alone, he might have chosen the ominous gate as well. Those who were confident in their own strength would not be afraid of any danger. A place of great suffering would definitely have great fortuitous encounters. However, everyone was a team in this adventure. Since they were in a team, they had to consider the entire team. They had to integrate themselves into the team, becoming one with the entire team. At this moment, the team was in danger. Facing these damned servants gave them an incredible headache. Xiaoqin, are we going to form the 4 divisions formation and charge out? Wei Hongfei saw many cultivators working together to form a formation, not wanting to fight as they charged forward. Xiaoqin shook his head. The Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation was a trump card. There was no need to take it out so soon. Formations drained a lot of soul energy. The Divine Dragon 4 divisions formation could not be formed at any time. The South Gate was neither auspicious nor ominous. It was rather stable, so it should not be so difficult. There must be some detail that I missed. Bang, bang. Vital chi surged as Xiaoqin punched. Each punch contained 60 cauldron force. However, such a great force could only push back these damned servants. The armor on their bodies negated too much of the energy. What kind of armor is this? Even Xiaoqin felt tempted when he saw it. He wanted to get a set for himself. It was nearly as good as the dragon pattern battle suit that he obtained from Qin Outyin. The difficulty lay in the armor. More accurately, it was the formations in the armor. No matter what kind of formation it was, it required energy to activate it. These damned servants had no intelligence, only combat instinct. They should not be able to activate the formations in the armor. In that case, who was maintaining the formations in the armor? Murong Yin, protect me. Got it. Murong Yin shouted and threw a few punches. Then he shouted at those damned servants, "Scram!" Murong Yin charged over to Xiaoqian's surroundings, helping him block the damned servants charging over. With Murong Yin protecting him, Xiaoqian sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, continuously spreading out his soul energy. Like a rock sinking into the sea, there was no reaction at all. However, he did not give up. He continuously drained his soul energy, doing his best to sense the fluctuations in space. I see it. After a short while, Xiaoqian's efforts finally paid off. His soul power sensed a mysterious energy source at the center of the ancient city. The unknown energy source emitted countless strands of soul power, constantly transmitting energy into the armor of these death attendants. It helped them maintain the operation of the array formation in the armor. Its soul power wasn't strong, but its penetrative power was extremely terrifying. I have an idea. Xiaoqin opened his eyes and said loudly, "Everyone gather here. Let's stack our Dao might together." Although they did not know why Xiaoqin said those words, they did not ask him why. One by one, they quickly withdrew and landed around Xiaoqin. Everyone listen to me. Everyone spread out your Dao might to a radius of 1,000 meters. Just 1,000 meters, no more and no less. Xiaoqian's eyes flashed with confidence and he said in a deep voice, "I found a way to deal with these Deadpool." Murong Yin smiled and said, "I'll go first. Flame Dao, heed my call." Right after Murong Yin spoke, the Dao disc behind him gathered a spark and continuously rose. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a straight line. The flame Dao's Dao might spread out, no more and no less, no more and no less, 1 kilometer. Wind Great Dao. Light Great Dao. Layers of Dao might layered over each other, forming a horrifying field within 1 kilometer of Xiaoqin and the others. Saber Great Dao, Thunder Saber Dao. Xiaoqin shouted, and the 2 Dao discs condensed into 1 point. Then the great perfection Dao might of fire and lightning surged out. Boom. Instantly, a space similar to a Dao domain formed within 1 kilometer, immediately isolating the thousands of strands of soul energy coming from the unknown energy source. Dao domain was a strong field formed when one cultivated great Dao energy to a certain level. Xiaoqin had seen the Heaven Dragon Palace's elder Tianyun execute it before and had a certain understanding of its might. Hence, he thought of this method. Although the layered Dao might of the group could not compare to a true Dao domain, it was more than enough to block those strands of soul energy with strong penetrative power. Lu Riyun Duanfei, quickly make your move, Xiaoqin said softly. Then the 2 who did not use their Dao might immediately made their move. Falling leaves filling the sky. Lu Riyun shouted and drew the short saber in her hand. A strong wind blew, and the falling leaves containing saber intent danced around. Whoosh, whoosh. As these falling leaves covered a large area, the armors of the death servants within 1 kilometer fell like paper. Success, Lu Riyun said joyfully. She continuously brandished the short saber in her hand, sending out strands of saber chi. The death servants within 1 kilometer turned into skeletons, shattering on the ground. Xiaoqin, you are really something. Murong Yin exclaimed joyfully. Xiaoqin showed a calm expression as he said, it's not over yet. Use your strength at the same time and expand the Dao Might tenfold. Alright. Boom. When the Dao Might's range expanded to 10 kilometers, the many cultivators enveloped by the Dao Might felt not only the pressure from the Dao Might, but they also discovered that the armor of the death servants shattered upon contact. They also discovered that the battle armor of the death servants, which was very troublesome to deal with, would shatter upon touch. They immediately rejoiced. The group could not maintain this for long. After a while, the Dao Might shrank and returned to the bodies of Xiaoqin and the others. However, most of the death servants on the street died in a short time. Many thanks to our friends from the Divine Dragon Empire for helping us. After the cultivators who broke free expressed their gratitude, they quickly fled, afraid of getting surrounded by the death servants again. The danger was temporarily resolved. Wei Hongfei felt somewhat confused as he asked, Xiaoqin, why did you take the initiative to help the others deal with the death servants? They are our potential competitors. As long as they wanted to, they could have left the city and not died at the hands of these death servants. Xiaoqin pointed to the ancient city and said, this ancient city is so huge. We cannot explore too many places by ourselves. Furthermore, the more people we have, the more advantageous it is for us to face the strong rank 6 sects in the Heavenly Lodging Palace. Doing what we can kill many birds with one stone. That makes sense. The explanation made the others' eyes light up, feeling that this was indeed the case. After this, we will split up and explore. If there are any major discoveries, send a message. As long as the core disciple identity cards of the Dragon's Gate's branch palaces were unlocked, they could communicate with each other. This was very convenient in this ancient city. Xiaoqin could tell that such an arrangement was due to the vastness of the ancient city. Wei Hongfei and the others wanted to try their luck. Their recent increase in strength gave them the confidence to do so. Stop right there. Xiaoqin called out to Lu Riyun and said, come with me. Lu Riyun asked in dissatisfaction, why? You relied on me to kill those death servants earlier. If no mortal enemy of the dragon race appeared, given your strength and trump cards, I would not mind letting you roam around on your own. After all, people have to grow up eventually. However, this time it is not up to you. Xiaoqin's forcefulness forced Lu Riyun to follow him obediently. Go out by yourself. With a wave of his hand, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet light. Then it circled around Xiaoqin a few times before flying out excitedly. When Lu Riyun saw this scene, she said angrily, I am not even comparable to a stupid bird. That's right. In certain aspects, you are indeed inferior. Xiaoqin continued as he walked forward. The demon blood vulture's life force was much stronger than Lu Riyun's. Defeating it would not be difficult. However, killing it would be somewhat difficult. Xiaoqin's casual words angered Lu Riyun to no end. She gritted her teeth in anger. The ancient city was filled with fortuitous encounters of various sizes. The southern city seemed to be a place for refining pills. Many of the palaces had intact pill furnaces and sealed pill bottles. However, the death servants here were alchemists with strong soul energy when they were alive. After they died, they were even more problematic. Dealing with them was rather problematic, taking up a lot of time. An alchemic recipe. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy. After exploring 10-odd palaces, he finally obtained a pleasant surprise. He found a jade strip on one of the death servants, which recorded the alchemic recipes of many ancient medicinal pills. After checking it out, Xiao Chen carefully put it away. This thing would be very useful in the future. Xiao Chen quickly come over. Someone discovered a medicinal spring here. There seems to be a pill river as well. Just at this moment, Murong Yan's voice came from the identity token. He had discovered a great fortuitous encounter. Let's go. Xiao Chen and Murong Yan did not dare to delay, rushing over. Chapter 1951. Medicinal Spring? Pill River? The southern city was littered with alchemy houses. Xiao Chen had guessed that there would be a medicinal spring or a pill river as the core of the entire southern city. Unexpectedly, someone found them so quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flew about in the silent southern city. Countless people leaped from roof to roof, rushing towards the medicinal spring and pill river. There were restrictions in the city that suppressed Xiao Chen's physical body. It would not be easy to rush over quickly. However, these restrictions did not suppress Xiao Chen and Lu Riyun, who possessed the dragon race bloodline, as much as ordinary cultivators did. What a dense medicinal fragrance. Did someone break the barrier around the medicinal spring already? As Xiao Chen and Lu Riyun approached, they smelled a refreshing medicinal fragrance at the same time. Their fatigue was swept away and they felt refreshed and comfortable. Lu Riyun exclaimed in shock, "The quality of this medicinal spring is probably at least grade 8 heaven ranked. Compared to the medicinal spring in our ancestor Dragon City, it is already equal." Heaven ranked was the highest grade of many medicinal pills, spirit veins, cultivation techniques, magic skills, and secret techniques in the Great Thousand Realms. For example, heaven-ranked medicinal pills, heaven-ranked war chariots, heaven-ranked spirit veins, heaven-ranked secret techniques, and so on. Grade 8 heaven-ranked was second only to grade 9 heaven-ranked. The two held their breaths and did not say anything as they sped up. After 15 minutes, they met up with Murong Yan, Wei Hongfei, and the others on the roof of a pavilion. After exploring for a while, they should have gained something. However, compared to the medicinal spring and pill river, they were not worth mentioning. Murong Yan pointed to the front and said, "Look." When the two looked in the direction Murong Yan pointed, they saw a vast herb garden in the distance. A spring gushed continuously in the center of the herb garden. A natural medicinal fragrance spread out in all directions, gushing endlessly. Not far below there was a wide pill river. A viscous green liquid flowed slowly in the river. Indeed, it was a pill river and a medicinal spring. Who knew how many heaven-ranked medicinal pills were piled up in the pill river for it to reach such a horrifying level? Aside from the medicinal spring and pill river, there were many abandoned herb fields in the herb garden. Many medicinal herbs were left to rot in the soil because no one took care of them. It made people's hearts ache. Not far from the medicinal spring, there was also a towering tree. It was too far away for Xiao Chen to see clearly. From time to time, mottled spiritual mist would rise from the herb garden, obstructing one's vision and preventing them from seeing the entire herb garden. Just now, a human king blasted open a hole, and a huge amount of medicinal power leaked out. However, that hole quickly healed. Right now, everyone is waiting. No one dares to act rashly. Murong Yan had arrived earlier and understood this place better than Xiao Chen and the others. It's that person. Sovereign personage? Sovereign personages had a total of 4 stages: initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and peak. Sovereign personages were not like star venerates and holy venerates. Every minor cultivation realm was like a layer of heaven, an insurmountable existence. Even in ancient desolate town, sovereign personages were rare existences. Any faction would treat them with respect. In a rank 6 sect, a sovereign personage could directly become an inner sect elder. In the 4 dynasties, a sovereign personage could be conferred nobility. Xiao Chen soon discovered that the person Murong Yan mentioned was not very old, looking like a middle-aged man. This person stood upright with his hands behind his back, frowning as he looked at the herb garden. It looks like the barrier is not easy to break. Come, let's go over and take a look. As they were too far away, Xiao Chen could not figure out the barrier. So he quickly led the group over. After a while, they arrived at the herb garden's entrance. Where did this trash come from? Do you think that just anyone can come to the herb garden's entrance? Boom. The moment Xiaochen landed, he suffered an attack. A peak holy venerate gray-robed old man attacked him. When the gray-robed old man raised his hand, his might spread out. His veritable essence energy surged and his aura was boundless. Xiaochen snorted coldly. Then he raised his hand and punched, clashing with the gray-robed old man without fear. Bang! When the fist and palm met, they were actually equal. Soon, the gray-robed old man felt that Xiaochen's fist light was somewhat strange. The fist contained saber intent that continuously tore apart the gray-robed old man's veritable essence energy, trying to invade his body. Although the gray-robed old man's veritable essence energy was vast, it seemed that no matter how much veritable essence energy there was, it could not block this strange veritable essence energy. The gray-robed old man quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Xiaochen landed, a few people stood out from behind the gray-robed old man. They did not look like they were going to let this go, wanting to continue attacking Xiaochen. Trying to bully me with numbers? Murong Yin and the others were not willing to fall behind. They landed behind Xiaochen one after another. Their extraordinary auras immediately put pressure on the other party. Dragon race cultivators. The gray-robed old man felt slightly startled. He quickly retreated, not daring to say anything else. Only now did Xiaochen discover that aside from that sovereign personage, there were several other people near the herb garden's entrance. Those who could remain here were all strong teams. Otherwise they would not be able to come down. Without strength, how could others share the loot with them? Aside from the human king, the others were in groups of 2 or 3, forming their own teams. The middle-aged sovereign personage looked indifferently at Xiaochen's group and said softly, "We have enough people. Attack together and break the barrier. Apart from you all, I, Lu Yuanzong, will kill anyone who dares to enter the spirit formation." Although his voice was soft, everyone within 50 kilometers could hear him clearly. Xiaochen felt a cold killing intent, and there was a strong sense of threat in that casual tone. Only now did Xiaochen and the others understand why this sovereign personage did not make a move. It turned out that he could not break the herb garden's barrier with his own strength. He had been waiting for a team that caught his eye. Only those who caught his eye were qualified to enter the herb garden. It had to be said that he was very domineering. However, as a sovereign personage, Xiaochen was indeed qualified to be so tyrannical. Senior Lu is right. Senior Lu, please instruct us to attack that point at the same time. The gray-robed old man who attacked Xiaochen earlier said in a flattering manner. Right here. Boom. Lu Yuanzong pointed with his finger, and a strand of resplendent sword chi with motes of starlight shot out. The instant the sword chi appeared, everyone near the herb garden's entrance felt their hearts tighten. The terrifying sword intent was startling. Xiaochen entered deep thought. This casual finger strike equaled 30% of his attack power. Even a small perfection sovereign personage could not be underestimated. Wuxia. When the sword chi entered the herb garden's barrier, it only left a crack that was neither large nor small. Furthermore, it quickly mended. Boom, boom, boom. After Xiaochen and the others found out where to attack, they did not hesitate to attack. Immediately, dazzling attacks shot towards the crack Lu Yuanzong had opened. Before everyone's expectant gazes, a hole finally appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Then it continued to spread. But in the end, the hole was only the size of a bowl, and it began to quickly close up. The crowd simply could not enter the herb garden successfully. Damn it, you bunch of trash. Seeing that so many holy venerate experts could not break the herb garden's barrier, Lu Yuanzong could not help feeling enraged. Unless one has a soul tool, there is no way to break this herb garden's barrier. Xiaochen, who had been secretly sizing up the herb garden, suddenly spoke up. Who do you think you are? Is there a place for you to speak here? The gray-clad old man who did not get along with Xiaochen earlier scolded. Could it be that you are even more incredible than Senior Lu? Xiaochen did not get angry. He replied softly, I do not dare. However, I am still slightly stronger than you. People who cannot even receive one punch from me are not qualified to speak. You are seeking death. The gray-clad old man roared, wanting to attack Xiaochen again. Scram. Lu Yuanzong shouted coldly. Then he waved his hand and knocked back the gray-clad old man. Then he looked at Xiaochen and asked, You have a way to enter the herb garden? Xiaochen looked at the herb garden's entrance and said, Unless one has a soul tool, no one can force their way in. I believe that Senior Lu must have tried all sorts of methods before we arrived. Lu Yuanzong's heart skipped a beat. How did Xiaochen know? Indeed, Lu Yuanzong was the first to discover this herb garden. He had tried using his peak strike, but he could not break the barrier. He could only wait for more people to arrive before attacking together to see if there was a chance. Who knew it still did not work? Could it be that we cannot enter? Many people showed pained expressions as they looked at the herb garden within reach. The fortuitous encounter was right before them, but they could not grasp it. How could there be anything more painful than this? I said that we cannot force our way in. I did not say that we cannot enter using other methods. Xiao Qin continued when he saw everyone's expressions. What? Quickly say it. Quickly say it. If you have a method, don't hide it. That's right. The group of people immediately argued endlessly, trying to get Xiao Qin to quickly tell them the method. Only Lu Yuanzong asked calmly, "What do you want?" Xiao Qin pointed to the towering tree in the herb garden and said, "That tree belongs to me. The rest depends on your own ability." All right. Lu Yuanzong thought for a while. Then he looked at Xiao Qin and decisively agreed. Chapter 1952. Xiao Qin, are you confident? Lu Riyun asked somewhat worriedly. Although Lu Yuanzong did not say anything, he would not end up well if he offended a sovereign personage. Don't worry. It's fine. After Xiao Qin observed the barrier of the herb garden for a long time, he confirmed that it was a formation from the blood-soaked emperor's memories. This formation was called the essence-sealing god-locking formation. If it were at the beginning, even a faux god would not be able to break it. However, after so many years, the might of this formation had weakened. Now one could break it with a soul tool. Xiao Qin did have a soul tool and more than one. However, he clearly would not take it out in front of so many people. It would not be difficult to break this formation. Xiao Qin looked around and said, "Who has formation flags? Lend me some." Damn. I thought that you were really a formation master. In the end, you don't even have formation flags. Can you do it? With one look, I can tell that he is bragging. We might as well try again. There is no need to trouble him. These words immediately incited many people's dissatisfaction. To think that Xiao Qin did not even have formation flags. Lu Yuanzong looked around and asked, "Are there any formation flags? If there are, hand them to him." Formation flags were one of the tools that formation masters used to lay formations. Ordinary cultivators only knew some simple formations and did not need tools. However, there were many people here, so there were always exceptions. After the sovereign personage spoke, Xiao Qin received 10 odd formation flags of various sizes. Including the dozens of formation flags that Xiao Qin already had, he barely had enough. When Lu Yuanzong handed the formation flags to Xiao Qin, he revealed a suspicious expression but did not say anything. Xiao Qin wiped away the spiritual mark in the formation flags and infused his spiritual sense into them. After familiarizing himself with them, he started. The main purpose of the essence-sealing god-locking formation was not to defend against enemies but to seal the natural essence of the world and lock down the souls of all things. It was laid here to prevent the spiritual energy of the herb garden from leaking out. After some herbs gained spirituality, it would help them stabilize their souls. As long as one understood its mysteries, it would not be too difficult to break it. Whoosh. As Xiao Qin continued to make hand seals, the array flags turned into rays of light and disappeared into the distant ground. Xiao Qin's spiritual sense followed the array flag and spread out on the ground. He instantly sensed a huge array formation. Spiritual light overflowed in all directions, vast and boundless. Relying on his knowledge of the formation, he avoided the streams of light and inserted the formation flags into the key nodes. After everything was done, sweat appeared on Xiao Qin's forehead. He looked at the herb garden's barrier and said, "I have temporarily taken control of the formation. All you need to do is merge your quintessence with the aura of the herb garden, and you will be able to enter." Lu Yuanzong remained silent. He took a step forward and placed his hand on the spirit formation barrier. He closed his eyes and breathed in a wisp of the spiritual energy in the herb garden through the barrier. He was surprised to find that his arm had silently passed through the barrier. Success! Everyone was pleasantly surprised and cheered. However, Lu Yuanzong was not in a rush to enter. He looked at Xiao Qin and asked, "How do we come out?" That's right. This barrier was not forcefully broken. In that case, if they wanted to come out, wouldn't they still be restricted by Xiao Qin? In the end, a sovereign personage was more thorough and meticulous. Xiao Qin said calmly, "This is an essence-sealing formation. It does not affect the physical body. After we enter, we do not need to absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy and can directly walk out. Of course, if you do not listen to my advice and absorb too much of the herb garden's spiritual energy, you will not be able to force it out of your body. Don't blame me if you cannot walk out. I'll trust you one more time." Lu Yuanzong did not say anything more. He was not too worried. He also had some trump cards that he could use, but he wasn't willing to use them. Furthermore, as long as he kept an eye on Xiao Qin, the other party would not be able to play any tricks. Please. Lu Yuanzong smiled playfully and gestured for Xiao Qin and the others to enter first. There's no need to worry. Let's go in. Xiao Qin's expression did not change. He placed his palm on the barrier and sent in a trace of the herb garden's aura through the barrier. Then he successfully entered. After stepping into the herb garden, Xiao Qin directly forced out the trace of the herb garden's aura from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. People continuously entered the herb garden. Immediately they were stunned by the dense spiritual energy and could not help wanting to absorb it. However, when they thought of Xiao Qin's warning, they swallowed their saliva and forced themselves to resist. Damn. This weed actually has spirituality. It is already comparable to a heaven-ranked herb. I wonder how much medicinal dregs are contained in this black soil. If we just casually dig up some, we will be able to grow herbs more efficiently in the future. I wonder if there is any way to refine medicinal energy from this black soil? That would be unrivaled. Just a bunch of useless people. Just casually grab a handful. Let's quickly go to the herb spring. Right. After entering the herb garden, everyone felt dizzy from excitement. Some people even ignored their image and dug up the rotten soil in the herb fields. They hoped that they would be able to dig out some intact medicinal herbs. Even if they could not, the value of the black soil would be very high. However, after being reminded, the crowd quickly executed their movement techniques and rushed to the herb spring in the center of the herb garden. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly someone laughed loudly. It was the gray-robed old man who did not get along with Xiao Qin. Before him was the tree that Xiao Qin had his eyes on. When the others saw it, they also laughed loudly. Only the trunk of that tree remained. It was riddled with holes and rotten beyond repair. There was no sign of life from it. It was clearly a worthless dead tree. Ah, brat, your eyes are indeed unique. The gray-robed old man mocked as he looked at Xiao Qin. I was wondering what it was. After all this time, it turns out to be a rotten tree. No, we should thank this tree. If not for this tree, we would not have been able to enter the herb garden. The gray-robed old man jeered, eliciting laughter from the crowd. What are you saying? Bunch of bastards. If not for Xiao Qin, none of you would have been able to enter this herb garden. Murong Yen roared as he pushed away the people surrounding the tree. His voice was very loud and it immediately silenced the others. But who would have thought that after this angry shout, the others would be stunned? However, who could have imagined that after this roar, the rotten, towering tree would crumble and turn into a small mound of ashes, completely crippled? The others were stunned for a moment before bursting into even louder laughter. Ah, this won't do. I'm having a stomachache from laughing. Let me take a break. This idiot, he's really stupid to the max. This is great. There is not even a single strand of hair left. Murong Yan's expression immediately turned extremely unsightly, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He had not expected such a situation. He turned his head and said, Xiao Qin, what kind of eyes do you have? What tree did you choose? Xiao Qin replied calmly, I remember that your Red Dragon Palace should have one. However, it is normal that you do not recognize it. This tree is of a much higher grade than the one in your Red Dragon Palace. A coiling dragon tree? Murong Yan's expression suddenly changed. As he looked at the pile of ashes, he exclaimed, Red Dragon True Flame. Whoosh! Murong Yan sent out a wave of dragon flames. As the dragon flames burned the ashes, they glistened and turned into strands of 7-colored dragon chi circling the dragon true flame. A 7-colored coiling dragon tree. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree, a coiling dragon tree that can bear 7-colored coiling dragon fruits. As the ashes burned, a young sapling slowly appeared. Whoosh! Xiao Qin reacted quickly, grabbing the sapling and placing it in a brocade box to nourish it. Murong Yan's eyes popped out. It really is a 7-colored coiling dragon tree. The one in our Red Dragon Palace can only bear red coiling dragon fruits. Xiao Qin, if you offer this tree up, I wonder how the Dragon's Gate will reward you? It is simply unimaginable. Xiao Qin retorted indifferently, I have no intention of handing it up. A coiling dragon tree. It is actually a coiling dragon tree. The group of people who mocked Xiao Qin earlier were all stupefied. Unexpectedly, it was such a precious sapling. Hand over the coiling dragon tree. The gray-clad old man's group immediately could not take this lying down. They ferociously charged over and surrounded Xiao Qin and the others. Many other cultivators became restless, their eyes flickering with murderous intent. I gave you face but you rejected it. Xiao Qin had already endured this old man for a long time. Now that this old man jumped out, he snorted coldly and directly attacked. Xiao Qin immediately threw a palm strike. Firmament's rage carried a colossal hand that held up the sky. Its fingers were like sabers flickering with electric light as it pressed down. What martial technique is this? This greatly startled the gray-clad old man. Horror flashed in his eyes as he watched the colossal hand pressing down from the sky. He retreated frantically. The others nearby hurriedly dodged, one after another. However, no matter where the gray-clad old man ran, he could not avoid the colossal hand that approached. The gray-clad old man fell heavily to the ground. When the hand vanished, his body was riddled with thousands of wounds, all of them flickering with electric light. The gray-clad old man was already half dead, completely losing his combat prowess. With one move, Xiao Qin defeated a peak holy venerate, completely shocking the others. The Dragon's Gate's secret technique, Firmament's Rage. I have not seen it for many years already. Unexpectedly, there is someone in the Divine Dragon Empire's younger generation who can reach the second layer. Are you interested in exploring this medicinal spring with me? It might have one of the 5 elemental energies you need, the heavenly spirit water. Shock flashed in the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong's eyes as he looked at Xiao Qin. Chapter 1953. Firmament's rage had been stuck at the second layer because he had not found the 5 elemental energies. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were 5 different elemental energy sources. The heavenly spirit water was one of the water-attributed energy sources of the 5 elements, so he could explore it. Xiao Qin, it is best to maintain a distance from this person. I feel that he is not a good person. Lu Riyun sent a voice projection to Xiao Qin as she sized up Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Qin replied, there is no need to be afraid. I am confident of dealing with him. Although he is strong, he cannot do anything to me. Furthermore, there are no good people in this world. Everything depends on one's heart. There will probably be many experts in this medicinal spring. You can take this opportunity to collect all the other resources in the herb garden. Senior, please. Xiao Qin stepped forward and gestured for Lu Yuanzong to enter. Lu Yuanzong did not show any fear. He leaped into the medicinal spring. Xiao Qin quickly followed after, leaping into the water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The stronger and more ambitious people in the herb garden quickly followed suit and jumped into the medicinal spring. Of the remaining people, only Lu Riyun's group remained. They were the strongest. As Xiao Qin expected, they were strong enough to collect the remaining natural treasures in the herb garden. Gurgle, gurgle. Natural medicinal springs were extremely difficult to find in the Great Thousand Realms. Once they appeared, they would attract the various strong factions to fight over them and bring them into their own sections. This medicinal spring was a grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring. Its value was inestimable. The group leaped into the water and the medicinal spring entered their bodies. They all felt a warmth. As their physical bodies absorbed the medicinal spring, they automatically tempered their bodies, mended their hidden injuries, nourished their internal organs and refined their veritable essence energy. At first it was incredibly warm. However, after 1 kilometer, this warmth became somewhat scalding. The temperature rose continuously, reaching an extremely horrifying level. Xiao Qin had no choice but to gather veritable essence energy to block this heat wave. The rate at which veritable essence energy drained increased rapidly. Xiao Qin's heart could not help but sink. If he continued diving, the moment his veritable essence energy was completely drained, the high temperature would cook him. Since even Xiao Qin had such concerns, the others who jumped down naturally felt very nervous as well, feeling somewhat conflicted. Among the group, only Lu Yuanzong, a sovereign personage, was more relaxed and did not have many concerns. What exactly is below? Xiao Qin felt depressed. At the same time, he could not help feeling curious. The most likely outcome was naturally an underground flame vein. Right at this moment, Lu Yuanzong, who was at the very front, stopped descending. The few of them landed around him and looked down, only to see endless spiritual light bursting out from the ground below. The scene was incomparably shocking. Their vision was filled with a vast expanse of whiteness. He could feel that the medicinal energy of the entire medicinal spring was flowing downwards like a flood from a broken dam. Compared to this, the power of the medicinal spring they had felt on the surface wasn't even a drop in the ocean. Veritable flame saint spirit. Someone asked curiously. According to the records, the bottom of the medicinal spring should not be like this. Dragon, essence energy. Spirit said. Lu, essence energy, Xiao said. When the natural spirituality of the medicinal spring disappeared, it would become a wasted spring. Lu Yuanzong said indifferently as he quickly descended. Xiaoqin could not help thinking to himself, this fellow is crazy. Then his body quickly descended. Xiaoqin could not help thinking, this fellow is crazy. After some time, Xiaoqin felt his body empty. He opened his eyes and looked down, startled. When he came into contact with that light, Xiaoqin felt his body descend uncontrollably, sucked in. The first thing that entered Xiaoqin's eyes was a boundless flame. 9 fiery lights as resplendent as stars looked exceptionally piercing. Xiaoqin looked around. When he saw clearly, he was shocked to discover that there was an incredibly huge medicine cauldron below. Below them was an incomparably huge cauldron. That cauldron was probably the size of a city and was incomparably frightening. Boom! The vast spiritual energy from the medicinal spring poured into the medicine cauldron together with Xiaoqin and the others. In that instant, a fierce flame flared up in the medicine cauldron. Danger! Xiaoqin quickly controlled his body and turned into a flash of lightning, flashing away. Miserable shrieks rang out. A few people could not dodge in time and were vaporized on the spot, not even leaving ashes behind. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left alive. Without exception, the others either vaporized by the flames or fell into the medicine cauldron, unable to control their bodies. Astral cores. Lu Yuanzong exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the resplendent starlight in the medicine cauldron. Could it be that the resplendent flames are the astral cores? Xiaoqin could not help feeling horrified. A medicinal pill refined with so many astral cores. What kind of medicinal pill was being refined in this medicine cauldron? There was also the medicinal spring. The entire medicinal spring was serving the medicinal pill refined in this medicine cauldron. Over the past tens of thousands of years, who knew how much spring water containing medicinal energy had been infused in? Xiaoqin sized up the surrounding caverns. His expression could not help but turn grave. In those herb fields, countless rotting spirit herbs had accumulated medicinal energy. Finally, all of it settled in the cave and was used by the array formation. Ah! A divine pill. What is being refined here must be a divine pill that surpasses heaven-ranked medicinal pills. If I snatch this divine pill, it will be just a matter of time before I become a sovereign emperor. That's not right. I might even become a faux god and rank on the divine sovereign wind ranking. The experienced and meticulous Lu Yuanzong sank into a frenzy at this moment. Xiaoqin could not help feeling startled. This fellow had probably suppressed himself for too long. Now that he suddenly saw such a fortuitous encounter, all his suppressed emotions erupted. Suddenly Xiaoqin saw Lu Yuanzong's bewitched eyes sweep over the lucky survivors. Oh no! This old fellow is going to find someone to scout the way. Before Lu Yuanzong could lock his gaze on Xiaoqin, Xiaoqin turned into a flash of lightning and quickly fled. Clearly, fighting a crazed sovereign personage was not rational. Why is this fellow running? Just as the others felt confused, they heard Lu Yuanzong say, "The few of you don't leave. Go down and scout the way." Lu Yuanzong suddenly flared up, and his sovereign personage will spread out. The group was instantly struck, and they vomited a mouthful of blood as they crashed into the cave walls. Lu Yuanzong used his full power suddenly. Although the survivors were experts, they could not dodge in time. No. I don't want to go down. It's not up to you. Ah! Xiaoqin heard miserable cries. Lu Yuanzong must have tossed someone into the medicine cauldron. As he moved further away, he could no longer hear anything. This medicine cauldron was even taller than a tall mountain. Xiaoqin could not care too much about it. He turned into a flash of lightning and descended continuously. By the time it landed, an entire quarter of an hour had already passed. Only after landing here did he feel somewhat safe. He did not dare to think about facing a madman above. Xiaoqin could only observe a moment of silence for those who were not smart. What? Before Xiaoqin could size up the scene below, he heard the sound of flowing water. His heart immediately skipped a beat. Where there was water, there was a river. Where there was a river, one could make it out. Xiaoqin knew his limits and would not touch that divine pill. Unlike Lu Yuanzong, Xiaoqin was extremely firm in his heart for the martial Tao. Even without this divine pill, Xiaoqin firmly believed that he could become a faux god and stand at the peak of the martial Tao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaoqin's figure flashed, and he arrived at the source of the sound. What he saw startled him. The water was flowing out from the bottom of the medicine cauldron. However, what flowed out was not water but the dregs of the divine pill. While it was called dregs, it was probably comparable to many high-ranked medicinal pills. So, this is how the pill river above is formed. As Xiaoqin watched the dregs continuously gather and turn viscous like the pill river above, he suddenly understood. Thinking about it carefully, This entire herb garden was actually in service of this divine pill. Even if everything else was added up, it would not be worth mentioning compared to this divine pill. With this thought, Xiao Chen's thoughts became clearer. In that case, my 7-colored coiling dragon tree should be serving this divine pill. I wonder what use it has. After strolling around the underground, Xiao Chen discovered many simple residences. There should have been people living there in the past. What is that? Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered a person standing at the fire entrance below the medicine cauldron. Chapter 1954. Why did I not notice a person standing there all this while? There were only two. Either it was a small perfection sovereign personage, much stronger than an initial perfection sovereign personage like Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chen could not sense the other party's presence at all. Otherwise it was a dead person. Xiao Chen sent out a strong wind and that person fell over. Indeed. It was more or less as Xiao Chen guessed. If it were a small perfection sovereign personage, Xiao Chen would have taken him down first. Whoosh! Xiao Chen gently leaped to the side of that person. After hesitating for a moment, he flipped the corpse over. Just as he had expected, it was just a skeleton covered in armor and clothes. No matter how incredible one was when one was alive, one would not be able to escape the clutches of time after death. One would eventually become a skeleton. Hey! Xiao Chen pushed the skeleton aside and discovered a few blurry words on the ground. After trying to figure them out for a long time, he read softly, "Pill becoming vast?" Xiao Chen, who had just felt that something was wrong, came to his senses in the next second. His expression changed drastically. The pill had become demonic, not the pill had become light. It was not that Xiao Chen had never seen a medicinal pill gain a demonic nature and sentience before. However, for a divine pill to become demonic, how strong would it be? Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Xiao Chen looked around and his expression changed. Everything felt foreign. This was not an alchemy room but a cage that imprisoned a demon. Xiao Chen could not remain here for long. He could forget about any fortuitous encounters. If he could escape alive, everything would be worth it. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, several figures flew down from above the medicine cauldron. That's not right. They did not fly down. Someone flung them down with a huge force. Before Xiao Chen could react, 3 explosions rang out on the ground, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. The sounds echoed for a long time in this spacious place. The 3 figures that descended were bound in chains. Flames burned all over their bodies as they roared like wild beasts. These people had ferocious gazes, losing all rationality. These 3 people. Xiao Chen's complexion changed slightly. He suddenly remembered that these 3 people seemed to be the first to be directly rushed into the alchemy furnace by the medicinal spring. How did he become like this? He looked like he had lost all signs of life, like he was a corpse. Furthermore, it was being controlled and sealed by chains. Was it Lu Yuanzong? No, that was not right. Lu Yuanzong did not have such great strength. With his initial sovereign personage cultivation he could not have done this. It was that divine pill. Yes, it must be that peerless divine pill that possessed a demonic nature. These people had all become pill furnaces. Ah! The trio cried out in pain as their auras became even more terrifying. Vaguely, Xiao Chen's aura reached that of a sovereign personage. The flames covering his body turned black, looking like a demon from hell. Die! 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 Whoosh! The 3 roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Chen, showing no fear or rationality at all. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he was in great danger. If he was not careful he could die here. He needed to end this quickly. Otherwise, when Lu Yuanzong became a pill slave and charged at him, it would be problematic. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with 2 resplendent lights, one golden and one snow-white. The primal chaos heavenly flame and the heavenly snow divine flame burned at the same time. The 2 lights formed a magnificent Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram in front of Xiao Chen, blocking the 3's attacks. Primal chaos veritable essence energy Taiji universe. Xiao Chen's hands moved, not holding anything back. His primal chaos veritable essence energy circulated wildly. His demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy filled his entire body. A Taiji diagram appeared under Xiao Chen's feet, complementing the Taiji diagram in front of him. As Xiao Chen drained his veritable essence energy, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in front of him gave off a bright light. Gradually, the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams formed. Yin-Yang for divisions and the 8 trigrams. When the mysterious phenomenon of the Taiji diagram finished forming, Xiao Chen shouted, "Taiji explosion!" Boom! The Taiji yin-yang flame diagram directly exploded. The three pill slaves with auras comparable to sovereign personages got blasted into the air. If it were an ordinary cultivator, this berserk strike would have shattered the other party's bones, killing them on the spot. However, the physical bodies of these pill slaves seemed to have been modified to something like a profound tool. They were incredibly hard, not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. Whoosh! The pill slave shook the black chain in his hand, and a flame immediately appeared on the medicine cauldron. It was just one spot, but when it landed, it turned into an unending rain of fire, covering the sky and the sun. This flame might contain the demonic nature of the divine pill, so Xiaoqin did not dare to touch it. He stood on the lightning dragon, and his figure turned illusory. Electric light shot out as he easily dodged the flames. However, the rain of fire did not stop. There was no end to it. The pill slaves did not care. As the flames bathed them, their injuries actually healed. The degree of horror made one's hair stand on end. Bah! When fighting with the pill slaves, Xiaoqin was shocked to discover that if he did not activate his divine dragon war body, the other party's physical strength was even greater than his. Great Dao Might, Thunder Great Dao, and Berserk Saber. Xiaoqin's face sank. He activated the Saber Great Dao and Thunder Great Dao at the same time, layering them and strengthening his might. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaoqin's aura clashed with the three pill slaves, producing thunderous explosions that rang out endlessly. Right now, Xiaoqin's only advantage was that the three pill slaves had lost their rationality. Although they were rude and unreasonable, they were riddled with openings. Their attacks were even more chaotic. I have to make him stop this rain of fire. The endless rain of fire restricted Xiaoqin's movement technique, forcing him into a passive position in his fight with the pill furnace. Thousand Frost Battle Snow. Xiaoqin executed a killing move that he had learned in the Kunlun realm. He circulated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation, and snow instantly fell like falling leaves, covering the ground. The snow and flames merged, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly, giving Xiaoqin a lot of space to maneuver. Now is the time. Xiaoqin did not want to delay any longer. His figure flashed and he turned into 9 bolts of lightning rushing over. The lightning bolts turned into dragons. In that instant 9 dragons soared into the sky. The dragons crashed into the 3 pill slaves. The huge impact, along with the electricity, sent the 3 pill slaves flying. Whoosh! The 9 dragons merged into one, and Xiaoqin did not stop moving. He ruthlessly smashed down with Firmament's rage. The fingers of the colossal hand were like sabers. Electricity flickered, covering the sky and sun. Once it landed, there was nowhere to run. Boom! Under the chain of attacks, the 3 pill slaves cried out in pain as their bones shattered and burned to ashes. Whoosh! 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 When Xiaoqin saw the 3 souls, he wanted to flee. However, terrifying laughter came from the medicine cauldron. The souls howled in pain as they were dragged into the medicine cauldron, letting out even more miserable cries. Xiaoqin's face sank slightly. This was his first time seeing such a terrifying existence that was hard to deal with. Even the souls were imprisoned, becoming slaves for all eternity. With the danger averted, Xiaoqin thought of something. His figure flashed and he arrived beside that corpse. He searched around on his divine mountain. After a while, he found an ancient bronze plate with some profound words on it, recording something. Xiaoqin had seen some of these words in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. They were ancient words from the beginning of the martial epoch. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not recognize many of them. Xiaoqin relied on his memories and recognized them with much difficulty. Great Desolate 10,000 Beast Pill. Xiaoqin's expression immediately changed. He knew that this was an extremely horrifying medicinal pill. This was a divine pill refined by gathering the essence, souls and blood of 10,000 kinds of ferocious beasts from the Great Desolate Aeon and supplementing it with divine herbs that were tens of thousands of years old. Just the ingredients alone were hard to find. This was no longer the Great Desolate Aeon but the Epic Epoch. Epochs came and went. It was unknown how many epochs passed before the martial epoch arrived. The difficulty of finding the descendants of 10,000 Great Desolate Aeon ferocious beasts in the martial epoch was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the supplemental herbs were incredibly precious. Even a true god would find it as difficult as ascending to heaven to collect them all. To think that someone really wanted to refine such a divine pill. Legend had it that once this divine pill was refined and consumed, it could reverse one's bloodline and trace one's origin, reverting to the primal chaos god demon. Based on the current situation, the refinement of this medicinal pill clearly failed. In Xiaoqin's opinion, this was just wishful thinking, going against the heavens. It was simply impossible to accomplish this. Not only would it fail, but it might even result in a great disaster. This divine pill tainted with a demonic nature before Xiaoqin horrified him. If it was released, it would be a horrifying disaster. Without even thinking, Xiaoqin directly tossed the ancient bronze plate into the fire like a medicine cauldron. This would completely destroy this harmful medicinal pill recipe. Xiaoqin continued searching the corpse. He felt that there should be some other things left. Just at this moment, the black chains binding the pill cauldron behind him twisted like a snake and silently crawled towards Xiaoqin. Chapter 1955. Inside the herb garden. When Murong Yen and the others worked together, they were nearly undefeatable. Without a sovereign personage, they were overlords among holy venerates. The divine dragon bloodline in their bodies was a powerful killing weapon. No one dared to compete with them. The few of them monopolized close to 80% of the harvest in the herb garden, reaping a bountiful harvest. Why is Xiaoqin not back yet? Lu Riyun said somewhat worriedly as she collected the spring water in the medicinal spring. As she looked at the gurgling spring water, she felt somewhat worried. Wei Hongfei smiled at the side and said, "Don't worry. He is very lucky." Back then, when he was alone in the abyssal underworld battlefield, even Rakshasa Tian's clone could not do anything to him. This time he will be fine as well. Lu Riyun said, however, that Lu Yuanzong is a sovereign personage. Although he is only an initial perfection sovereign personage, he is not someone that we holy venerates can match. The difference is still too great. When the difference in cultivation was too great and there was a huge disparity in strength, no matter how many trump cards one had, it would be useless. The moment a sovereign personage's will of soul appeared, they could suppress them on the spot. No matter how many trump cards one had, one would not have the space to bring them out. No matter how unrivaled Xiaoqin was among the holy venerates, there would always be a huge difference. There would naturally be a huge gap between Xiaoqin and a sovereign personage. Wei Hongfei asked seriously, "Do you want to hear my opinion?" When Lu Riyun saw Wei Hongfei, she showed a serious expression and asked, "What opinion?" Wei Hongfei said unhurriedly, "I keep feeling that Xiaoqin is still hiding a side that we do not know about in the strength we revealed. The strength that we have displayed has always been restrained, like he is purposely hiding it, not willing for others to know about it." Lu Riyun said, "Are you doubting Xiaoqin? How can you do that? After all, he saved your life before." Wei Hongfei sighed softly, "Naturally I know. However, I can only tell you these opinions. So, there is no need to worry too much about Xiaoqin. Even if he is not an enemy sovereign personage, I think it should not be difficult for him to leave easily. Without us by his side, we can bring out his strength without any worries." Lu Riyun entered deep thought at Wei Hongfei's words. She felt that what he said made sense. In fact, the feeling that Xiaoqin gave her was also a layer of fog. There were many things that she couldn't see through. What made her feel strange was that Xiaoqin's face perfectly matched the outline of her sister's blank painting. She wouldn't believe that there was no mystery to it even if you beat her to death. Just as the two of them were about to continue their conversation, the medicinal garden's spirit formation barrier suddenly suffered an intense attack. The entire herb garden was shaking. The expressions of Lu Riyun and Wei Hongfei changed at the same time. They looked up and said, "Someone is using a soul tool to attack the herb garden's barrier." What happened? Who is it? To think that it is a soul tool. Could it be the 6 great sects? Didn't they all go to the city center? Why are they still using soul tools to attack the herb garden? The cultivators collecting resources in the herb garden all panicked. Before the attacks of the soul tools, they had nowhere to run. "Assemble!" Wei Hongfei shouted, and Murong Yen and the others quickly gathered over. Their expressions all appeared somewhat grave. Boom! Another horrifying attack tore a huge hole in the herb garden's barrier. Then a few figures quickly entered. The person in the lead held a resplendent sword in his hand, emitting a powerful pressure that shook the surroundings. Ice Cloud Sword. It's the ruling Sword Gates people. The expressions of Lu Riyun and the others changed slightly. The ruling Sword Gate cultivator holding the Ice Cloud Sword was Qi Yunfeng, whom they had interacted with before. Ah! What did I discover? A herb garden left by a true god. We are going to strike it rich. Qi Yunfeng looked at the medicinal spring and then at the Pill River. His face lit up with joy. His senior and junior brothers behind him also felt incredibly joyful. They said, "Congratulations, senior brother Qi. The value of this herb garden is even more than our earlier harvest combined." Thinking of leaving? Everyone don't move. Seeing that someone wanted to sneak away, Qi Yunfeng quickly swung the sword in his hand. The fleeing person's aura locked onto that person's and his soul immediately froze. That person looked no different from an ordinary person. However, his body was incredibly stiff, like he was fixed in place, unable to move. Shatter. Qi Yunfeng shouted, and that person immediately shattered into countless pieces of ice. Then strands of terrifying icy sword chi burst out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword chi surged everywhere, and the expressions of the cultivators in the herb garden changed drastically as they scrambled for cover. Some of the cultivators could not dodge in time. The sword chi pierced their bodies and quickly sealed them in ice, turning them into statues. Behave yourselves. Our senior brother Chi doesn't want to go on a killing spree and take your harvest from the herb garden. Hand over all your harvests from the herb garden and you can leave. Otherwise, you saw what happened to these people. A ruling sword gate disciple behind Qi Yunfeng threatened coldly. Senior brother, there are a few Divine Dragon Empire cultivators over there. They blocked those sword chi. What? Qi Yunfeng looked around and immediately fixed his gaze on Lu Riyun and the others. After being stunned for a while, he guffawed. Ha! Interesting. Unexpectedly, we meet again so soon. You bunch of Divine Dragon Empire bastards. Are you still not going to hand over your harvests? Do you guys want to die? Seeing that the other cultivators were still in a daze, unwilling to hand over their harvests from the herb garden, the other ruling sword gate disciples became enraged. Murong Yen retorted indifferently, hand over my ass. You are just relying on a soul tool to intimidate others. Without this sword, this old man can teach you how to behave. Qi Yunfeng smiled coldly and said, even at death's door, you still dare to be stubborn. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will not know how powerful I am. Everyone else can leave. Today I will leave you all behind. Many thanks, young Master Qi. Young Master Qi, you are really bold. Young Master Qi really has good eyes. Their group occupies more than 80% of the natural treasures in this herb garden. We are just small fries. When the other cultivators in the herb garden heard this, they rejoiced and quickly fled. Let's test his strength first. If it is just an ice cloud sword, given our strength, there is nothing to fear. He will not be able to bring out much of its might. Situ Changfeng's voice rang out in everyone's minds. Should we leave? We cannot leave for now. We still do not know what state Xiaoqin is in. If his combat prowess is weakened after he comes out, it will be somewhat problematic for him to face this ice cloud sword. Yes. Wei Hongfei's voice rang out in everyone's minds, sounding incredibly calm. Die. However, Qi Yunfeng did not give them much time to think. The moment he saw the others flee, he immediately attacked. As Qi Yunfeng circulated the ice cloud sword, the ruling sword gate disciples behind him did not dare to be careless. They all executed their secret techniques, continuously draining their soul energy and veritable essence energy to infuse into the ice cloud sword. It turned out that Qi Yunfeng was not the only one controlling this sword. Instead, these people were controlling it at the same time. Clearly, the ruling sword gate's upper echelon wanted this group of people to wield the soul tool and sweep through the resources of the other regions, while the various large sects headed to the city center to search for that mysterious energy source. It had to be said that this move was quite brilliant. Even sovereign personages feared the might of a soul tool. Even if they could bring out only 10 or 20% of its might, it would already be horrifying. Boom. When this sword chopped down, Murong Yen and the others blocked it for a while before getting knocked back. The sword light flowed, and the icy sword chi gave everyone the impression that they could not block it. More importantly, the ice cloud sword might spread out in all directions, covering the entire herb garden and greatly suppressing everyone's strength. Murong Yen wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips. An intense flame burned all over his body, dispersing the cold. He smiled and said, "You are rather strong. However, that is all there is to it." Qi Yunfeng put in more strength. "Don't tell me that you are only capable of this? You bastard. This old man will kill you. Ice cloud sword, soldiers at the gates." Murong Yan's mockery enraged Qi Yunfeng. He activated the secret technique of the soul tool and locked it on Murong Yan. Good job. It is time for us to make a move. It turned out that the group had agreed to let Murong Yan attract the firepower while they took down Qi Yunfeng in one go. Murong Yan did not dare to be careless when facing the secret technique of a soul tool. He instantly activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and executed the blood-devouring dragon fist. Murong Yan's entire body burned with a scarlet light as he sent out a blood dragon fist light to clash with the blazing sword intent. Damn it. I fell for it. Activate the sword might and protect me. When Qi Yunfeng attacked, he knew that he fell for a trick. He saw Wei Hongfei and the other three charging at him like beams of cold light, startling him. The other ruling Sword Gate disciples quickly made their moves, forming their own sword arts. Finally, before Lu Riyun and the others arrived, the Ice Cloud sword might retracted and encased the group. Boom. All sorts of chaotic dragon race martial techniques struck the sword might. The sword might only lasted for a moment before breaking. Qi Yunfeng and the others immediately went flying. They all vomited blood and fell to the ground. However, the sword might blocked most of the damage. Although they were in a sorry state, they did not suffer any major damage in the end. When Lu Riyun and the others saw this scene, they felt slightly disappointed. They quickly retreated to protect the severely injured Murong Yen. Ah, Qi Yunfeng, you really embarrassed our rank 6 sections. To think that you cannot destroy a group of holy venerates with the Ice Cloud sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, many figures suddenly appeared in the herb garden. The true inheritors of the other 3 rank 6 sects all rushed in. Every leading disciple held a soul tool in their hands. The situation instantly turned exceptionally chaotic. You all. Qi Yunfeng felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, so many soul tools appeared in one go. Do you think that your ruling Sword Gate is smart and that the people of the other rank 6 sects are fools? We have been following behind you. Do you really think that you are unrivaled? This herb garden is ours. Chapter 1956. Inside the cave under the medicine cauldron, Xiaochen flipped the corpse over and found a jade pendant on the armor. His eyes immediately lit up. The instant Xiaochen held it in his hand, he immediately felt a warmth. What a wondrous feeling. However, before Xiaochen could send his spiritual sense into it, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Xiaochen's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around. Whoosh! 3 black chains instantly wrapped around Xiaochen like black lightning. One of the black chains bound Xiaochen's feet, and the other 2 bound his hands. Damn it! Xiaochen's heart sank. He felt like he could not move at all as a huge force continuously pulled him upward. At the same time, strands of evil energy came from the black chains, continuously invading Xiaochen's soul pool, trying to corrode his soul. Just the force of the black chains already made Xiaochen feel weak. This soul energy that corroded the soul was even more difficult to deal with. Xiaochen could only rely on his willpower to resist. Whoosh! Soon Xiaochen was pulled back into the air above the medicine cauldron. The mysterious existence controlling the chains pulled him back into the medicine cauldron. Divine Dragon War Body. Break. At the crucial moment of life and death, Xiaochen finally expelled the energy corroding his soul. Then he shouted. Vital qi surged in Xiaochen's body, roaring like a river. His body suddenly swelled up, and his dragon might soared. A pair of azure-colored dragon wings crackling with electricity spread out, and all the chains on his body broke. Roar! Dragon roars rang out continuously in the empty cave. The dragon might on Xiaochen's body soared to the level of an initial perfection sovereign personage. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 4 or 5 figures charged out of the medicine cauldron's flames. The leader had an overwhelming aura as he roared ferociously. This person forced back Xiaochen's dragon might. This person was the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong. Black chains also bound his body, and a crazed look flashed in his eyes. Ah! Xiaochen, to think that you have not left yet. Since you haven't left, then stay and become the pill god's slave. Let's flatten the entire world together. To think that Lu Yuanzong could still maintain some rationality. He was very different from the other berserk and ruthless pill slaves. Xiaochen could not help but frown. Such an existence combined with Lu Yuanzong's strength would likely be even more difficult to deal with. Wonder. Ah. Right now, I am even stronger than a small perfection sovereign personage. As long as you offer your soul to Lord Pill God, you can obtain everything you want. Lu Yuanzong smiled proudly when he saw the expression on Xiaochen's face. Whoosh! Too lazy to bother with this madman, Xiaochen flapped his wings, stirring up a strong gust of wind as he flew far away. Lu Yuanzong alone was already difficult to deal with. With the addition of the others, it would probably be even more difficult to deal with. Their chances of victory were slim. You want to leave? This is the Pill God's world, you can't leave. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly. Pill fire blazed all over his body, making him look neither human nor ghost as he charged at Xiaochen. His speed was no slower than Xiaochen's. Dang! 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 After Lu Yuanzong caught up, he quickly attacked, forcing Xiaochen to turn around. After receiving 10 moves, he vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Just as Xiao Chen was about to land, he flapped his wings and hovered in the air. Do you feel the pill god's strength? Do you feel a flame attacking your heart? It is very painful, but there is nothing you can do about it. Ah. Lu Yuanzong teased as he looked at Xiao Chen like a crazed demon. 10 strands of pill fire rushed to Xiao Chen's heart like venomous dragons. The pill fire burned his meridians, feeling like thousands of poisonous needles stabbing at him. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen felt a warmth from the jade pendant in his hand as it drew in all the pill fire in his body. Boom! After absorbing the pill fire, the jade pendant gave off a bright light. Xiao Chen felt a strange pull, like he could control that mysterious, mountain-like medicine cauldron. Rumble? The entire medicine cauldron shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook in the cave and countless flames poured out. A terrifying and deep voice came from the medicine cauldron. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Yes, Lord Pill God. Lu Yuanzong's expression changed drastically as he charged at Xiao Chen. At the same time, pill slaves continuously flew over from the medicine cauldron, radiating terrifying auras as they tried to surround and attack Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen dodged continuously as he sent his spiritual sense into the jade pendant. It turned out that this jade pendant was used to store the medicine cauldron. This made sense. The medicine cauldron before Xiao Chen was huge, nearly the size of a mountain range. Ordinary storage rings would not be able to store it. One needed to use additional means to control it. At the same time, this jade pendant could control the flame in the medicine cauldron. Controlling the jade pendant meant controlling the medicine cauldron. However, it was practically impossible for Xiao Chen to completely control the jade pendant in such a short time. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy, he could not drive the vast flame in the medicine cauldron. That was the flame released by the astral core. One needed to be at least a divine vein sovereign emperor. The jade pendant had only one use for Xiao Chen. He no longer needed to worry about the pill flame in his body when he fought with Lu Yuanzong. Xiao Chen could control this weak pill flame as he pleased with the jade pendant. The medicine cauldron shook continuously. The existence in it appeared extremely enraged. Those pill slaves did their best to kill Xiao Chen. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen's heart turned increasingly calm. Everything in this herb garden seemed to have a purpose. While everything looked casual, they actually had a deep meaning. The herb fields were used to stabilize the medicinal energy in the surrounding caves, and then the formations were used to transfer it. The medicinal spring was for maintaining an abundant supply of medicinal energy into the medicine cauldron at all times. The pill river was formed after the medicinal dregs of the divine pills were discharged. What about the coiling dragon tree? Xiao Chen felt like he thought of a crucial point, and his thoughts became increasingly clear. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, and he revealed a smile. So that was the case. The coiling dragon tree was used to suppress the demonic nature of the medicinal pill. The coiling dragon tree was divine dragon wood in the first place. The 7-colored coiling dragon tree was of high grade and could be used to suppress the demonic nature of this great desolate 10,000 beast pill. That must be the case. The herb garden's owner was very meticulous. Everything in this herb garden was connected. How could the owner not think of a way to suppress the demonic nature of the great desolate 10,000 beast pill? However, this coiling dragon tree withered because no one cared for it, resulting in the demonic nature of this medicinal pill. To think that you dare to get distracted. Lu Yuanzong saw Xiao Chen, who had been extremely nimble since he unfurled the blue dragon divine wings, pause for a moment. Lu Yuanzong snorted coldly and gathered a ferocious might. Then a fist light that shook space flew over. However, just as the fist light was about to strike Xiao Chen, the blue dragon divine wings with lightning coiling around it folded together. The wings layered over each other in front of Xiao Chen, encasing him and using the dragon wings to receive the other party's punch. Bang! A surging dragon might surged out, knocking Lu Yuanzong back. Flames rained down from Lu Yuanzong's body, and electric light burst out, blasting his body beyond recognition. After this strike, Xiao Chen's bones contracted and squirmed. He withdrew his divine dragon war body, returning to his original form. What kind of dragon might is this? Light of freedom. As Xiao Chen looked at that medicine cauldron, he turned into a flash of lightning and charged over. Then he turned into a lightning dragon and flew up the medicine cauldron. After a while, he revealed himself at the edge of the medicine cauldron. When Xiao Chen looked down, he saw a terrifying existence in the blazing flames. It looked like it wanted to charge out of the flames and swallow him up. Xiao Chen did not panic. He took out the brocade box and tossed down the 7-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Whoosh! The grade 8 heaven-ranked medicinal spring above Xiao Chen's head poured out vast medicinal energy again, instantly infusing it into the 7-colored coiling dragon tree sapling. Immediately, the 7-colored coiling dragon tree grew at a visible pace. Then it fell down and suppressed that pill demon. The sapling sprouted branches and leaves. In the blink of an eye, it was 1 kilometer tall. The coiling dragon tree was incredibly thick, its roots firmly planted in the flames. Unexpectedly, the coiling dragon tree could even absorb the energy of this astral flame to nourish itself. Xiao Chen recalled that the coiling dragon tree in the Red Dragon Palace seemed to use flames as nourishment. Hence, it was not strange that this 7-colored coiling dragon tree used flames as nourishment. Miserable cries came from the medicine cauldron as it shook continuously. The chains on the pill slaves flying at Xiao Chen fell off. All of them were like flowers that lost their nourishment, instantly withering. No. Lu Yuanzong cried out in horror. However, he could not change anything. His life force drained away and his body continuously withered. A sovereign personage died just like that, paying a heavy price for his greed. Chapter 1957. The true inheritors of the 4 rank 6 sects all held soul tools as they guarded a corner in the herb garden. The original situation of the ruling sword gates Qi Yunfeng dominating the herb garden turned into 4 people fighting for supremacy. If it were just the ruling sword gate, even if Qi Yunfeng had a soul tool, Murong Yan and the others would not fear him. Even if they could not defeat him, they could still leave at any time. However, now that the people of the 4 rank 6 sects, the ruling sword gate, the Northern Mountain Academy, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the White Sun sect, appeared, things became somewhat problematic. They could not leave even if they wanted to. Friends from the Divine Dragon Empire, we do not have any personal grudges with you. You can leave after offering up half the resources in the herb garden. Don't even think about the rest of the medicinal spring and pill river. The true inheritor of the Northern Mountain Academy, who was dressed like a white-clad scholar, spoke indifferently as he held a folding fan in his hand. The White Sun sect and the Wolf Smoke Pavilion both expressed their agreement with the white-clad scholar's suggestion. They would not go overboard with Murong Yan and the others. The strong preyed on the weak. Given that they held a great advantage, this group of people was already very generous in asking Murong Yan and the others to hand over only half the resources. Of course, this was because Murong Yan's group was a disciple of the Dragon's Gate. If it were loose cultivators or disciples of other sects, not to mention half the harvest, it would already be very fortunate if they did not hand over the resources that belonged to them in the first place. Situ Changfeng and Wei Hongfei discussed for a while and came to an answer. They could only do this. However, the reason for their hesitation was that Xiao Chen was still in the medicinal spring and had not come out yet. They could not contact him with the Dragon's Gate's identity token, so they did not know what happened. This worried them. Suddenly, Qi Yunfeng said with a cold smile, "You fellows, stop pretending to be good people before me. If you knew that their group monopolized a demonic blood thousand-winged snake's corpse 7 days ago, would you still make such a decision?" What? The moment Qi Yunfeng said that, the expressions of the white-clad scholar from the Northern Mountain Academy, the wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion, and the pretty woman from the White Sun sect changed slightly. A demonic blood thousand-winged snake, an overlord-class ferocious beast that is worth more than 10 million primeval heavenly pills. As they looked at Murong Yan's group, greed immediately appeared in their eyes. To them, Murong Yan's group was like sparkling gold. Ah! Qi Yunfeng, oh Qi Yunfeng, you hit it extraordinarily well. You are really broad-minded. I'm afraid you didn't even tell your own group of junior brothers. You're quite a loner. The leading wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion held a strangely shaped, ferocious, and tyrannical dragon-toothed saber as he mocked. Qi Yunfeng said coldly, "Cut the crap. The most important thing now is to keep this group of people here. You are just a bunch of Dragon's Gate Outer Palace disciples. I don't know what you are afraid of. Just kill them." Shwa. The white-clad scholar silently opened the folding fan in his hand, and the might of a soul tool slowly spread out. He smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, as the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a vile person. Sometimes, provoking an existence like Brother Qi is really a troublesome matter." A bunch of hypocrites. None of them are good people. Lu Riyun frowned slightly as she looked coldly at the others. However, she did not show any fear. As the White Dragon King's daughter, she naturally had many life-saving trump cards that the White Dragon King left on her. However, once she used them, her father would definitely find out. Now she had no choice but to use them. This girl is rather good-looking and has a fiery character. If you are willing to follow me, I might be happy and let you all go. The wolf-armored cultivator from the Wolf Smoke Pavilion looked at Lu Ryun, desire flashing in his eyes. The girl before him gave off a special air. She looked valiant and her facial features were exquisite. Aside from being pleasing to the eye, she also gave off a different air. Dream on. Lu Ryun shouted, and a saber light turned into countless flying willow leaves. Then they gathered into a white dragon. The white dragon flew towards the wolf-armored cultivator. Boom. The white dragon appeared very suddenly. When the wolf-armored cultivator swung his saber at it, he got knocked back because he underestimated his opponent. The willow leaves scattered. Tens of thousands of willow leaves scattered with the wind, whistling away. When the willow leaves pierced through the wolf-armored cultivator, his body was covered in wounds and blood. A terrifying murderous intent appeared in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes, and his expression turned extremely sullen. However, the white-clad scholar's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Lu Ryun and said, "Willow Leaf Saber. What is your relationship with the White Dragon Holy Daughter?" "No matter who you are related to today, I will personally kill you." The wolf-armored cultivator roared and unsealed the dragon-tooth saber in his hand. Boom. The might of a soul tool surged out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wei Hongfei and the others quickly shielded Lu Ryun. They all made their moves, preparing to deal with the strike of this soul tool, the dragon-tooth saber. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a towering tree suddenly sprouted from the center of the gushing medicinal spring. The tree frantically absorbed the spiritual energy in the herb garden, growing at a visible rate. The coiling dragon tree blocked the horrifying strike of the dragon-tooth saber. Rumble. The entire herb garden was shaken by the sudden change. Cracks even appeared on the ground. What's going on? This sudden appearance of the coiling dragon tree startled everyone. The white-clad scholar and the others held up their soul tools and cautiously retreated to a corner of the herb garden. This is a coiling dragon tree. The eyes of the pretty woman leading the White Sun sect exclaimed as her eyes lit up. This coiling dragon tree has a very strong life force. To think that it directly bore fruit. What exactly is going on? Just as the true inheritors of the 4 rank 6 sects felt confused, someone with sharp eyes suddenly exclaimed, "Look! There is a person on the tree." Doubt flashed in the wolf-armored cultivator's eyes as he quickly squinted. Indeed, there was a person holding a simple and unadorned treasure bow. That's not right. That bow is aimed at me. The wolf-armored cultivator's expression changed dramatically. A threat of death that he could not get rid of appeared in his heart. He shouted, "Protect me! Protect me! Quickly, help me activate the dragon-tooth saber secret technique." However, by the time the wolf-armored cultivator reacted, it was already over. The Wolf Smoke Pavilion true inheritors at the back had just formed hand seals when the arrows from the god shadow bows shot out. Shio. The shadow of a god was invisible and formless. Ordinary people couldn't even see the trajectory of it. Bang. The wolf-armored cultivator's dragon-tooth saber was blasted away. A horrifying wound appeared on his chest. He was crippled on the spot. If not for the soul tool in the wolf-armored cultivator's hand blocking most of the impact, the wolf-armored cultivator would have died on the spot. His companions behind him were affected by the shockwaves and were sent flying while vomiting blood. The soul tool. This bow is a soul tool. Furthermore, its grade is even higher than ours. The Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, the White Sun sect's pretty woman, and the ruling Sword Gate's Qi Yunfeng were all startled. As the wolf-armored cultivator struggled to get up, he suddenly discovered a gaze on him. Immediately he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. A chill invaded his body, chilling his limbs and bones. Xiao Chen was looking at him coldly, expressionless and silent. I'll go now." Fear lingered in the wolf-armored cultivator's heart, unable to disperse. His voice trembled somewhat. "Don't offend people you should not offend. Don't say things you should not say. It is too late to leave now," Xiao Chen said indifferently. Earlier, in the medicinal spring, he happened to hear the wolf-armored cultivator say good things to Lu Ryun. At that moment, the wolf-armored cultivator was already a dead man in Xiao Chen's heart. The wolf-armored cultivator's heart turned cold. He explained, "There must be some misunderstanding." "I can explain." Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed to want to kill, the white-clad scholar said, "This brother, do not go overboard. We are from the nearby rank 6 sections. If you kill him, you will offend the Wolf Smoke Pavilion. You can forget about leaving this ancient city alive." Xiao Chen said sullenly, "Is that so? However, not only do I want to kill him, but I also want to spare you." The saber intent silently permeated the wolf-armored cultivator's body. Then Xiaochen stretched out his hand and clenched it. Thousands of saber lights burst out of the wolf-armored cultivator's body, which had already been severely injured by the god Shadow Bao. He died on the spot, turning into mush without a corpse remaining. Senior brother. The wolf smoke pavilion disciples cried out in horror. The white-clad scholar paled in fright. He could not help taking a step back. He said, "You are seeking death. If the three of us work together, you will not be able to survive." Whoosh. Right after the white-clad scholar spoke, Qi Yunfeng flew off on his sword. While the white-clad scholar was distracted by Xiaochen, he led the ruling Sword Gate disciples in fleeing for their lives. When the White Sun sect's people saw that the situation was bad, they also fled far away. The white-clad scholar's face immediately drained of all color. His heart sank. Chapter 1958. Bang. Two loud sounds rang out. It was not Xiaochen continuing to attack. Instead, it was the White Sun sect disciples and the ruling Sword Gate disciples crashing into the herb garden's barrier. The two sect disciples flew out too fast. In the end, they crashed even harder, falling to the ground. What's going on? This barrier does not look like it is meant to seal the inside. The expressions of Qi Yunfeng and the others changed slightly, revealing confused expressions. Earlier, they had seen those cultivators run out without any obstruction. Naturally, the reason was that these people had been absorbing the spiritual energy in the herb garden for a moment after entering. The spiritual energy in their bodies had completely merged with the herb garden. After Xiaochen's warning, the others did not absorb the spiritual energy in the herb garden. Naturally, they could walk out easily. Damn it! How can it be like this? Qi Yunfeng cursed. However, he did not say anything more. He prepared to gather the ruling Sword Gate disciples and attack with their soul tools. Sorry, I did not intend to let you go. Firmament's rage. Xiaochen directly threw a palm strike. The fingers of the gigantic hand were like sabers, flickering with electricity. Then, it smashed down with the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. You are going too far. Qi Yunfeng felt incensed. He could only change the direction of the ice cloud sword's attack to clash with this horrifying palm strike. Bang. The instant the gigantic palm landed, the ice cloud sword pierced through the soul tool. However, Qi Yunfeng and the others showed extremely unsightly expressions. This was especially so for the sect disciples at the back. Blood leaked out of their lips. Senior brother, we have already overdrawn on our veritable essence energy. If we continue, we will overdraw on our soul energy. Even with the strength of a few people, a soul tool was not that easy to control. Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiaochen and said, "Xiaochen, what exactly do you want?" The White Sun sect's pretty girl, the Northern Mountain Academy's white-clad scholar, and Qi Yunfeng all felt somewhat anxious from Xiaochen. If this continued, they would end up in a life-and-death struggle, fighting with their lives on the line. When the white-robed scholar saw that the other two did not succeed in leaving, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Xiaochen and said, "Xiaochen, don't go overboard. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Don't force people into a corner." Lu Ruyun and the others could not help feeling nervous. They leaped onto the coiling dragon tree and stood behind Xiaochen. Xiaochen looked at the white-clothed scholar and said with a snicker, "So what if I'm forced into a corner? Do you still want to fight me to the death? Do you dare? If you dared to risk your life, you would have done so long ago. Why do you need to deceive yourself? You want to fight to the death?" "I, Xiaochen, am afraid of everything, but I am not afraid of fighting to the death with you people. Whoever dares to move, I will see." Xiaochen twirled the god Shadow Bao in his hand and locked onto the three. The others were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Their faces darkened and they didn't dare to say anything. God Shadow Bao. As the three looked at the soul tool in Xiaochen's hand, they revealed horrified expressions as they fought to the death with Xiaochen. They did not know whether Xiaochen could survive or not. However, if Xiaochen used his full power on the Bao in the other party's hand, they would definitely die. Fighting to the death was just a pretense to deceive themselves. If they did not even believe themselves, how could they scare Xiaochen? They could only mock them. As the three looked at the white-clad, expressionless Xiaochen on the coiling dragon tree, they felt uncertain. They could sense a strong aura from Xiaochen. This caused them to feel the pressure that could only be felt when facing the elders of the sect. Their mental state and cultivation were on a completely different level. Xiaochen took in the reactions of the three. Disdain flashed in his heart as he said, "My request is very simple. Do what you did to my companions earlier." The moment Xiaochen said that, the white-clothed scholar and the others were startled. Xiaochen wanted them to spit out all their gains from earlier. This could not be tolerated. Young Master Xiao, these are our gains in the ancient city. Leave them all. Before the three could say anything, the Wolf Smoke Pavilion disciples who had lost their leader took out the natural treasures they had obtained in the ancient city and placed them on the ground. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier. Those people felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. Then they picked up their dragon-tooth sabers and rushed out. Such a scene was inconceivable to the white-clad scholar and the others. How could Xiao Chen control the herb garden's barrier? They needed to use a soul tool to open an opening. To think that Xiao Chen managed to do it easily with a casual wave of his hand. The white-clad scholar's heart immediately thumped. His final bit of courage was gone. The white-clad scholar's expression turned sullen. After discussing with the others, he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. Every time the white-clad scholar took out a portion, his heart bled. He went for wool and came home shorn. Originally, he wanted to make a huge profit from this group of dragon race cultivators. Who knew he ended up losing his gains? Is that enough? The white-clad scholar asked through clenched teeth. Xiao Chen nodded and gestured for them to do as they pleased. With a thought, an opening appeared in the herb garden's barrier and let them out. Following that, the White Sun Sect's people were forced to do the same. They handed over their gains and left as well. Qi Yunfeng's expression changed unpredictably, appearing uncertain. He felt extremely depressed and upset in his heart. Qi Yunfeng originally thought that this was a rare chance to turn the situation around. Unexpectedly, he ran into this group of dragon race cultivators again. Not only could he wash away his previous humiliation, but he could also recoup his losses with interest. Who could have imagined that the moment Xiao Chen appeared, the situation would instantly turn around? Senior brother, we already overdrew on our veritable essence energy, the ruling Sword Gate disciples behind complained bitterly. The ruling Sword Gate disciples at the back complained bitterly. The Ice Cloud Sword was very powerful, but it was not easy to control. The few attacks exhausted these people's veritable essence energy. Shut up. Do you think I don't know? Qi Yunfeng cursed as he took out the resources and placed them on the ground. His heart filled with sullenness and displeasure. When it was about time, Qi Yunfeng looked at Xiao Chen and angrily said, "Green robes should not flow forever. Xiao Chen, just you wait. Don't let me run into you again. Let's go." You talk too much. Xiao Chen immediately became slightly angry. Originally, letting this Qi Yunfeng off was already showing mercy. Who could have imagined that this person would still dare to boast shamelessly after leaving? A spot of heart flame appeared on Xiao Chen's fingertip. He drew the bow, pulled the bowstring and released. Qi Yunfeng dead. The divine image pierced through the heart. The might of the arrow instantly shattered all of Qi Yunfeng's life force. The heart flame spread and his eyes slowly lost color. Qi Yunfeng did his best to turn his head, wanting to see Xiao Chen again. His heart filled with regret. Why did he have to be so shameless? Wouldn't it have been better for the white-clad scholar and the White Sun Sect's people to leave quietly? If Qi Yunfeng had another chance, he definitely would not have been so shameless. His mouth felt good for a moment and it repaid itself in an instant. Senior brother. The remaining true inheritors of the ruling Sword Gate were all frightened silly, not daring to say anything. They also did not dare to look at Xiao Chen. After using the Ice Cloud Sword to create an exit, they fled for their lives, running as far away from the herb garden as they could. Good kill. Back then we could have left. However, this fellow jumped out and spoke of us killing the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, nearly causing us all to die, Murong Yen said ruthlessly as he looked at Qi Yunfeng with some disgust. Sidu Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we killed the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions. Even though he was clearly not strong, he wanted to work with eccentric Tai and the others to suppress us. He is a classic fence-sitter." Sidu Changfeng said, "This person asked for it. Back then, when we were dealing with the demonic blood thousand-winged snake, he already had bad intentions." Xiao Chen put away the god shadow bow and calmed himself. Then he said, "Let's not talk about this person. There are some coiling dragon fruits on this coiling dragon tree. After we pick them we should leave quickly." Lu Riyun asked, "Xiao Chen, what exactly happened below? Also, how did this seven-colored coiling dragon tree grow so big in an instant? What exactly is going on? What about the others? What about the sovereign personage Lu Yuanzong?" Murong Yen and the others all felt incredibly curious, wanting to know what happened below the medicinal spring. "I'll explain it to you later. The matters below are too complicated. This herb garden is no longer safe. If we continue waiting, I will not be able to control the situation." At this moment, the coiling dragon tree and the pill demon were in an intense battle to the death in the medicine cauldron. The pill demon was not resigned to being suppressed, resisting to the death. However, Xiaoqin did not know the result. Naturally, if the pill demon was suppressed to death, that would be the best result. However, if the pill demon came out, Xiaoqin did not dare to imagine the consequences. When the others saw Xiaoqian's grave expression, they did not dare to delay, quickly picking the coiling dragon fruits of various colors on the tree. Xiaoqin landed and collected all the harvests of the white-clad scholar and the others. Then he turned his head back to look at the coiling dragon tree. A trace of reluctance appeared in his eyes. What a pity for this 7-colored coiling dragon.